Hey, what's going on, y'all? This is Reggie Wilson with a really quick video. So I've seen some rumors out right now that Oster is coming out with their cordless fast feeds. Now, Oster last year, they seemed like they got missing from the spotlight. Their Instagram was inactive. It seemed like they've been going through a rebranding. If you go on the Instagram now, you can see a lot of stuff where they're asking, like, for feedback. What do we want, a detachable or an adjustable? And they're asking questions, trying to get barbers to give them some feedback. So with that said, I'm excited to see these cordless fast feeds. Now, there have been some already on the market, but not from Oster. There have been modders that's out here that actually understand how to work on clippers, making it happen. But it's nothing like getting something directly from the manufacturers for warranty purposes. Are you excited? In the comments below, let me know how you feeling about it. Are you a fast feed guy? Do you think the fast feed in the cordless setting would be the right thing? Also, what else would you do to the fast feed to make it even a better clipper? Alright, this is Reggie Winston, the Better Barber. Thank you for checking out this video on YouTube. Check out some of the other videos. Like and subscribe, but let me know, what do you think you should see from these Oster fast feeds? Are you excited to get them? And is this the clipper that you want to purchase? And yeah, let's see what happens, yo. Can't wait to see what the price is going to be and how they're going to look. Alright, y'all, stay tuned.
I was 20 years old. I was at my lowest point. And then one day, and I remember the exact day, March 27th, 1975, I was helping my mother in her beauty shop. My mother owned a beauty shop up in Mount Vernon. And there was this older woman who was considered one of the elders in the town. And I didn't know her personally, but I was looking in the mirror. And every time I looked at the mirror, I could see her behind me, and she was staring at me. She just kept looking at me. Every time I looked at her, she kept giving me these strange looks. So she finally took the dryer off her head and she said something I'll never forget. First of all, she said, "Somebody give me a piece of paper. Give me a piece of paper." She said, "Young boy, I have a prophecy. A spiritual prophecy." She said, "You are going to travel the world and speak to millions of people." I began at Fordham University as a pre-med student. I took a course called cardiac morphogenesis. I couldn't read it, I couldn't say it, I sure couldn't pass it. So then I decided to go into pre-law, then journalism. And with no academic focus, my grades took off in their own direction. I was a 1.8 GPA one semester, and the university very politely suggested that it might be better to take some time off. I found that nothing in life is worthwhile unless you take risks. Nothing. Nelson Mandela said, "There is no passion to be found playing small and settling for a life that's less than the one you're capable of living." Fail big. You will fail at some point in your life. Accept it. You will lose. You will embarrass yourself. You will suck at something. There's no doubt about it. In the acting business, you fail all the time. Early on in my career, I auditioned for a part in a Broadway musical. Perfect role for me, I thought. So I'm in the wings, I'm about to go on stage, but the guy in front of me, he's singing like Pavarotti, and I'm just shrinking, I'm getting smaller and smaller. So they say, "Oh, thank you very much, and you'll be hearing from us." So I come out with my little sheet music, and so I assumed I didn't get the job. But the next part of the audition, he called me back. The next part of the audition is the acting part of the audition. Now I'm like, hey, okay, maybe I can't sing, but I know I can act. So they pair me with this guy, and again, I didn't know about musical theater. And musical theater is big, so they can reach everyone all the way in the back of the stadium. And I'm more from a realistic, naturalistic kind of acting where you actually talk to the person next to you. So I don't know what my line was. My line was, well, hand me the cup. And his line was, well, I will hand you the cup, my dear. The cup will be there to be handed to you. I didn't get the job. But here's the thing. I didn't quit. I didn't fall back. I walked out of there to prepare for the next audition, and the next audition, and the next audition. I prayed. I prayed, and I prayed. But I continued to fail, and fail, and fail. But it didn't matter, because you know what? There's an old saying, you hang around the barbershop long enough, sooner or later you're going to get a haircut. So you will catch a break, and I did catch a break. Last year, I did a play called Fences on Broadway. Someone talked about it. Won the Tony Award. But here's the kicker. It was at the Court Theater. It was at the same theater that I failed that first audition 30 years prior. Reggie Jackson struck out 2,600 times in his career, the most in the history of baseball. But you don't hear about the strikeouts. People remember the home runs. Fall forward. Thomas Edison conducted 1,000 failed experiments. Did you know that? I didn't know that. Because the 1,001st was the light bulb. Fall forward. Now, I'm sure in your experiences in school and applying to college and picking your major and deciding what you want to do with life, I'm sure people have told you to make sure you have something to fall back on. Make sure you got something to fall back on, honey. But I never understood that concept, having something to fall back on. If I'm going to fall, I don't want to fall back on anything except my faith. I want to fall forward. I figure at least this way I'll see what I'm going to hit. Fall forward. The point is, every graduate here today has the training and the talent to succeed. But do you have the guts to fail? While it may be frightening, it will also be rewarding. Because the chances you take, the people you meet, the people you love, the faith that you have, that's what's going to define you. Keep working, keep striving, never give up, fall down 7 times, get up 8. Ease is a greater threat to progress than hardship. Without commitment, you'll never start, but more importantly, without consistency, you'll never finish. It's not easy. If it was easy, there'd be no Kerry Washington. If it was easy, there'd be no Taraji Henson, P. Henson. If it were easy, there'd be no Octavia Spencer. But not only that, if it were easy, there'd be no Viola Davis. If it were easy, there'd be no Michael T. Williamson, no Stephen McKinley Henderson, no Russell Hornsby. If it were easy, there'd be no Denzel Washington. So, dreams without goals are just dreams, and they ultimately fuel disappointment. So have dreams, but have goals. Life goals, yearly goals, monthly goals, daily goals. Don't confuse movement with progress. Remember, just because you're doing a lot more doesn't mean you're getting a lot more done. In order to achieve your goals, you must apply discipline, which you have already done, and consistency every day, not just on Tuesday and miss a few days. You have to work at it every day. You have to plan every day. You've heard the saying, we don't plan to fail, we fail to plan. Hard work works. Working really hard is what successful people do. What are you going to do with what you have? I'm not talking about how much you have. Some of you are business majors, some of you are theologians, nurses, sociologists. Some of you have money, some of you have patience, some of you have kindness, some of you have love. Some of you have the gift of long suffering. Whatever it is, whatever your gift is, what are you going to do with what you have? And it's not how much you have, it's what you do with what you have. We all have different talents. Some of you will be doctors, some lawyers, some scientists, some educators, some nurses. The most selfish thing you can do in this world is help someone else. Why is it selfish? Because the gratification, the goodness that comes to you, the good feeling that I get from helping others, nothing's better than that. Well, I have traveled the world, and I have spoke to millions of people. But that's not the most important thing, the success that I had. The most important thing is that what she taught me and what she told me that day has stayed with me since. I've been protected, I've been directed, I've been corrected. I've kept God in my life and it's kept me humble. I didn't always stick with him, but he always stuck with me. So stick with him in everything you do. If you think you want to do what you think I've done, then do what I've done. Today is the beginning of the rest of your life, and it can be very frightening. It's a new world out there, it's a mean world out there, and you only live once. So do what you feel passionate about. Take chances. Don't just aspire to make a living. Aspire to make a difference.
What's going on YouTube? It is your boy Josh back with another haircut tutorial, and as you guys can see today we got a little wavy client. About to give him a nice bald fade, clean the beard up and line it up real good. Y'all about to see how we get down. And if you guys are new to the channel and you're not subscribed, please make sure you guys go down and smash that subscribe button and turn that notification bell on too, so you guys don't miss out on any new drops. So right after getting the hair combed out, I'm going to come in with my 1.5 guard with the lever all the way closed, going with the grain to knock off all the bulk that we don't need. And as I'm doing this, I'm paying attention to the way that his hair grows in different patterns, so I won't gap him or anything. You guys want to make sure you pay attention to the small details when cutting hair, because one mistake can cost the whole haircut. And as y'all can see, man, that 1.5 got the waves popping. It got the hair laying down real good. And if you guys notice, after a couple strokes, when I go over the head, I always come back with my brush. The brush, it kind of releases all the hair that's already cut out of the hair. So it kind of resets the hair to let you know what's still there and what's already been cut. As soon as I get the hair cut down to the height that I want it to, I'll go right into setting in my first guideline, which is the bald line. And like I said, we're going to be giving him a high fade, so I'm not going to be dropping it too low under the occipital bone. I'm going to keep it kind of level with it, you know, right in the middle. And we're going to be doing that. So after I have the guideline set in how I want all the way around, I come back with my trimmers and I just clean up all this extra hair, making sure that I get all the hair gone. You want to make sure you get like literally every piece of hair, because you want your haircut to be flawless. You can't leave anything behind. So this right here is something that I do that helps me when taking out that first guideline. After I'm done setting in that initial bald line, I come behind it and I kind of taper at it with my trimmers a little bit. It kind of breaks up that harsh guideline, making it easier for the clippers to take it out. But a big factor in this is making sure that your clippers are zero gapped, because it's all in the way that your system is balanced. So if your clippers are zero gapped, you have the capacity to be able to take out that guideline with the clippers itself. So using the trimmer is making it even easier. It just helps you out when taking out that first guideline. And right here I'm setting in that first guideline with no guard on, with the lever all the way open, with my caliber 50 cal BMG clippers going up about a ½ inch. And I'm making sure that I'm keeping the width the same all the way around, because I want my fade to be balanced all the way around on every guideline. So right here I got the clipper with the lever I think 1 notch from all the way closed, and I'm just kind of going to be starting up under that guideline, that ball line, and just flicking up to the ball line. And then once I kind of get it light how I want it and set it up for the kill, I close the clipper all the way closed, and it kind of just blends it out perfectly. It's just the way that I have these clippers set. They're zero gap, so I got a good system in between the notches and how the blade cuts. And all you have to do is just understand your clippers, and you can really do some dangerous haircuts. So usually when I'm taking out this guideline, I kind of do a lot of detail work. So you'll see me opening and closing my clipper a lot, depending on the area, because sometimes the hair doesn't react to the clippers how it should, and you have to adjust it to get it. You gotta kind of get that detail work and do that corner blending technique. So right here we're going to be jumping right into the next guideline, which is the number 1 guard with the lever all the way open. And I'm going to go up about a ½ inch, 3/4 of an inch. Like I said, we're going to be doing a high ball fade. So right here is going to kind of be the area where I kind of stop fading up. I'm going to start my fading down process after this guideline, but let's break this guideline down. And you guys remember to make sure your width of your guidelines are the same all the way around the head. You know what I'm saying? No matter where we at in the haircut, I'm keeping everything balanced because I want my fade to be consistent all the way around and on both sides. So after going in with the number 1 guard all the way open, to fade out this guideline, I'm going to be dropping down to the number 1 guard closed. As you guys can see right now, I have the number 1 guard with the lever all the way closed. And I'm starting right up under the guideline and just flicking up halfway into the area that I went in with the number 1 guard open, because that's going to create a transition. So it's going to transition down from 1 guard open to 1 guard closed. Then I'm going to end it off with the half guard, and I'm going to go about halfway into the area that I did with the number 1 guard closed, and that should create my blend. And like I said, right here I have my half guard on. Usually when I start on my half guard, sometimes I close the lever halfway just to get an idea, because sometimes different people's hair react to the half guard differently, and sometimes when it's all the way closed it cuts too much. It just depends on how fine and thin the hair is, but usually I always end up closing it all the way, and I do like a lot of detail work. So now that we're done with that guideline, we're not going to be creating any more guidelines for the rest of this haircut. I'm just going to be fading down, starting right here with my number 2 guard with the lever all the way open. And the reason why I chose the number 2 guard all the way open is because on top we cut the hair down to a 1.5 closed with the grain. So when fading a ball fade into a 1.5 closed with the grain, you usually want to go with a number 3 guard or a number 2 guard open, just depending on the hair texture. And I felt like a number 2 guard open was going to be perfect for him, and it came out perfect. So I'm just going to be fading down from the number 2 guard, then from the number 2 guard open, then I'm going to drop down to the number 2 guard with the lever all the way closed, and just go right back behind every step that I did with the 2 guard open, but I don't go up as high. So basically I'm just creating a transition. So right here I'm going in with my number 1.5 guard. Like I said, we're fading down, so I walk down from the highest guard all the way down to the smallest until the fade is completely blended. Right here I have it with the number 1.5 guard all the way closed, and I'm just starting right up under the dark area and just flicking up to it. Basically the whole goal of down fading is coming behind the previous guard but not going up as high. So basically you're leaving the hair shorter and shorter and shorter as you fade down, which creates your fade. So that's why I follow my guards in a systematic step, because it helps make the haircut so simple. That's why I go from 2 guard open to 2 guard closed to 1.5 open to 1.5 closed to the 1 guard open, and it just blends the whole haircut together perfectly. So we're almost done with this fade. Right here I'm going in with the number 1 guard on with the lever all the way open, and I'm just trying to blend right up into that 1.5 area, because we've gotten to the bottom of the fading down process, and we're at the area now where we want to make the fade come all together and do all the detail work that we need to do. And you guys, to be honest, on some clients you might have to put in a little bit more time on getting certain lines out. Like right here on some textures of hair, it might fade right out, you know what I'm saying? Everything is just perfect, and sometimes you can follow the exact steps and there's like dark spots here, dark spots there, so you have to spend a lot of time really opening and closing the lever, you know, getting in certain positioning in some parts of the fade to make it blend, because some hair is just stubborn sometimes. Y'all see it, man, this fade is coming together nicely. I mean, look how smooth it is. We're not even done yet, but I mean, just really listen to what I'm saying, man. Y'all can learn something. So right here I'm going to be doing some more detail work. I'm going with the grain with the 1 guard open across the front of the hairline to help prep for the hairline, and also right on the edge of the fade so I can connect that side a little more. I don't like that dark heavy area right there, so I'm gonna do a little bit more detail work just to get that looking like how I want it. But other than that, man, we mostly done with this fade. So right here what I'm doing is I have the babbless guards, and I'm going in with the number 2 guard with the lever all the way open. Then I'm gonna close it, and then I'm gonna come back with the 1.5 guard with the lever open and close it. Basically, instead of using the wall number 2 guard, I'm using the babbless number 2 guard, because I feel like the wall number 2 guard is kind of thicker. So I did that, and then I came back with the 1.5 babbless guard. That's the original 1.5 I used in the beginning, but it kind of just made the fade come out way smoother like I wanted it to. But y'all see the fade is looking good. Now we're gonna move into the beard. I'm gonna pick it out. We're gonna be knocking it down. Then we're gonna show y'all how to do a beard fade. So I'm knocking this beard down to a number 3 guard with the lever all the way open, and I'm just going to go with the grain. And when I go under the neck, I'm gonna go against the grain a little bit, just because some of the hair grows in different directions. So when I'm doing my beard fade technique, it's kind of similar to when I'm doing my fading down technique. I start with no guard on, then I close it halfway to blend out that guideline. Then I pick up the biggest guard that I need at the bottom of the beard, and then I fade up towards the top of the beard by getting smaller guards, and it creates a fade. And if you guys notice, the smaller the guard, the higher I am in the beard, because that's the fading zone for that particular guard. So right here I'm going to prep the hairline with some holding spray and come behind it with the blow dryer to get the hair to lay down and lock in where I need it to. And you guys, using my Babbless Low Pro FX trimmers with the gold FX blade on it, I'm going in and I'm setting in that fire lineup. I'm going to sit back and let you guys watch this lineup unfold the haircut. Sometimes when the hair acting funny, I got to grab the hair a little bit to get that pinpoint lineup that I need, because sometimes the hair acts stubborn and don't want to move, so I got to kind of keep the head more still. And y'all, we keeping this lineup all natural. It's already coming out clean. Let me know what y'all think about it in the comments. So right here we're going to be jumping into the beard line, and this is going to be super satisfying to watch how clean these lines came out and how uniform it made it look all the way around. So we got my guy all lined up from the hairline all the way to the beard. You know, I had to come behind it with that razor to make sure it's sharp to a T, man. We need it smooth all the way to the skin. Like I said, all natural cut, man. The fade came out crazy. We got the waves popping on top. But I let y'all see the before and after at the end. Hope you guys enjoyed this video, man. I really hope you learned something. And I love giving y'all these videos and giving out some free game and some entertainment to some people. Make sure y'all leave a thumbs up too, man. Leave some comments on the video. Y'all know we had to get my boy right. He came in and said, y'all, I need his beard chopped down. And I need the crispiest fade you ever did. Y'all know he came to the right spot. Check him out. Y'all know I got my dog turned up, man. Fade crispy, line crispy. Let me know what y'all think in the comments about this haircut. And make sure if you guys aren't subscribed to the channel, you subscribe and you turn that notification bell on. Leave a thumbs up on this video too for the algorithm so I can keep growing. And you can follow me on Instagram at JoshXBarber like you see on the top of the video. Peace.
Oh my goodness, it's so good to see people in the seats again. Ah. So welcome, and welcome to all of you here in the Library of Congress's Coolidge Auditorium. And welcome to all of you who have joined us from afar and are watching our live streamed broadcast. We're glad to have you with us tonight. Tonight kicks off a 3-day celebration in honor of the 2022 Library of Congress Gershwin Prize for Popular Song honoree, Lionel Richie. And for us, it is particularly poignant because the last time we awarded the Gershwin Prize, it was to Garth Brooks, and the date was March 4th, 2020, the week before the world shut down. So now we're all returning to concert halls and since we are a library and we use library metaphors, it seems like these two Gershwin Prizes are bookends for the pandemic. But it is truly a joy to be back. I'm sure that when you think of the Library of Congress, you wonder, how many books do we have? But since this is a musical event, I'm here to tell you that we have much more than books. Our mission is to collect and preserve this material for posterity, to keep it safe for the American people. And in the music division, we hold close to 25 million items, including operas and symphonies and other classical music, popular music, and notes on paper, literary manuscripts, microforms, copyright deposits, and many fantastic musical instruments. We have 6 Stradivari instruments, and we have James Madison's flute. But what is particularly amazing is that we also collect the papers of important composers and artists in the field of music, theater, and dance. We are particularly rich in American composers and songwriters' papers and music, from Irving Berlin's original manuscript scores for God Bless America to the papers of Leonard Bernstein, Oscar Hammerstein, Jonathan Larson, and Jesse Norman, to name a few. The library has received an amazing array of materials that collectively chronicle centuries of human achievement in music, culture, and arts. The generosity and big-heartedness of many have built your nation's library. Of course, I must make mention of one of the most prized collections in the division, and that is the inspiration and guiding light for the Gershwin Prize for Popular Song, that of George and Ira Gershwin. This collection contains such classics as Rhapsody in Blue, the musical manuscripts from Gershwin's stage and screen shows, and a wealth of manuscripts, printed music, photographs, correspondence, business papers, scrapbooks, and iconography. The library has George's piano, which Lionel played on this afternoon, Ira's typing table, and typewriter. Our collections are open to all, and I invite you to come and take advantage of them either in person or online at loc.gov. The Library of Congress Gershwin Prize for Popular Song is reserved for and granted to the musicians, songwriters, and singers who have reached the highest levels of musical achievement. And tonight, we are here to hear from one such supreme being, Lionel Richie. I hope you are ready to enjoy a very special conversation between two amazing people, the sublime Lionel Richie and our own special celebrity, the Librarian of Congress, Dr. Carla Hayden. So, as you know, one of the library's missions is to preserve the nation's cultural history. Therefore, we do conversations like this one tonight, oral histories of important people in the music business, and we record and preserve them for posterity in our archives. So now I have the delightful task of introducing the woman who leads our amazing library, the 14th Librarian of Congress, Dr. Carla Hayden, along with the incomparable Lionel Richie.
Thank you. Where do you want me?
Okay, it's a bad pun, but you all could do that all night long, right? I had to say it. Had to get it off. I had to start that.
You want me on the other side? All right.
Right
Good.
on the other side. Well,
That's quite all right. Quite all right.
well, Mr. Richie, and welcome to all of the people watching us online,
How are you?
because there's
Very good.
so many people watching. This is, as you know, one of our first in-person events, and we couldn't think of a better occasion and a better person to bring us back. So thank you.
We are back.
We are back.
We are back.
We are back. And so, the Gershwin Award. You've Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, all of these things. Oscars. She said, can't hear me, I'm a librarian. Shh. I'll come it up. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
They can't hear you. You got...
I am excited. You got to learn that too. But the Gershwin Award, George and Ira Gershwin, songwriters par excellence.
You all have no idea. I mean, I can honestly tell you, I've been around the world and around the world, and ironically enough, of all the things that were on my bucket list, this was not one of them. In other words, it was so far out in space, that's something else that happens. When I got the call, it was a moment of thinking, is this real or am I being punked? And then I realized, oh my God, it's real. And I mean, when you say Gershwin, that's the Holy Grail. That's it. And as a songwriter, this is just beyond my comprehension. Because to start out in Tuskegee, Alabama, and then you start talking about the Library of Congress, the George Gershwin Award, and Ira. It is beyond my comprehension. Even right now, I'm on stage. There's two people you're watching right now. The person who's the spectator going, oh my God. And then, of course, there's the other person, Lionel Richie, going, of course, I've done this for years. So, yeah, but this is way out of bounds because I don't really quite know how to accept all of this, but it is because when I got into the business, I was going after Stevie. I'm going after Marvin, going after Elton. I wasn't going after
George,
Gershwin.
Yeah, that was a little different. Now, Tuskegee, you went to Tuskegee College
Absolutely.
and stuff, so it's historically black college,
Absolutely.
but a hotbed for music and excellence. What was that like?
Well, I mean, first of all, born and raised on the campus of Tuskegee University. Thank you very much. And had the pleasure of having William L. Dawson come by my house every day, the Negro folk symphony, and would work with my grandmother on pieces that he was writing, and they were in the other room. And the only thing I had to do to make sure I got out of the house, he would quiz me on whatever language he just left. So if he left France for a concert, I'd have to say something in French. He scared me to death. And then I slipped out through a side door. But Tuskegee was basically probably the best thing that ever happened to me, because I was raised by some pretty amazing people. The Tuskegee Airmen were the Tuskegee Airmen, we didn't know they were famous until I was about 13, 14, because America didn't recognize it. When you watch the 20th Century with Walter Cronkite, we didn't see the Tuskegee Airmen, we didn't see any black troops, but yet the funny thing about growing up in Tuskegee, we had black men who would go to Maxwell Air Force Base in Montgomery, Alabama. They would salute them, give them carte blanche, but they couldn't vote. And I kept thinking, okay, well, what's that all about? Because they kept us in what we call the bubble. And on this university campus, they gave us a lot of permission to get away with things that we didn't know we were supposed to be able to get away with, like think for yourself. And we had little missions. Failure is not an option. Not realizing that they realize they might not have the opportunity, but if we do, this is your shot. This is what we want you to do. Step forward. So just imagine, I grew up in a town where everybody was a doctor, a lawyer, double PhDs, airmen. In fact, when I was growing up, we had Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, and Air Explorer Scouts. So we were flying at the age of 12, not realizing that I was going to be a pilot. I was just kind of naturally thinking that this is what everybody was doing. And I quickly dropped out of the pilot program when they said you can take the plane up by yourself.
Ooh, yeah.
I ain't going no place by myself.
Not in a plane.
But I mean, the experience of being on the campus was amazing, because the great part about HBCUs is they didn't prepare you just for academics. They prepared you for culture and how to handle yourself in life. So there was a part where we had the art and lecture series, where you could go and watch anyone from Odetta to a ballet troupe. Now, of course, at age 7, 8, 9, it was the most boring thing that I ever sat through in my life. But my grandmother and mother and father insisted that we go. And of course, check. Do we know anything about ballet? Yes, we do. Do you know anything about symphonies? Yes, we do. And so once you experience it, it becomes a part of your little treasure chest of things that you know about. But having that as a background, all of those amazing people, of course, that was when segregation was strong. And then as soon as integration came in,
It changed.
all the big schools dissolved basically because now all those jobs are available anywhere in the world.
Now, you mentioned your grandmother again. So she was, you said, on the piano with William Dawson. So she was a pianist. What about her?
A.M. Foster, Adelaide M. Foster, was the grande dame of my family and my life and Tuskegee University. My grandmother, on the deed to my home, is Booker T. Washington's sister's name. Grandma was the cultural fanatic. And so with her, you can imagine when I was growing up, I couldn't imagine it, but I said, what did you put down that you wanted to be when you grew up? And she said, I wanted to be a classical pianist. Now think about this. This is 18, whatever, 1902. And she had the wherewithal to say, I'm going to be a concert pianist. And so goes the adventure. She ended up where she wanted to be because she was an instructor on the campus of the university. She graduated from Fisk University and was with the Jubilee Choir. And then from there, she had her dealings with me, which was a terrible disappointment.
Okay, now I had a note here.
Yeah, I figured you might have a note down there.
Now, but you did make it up to her later in life.
I did.
With Placido Domingo.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
I want everybody to know.
Yes,
But there was a moment.
I redeemed myself. That's what we call it.
So let's just put it out there.
Okay, so first of all, my grandmother tried her best to teach me how to read and write music and to pay attention and be a studious person. What she didn't know, and what I didn't know either, was back in the day, I was called hyperactive. Today they call that ADHD or ADD or...
How about talented?
I could have used you. No.
Right.
I needed you back then. I needed you back then.
That's what we're learning now.
Well, the whole concept was I was living somewhere else in my brain. And so what I didn't know I had the ability to do was she would play it and I would watch, and then she would leave and say, work on it and I'll be back in a minute. Well, she would come back and I'd play it from beginning to end. And she said, I'm not teaching you anymore. And I said, why? That was perfect. She says, you didn't read the music. And I said, why do you know I didn't read the music? She said, you didn't turn the page.
That's right. There you go.
So I had a dip right there in my career because at that particular moment, I was basically useless. Because if you can't read music, you can't be in a concert pianist's home and you can't read music. It's ridiculous. Until my first hit record, where I found it very interesting that it is possible to pay off your parents. I know that sounds terrible, but the greatest pride in the whole world is when you join the Commodores and you walk in the room with this afro and platform shoes and sideburns down to here. And I found.
Your grandmother saw that?
She saw all that. She saw all of it because all of it was happening in her basement. And she would just look out, and there's one word that you understand, which is not a word, but you know it means disgusted, and it goes,
Yeah. Know it well. Know it well.
Now, if you grow up in a house where they don't say much, but you hear, that says a lot. So I went through a couple of years of that, And my father came in the door and tried to talk to me, talk some sense in my head, said, son, joining that band of hoodlums.
But they were students, right?
Yes, they were, but according to my father, that was not exactly what we were looking for, you say. Yeah, and not after all this education. It's got, and I'm having the best time of my life. And so I found that your parents' attitude will change instantly when you say, Dad, I got $1 million right here. And instantly, my son, I knew it all the time. Oh. And of course, from that point on, it's to the races. I had no problem. My dad was my best supporter. And I actually caught him lying, telling Barbara Walters.
Oh, no.
Barbara Walters, we had the Barbara Walters show at the house. And my father got up and said, it is the job of every parent to stand firmly behind the child as they pursue their endeavors. And I looked at him and said, that's not what you said, Dad. You said you're going to kill me. That's what you said. But the point is that change in talent was the beginning of, oh my God, I think I know what I'm doing. And that was the part where you step into your being. I realized at that point from Tuskegee, because if you grow up on an academic or in an academic world, the whole concept of academics is there is a logical reason why you know what you're doing. If you take medicine, you went to med school. Law, you went to law school. Teaching, you went to teaching. Writing music, there's no logic. It's only 12 notes. And I started interviewing artists. Marvin Gaye was a perfect example. Because I was doing my little schoolwork, not knowing I was a writer still. And I asked Marvin, what conservatory did he graduate from? And he said, what the hell is that?
Life.
And then he started doing some stuff, and he said, can you hear that, little brother? Yeah. He said, okay. He said, you're a songwriter. But if you can't hear, can you hear that song? If you can't hear that song, you're not a songwriter. And then I realized that everybody at Motown, well, artist-wise, didn't study music. Smokey, greatest songwriter in the world as far as I'm concerned, but he never bothered to go to school. So that's when I had permission to step out of my academic head of self-worth and step over into, well, I can kind of write my own story. And of course, as you get one in, then the next happens, the next happens. There's a word called confidence, and then you take off.
However, my notes say
Check your notes in.
that you were doing good, the Commodores, everybody was happy,
Yes.
you were on the stage, yay. However, you said and went and made sure that you got your degree.
Oh yeah, no, I had to. It was very important, and I knew it. I mean, listen, you can talk all day and try to flatter your folks by saying, I got this hit record, I have this going for me, I've got this concert, we're sold out over here. I came from a solid black family, from a solid black community. And there was only one basic hit record that you get as the rite of passage, and it's called a degree. If you don't have an education, because my dad and mom and grandmother and the community and the town and the airmen, they always had fallback position. They'd always look at things as a military strategy. So, okay, so yes, I know you're winning, but what's your fallback position? Well, fallback position was education. I'm an economics major and I'm an accounting minor. And thank God I never had to use it. Because it was just one of those things that was just not going to be interesting at all for the rest of my life. But what it did for me was it gave me a foundation, and I went back to school for a year, toughest stuff I ever did in my life, and finally received my degree, and it was done. It's good. And I gave it to them.
Oh, yes.
And I have a picture of me giving it to them. And I said, you hold this for me for safekeeping. And I never used it again. I never used it again.
But somebody has it somewhere. So you're on campus and you meet these fellas and you start this group.
Well, you're going to go back there. Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm
Okay.
at that age.
I got it.
Yeah. So you all are rocking and rolling. You decide to get your degree, and then you started. When did it started dawning on you that, you know, like you said, I can write?
Oh, no.
Like for
Well,
everybody.
Well, if you want the true story, and since I'm here,
You're in the library.
we want to make sure we document this properly. So, it was, how did I get in the band? How did we form the band? That was based on one very strategic goal. Girls.
That was it?
We had no idea of money and didn't care. All we knew was if we started a band, we could meet all the girls on the campus. Period. Everything was fine for a while until we signed with Motown. I jumped ahead now. And it never meant anything to me except having fun until Mylon Williams, the keyboard player to the Commodores, wrote the first hit record, Machine Gun, and received for his first check $35,000 cash. Bam. It was that point I said, I may need to be a songwriter. And then, of course, from then on, well, it's very simple. Right down the hall. That's, guys, is this going to make it worse? Because I'm touching.
Excuse me, I'm coughing, so we're quite a pair.
Yeah, no, I'm a sticker to this. I can move it down. Is it okay? All right, you hear me? Every time I make I'm such a sticker to this stuff, I'm sorry. So what happened with this, it now comes into the fact that I can now write these songs. Where was I going with this? I'm sorry, I was trying to tell you.
When did you start making that shift to I can write the songs, and that
I got you.
$35,000 check might have my name on it?
ADD, ADHD.
Talented.
I'm the poster child. It was at that point I realized that I was going to be a songwriter, and then I started realizing I need to go interview some songwriters. And they happened to be right down the hall. And then I started realizing that songwriters have a situation.
Excuse me.
Thank you very much. Now we can work this right here. Songwriters became a whole nother word because I didn't realize that there's a whole business. Publishing, there's writers. And as I started writing, I realized, well, Smokey Robinson makes royalty checks. Marvin Gaye makes royalty checks. Well, that's called, oh my God. That's income. That's what my dad was talking about. Do you have a job? And I said, well, to have a job, you have income, songwriter. I didn't know I was going to be a singer quite yet, but songwriting was close. Because here's what you don't know. I became the lead singer of the Commodores because I sang the songs that I wrote. Clyde, the drummer for the Commodores, was the lead singer. I only had one song to sing throughout when we first started, and that was Wichita Lineman. Can you imagine that? So But the point I'm saying is, once I discovered it was a business, then the lights came on. And then I had a chance to meet Alan and Marilyn Bergman, Henry Mancini, and I remember asking Hank Mancini, when do you go on the road? And he said, I can't afford to go on the road. I make too much money staying home. So this was a business that I terribly got fascinated with, having no idea that I would ever be standing on this stage here.
And so when did you start realizing, well, I can do country and all the other, or was it just the nature of the songs that lent themselves to that? Or?
I think what you all have watched over the years probably came as a fascination to me as it was to everyone else. I did not write on some philosophy that I'll go country now, I'll go classical now. I just sat down. My problem was I didn't know there were categories. I didn't know that there was R&B was supposed to be for the black folks, pop was the white folks, country was the country folks. I didn't know where to go with that. Jazz was jazz. I didn't know, so I got in the business thinking I'm going after Billy Joel, Elton John, Stevie, Marvin. I didn't know. So I had a lot of problems at the beginning because they were saying, well, what's wrong with you, man? You ain't trying to be black. And I kept thinking, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my whole life. I've been black my whole life, so when did I? But they were categorizing the fact that I had to play a certain kind of music. And so it took a minute for me to get used to my avenue, but I didn't plan on writing a classical song. I grew up in Tuskegee, Alabama. In my house, classical music, my grandmother. On the campus, the gospel choir. The neighborhood radio station, country music. You follow me? So what you have is a melting pot. Oh, excuse me, and I love jazz. So I had a melting pot of sounds and things happening in my head, so when I wrote, I didn't realize that Easy was going to be kind of country, or it had a twang to it. I didn't realize it, I just wrote it. So it came out the way it came out just because of my whole environment, probably. It's the best answer.
So you brought up Easy, so we have to ask. So it just flowed. What's your process? Because the collection's here. We showed you some of the things earlier, the George and Ira Gershwin,
you blew me away.
manuscripts and the process.
All right, so this is when it gets kind of strange. Because, no, it really is. I mean, I must tell you, because people ask me all the time, tell me, come on, how do you do what you do? I receive music. Let me just be real strange about this for a minute. There are only 12 notes. It's very simple. All you need is 3 to make anything work. I know that may sound strange to a lot of you if you're in the music business, but it doesn't require a lot. It's called the melody. And so for me, I have figured out in my brain, I know how to navigate 12 notes. Now, how it comes to me, it's very simple. It just comes.
Anytime, any place, just.
I can be talking to you right now on this stage.
Oh, get the tape.
As I adapt myself. I could be talking right now on this stage, and if you see this happening in the middle of a conversation, I am not with you right now. Now,
My mother and father used to call that stop fidgeting.
Oh,
Stop fidgeting. My instructors in school saw that and they would say, Mr. Ritchie, would you like to join the rest of the class? That means I was daydreaming. What I didn't know was that daydreaming is me on the other side. Now, when it starts off where you catch it in blinks. And those are your first couple of songs. And you try to remember all that you can remember before you got back over to conscious. And then as time goes on, I can leave the door open as long as I want and go in and stay there for a while, which means I'm not present on this side. What happens when I'm over there, I hear wonderful, wonderful phrases of love, like, Lionel, you're the most irresponsible person I've ever met in my whole life. The meeting started at 8:30, you showed up at 10:15. What were you thinking? I was on the other side. It comes when it comes, and when it comes, you don't want to come back.
until it's finished, or what?
What's that?
Until it's finished, or what?
Until you get the whole idea out.
Right.
Now, the problem is with that is that you're not reliable on this side of making dates and places, and you said you were going to come and da-da-da-da. There's a reason why Stevie Wonder, the joke of all of us, when Stevie says, I'll see you later,
Next
that means
year.
sometimes this year.
Yeah, we've heard about that.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean tomorrow when you need him, but I understand. I mean, he got involved in the other side. Well, to answer your question, my process is very simple. What I do is I write the hook first. If I don't have the hook, because my mother was an English instructor, so it's like writing a paper. The subject is easy. Tell me about it. Oh, by the way, you only have 4 lines. So the first line has to be something that lets you know where we're going. I know it sounds funny, but you just can't stand the pain. Girl, I'm leaving you tomorrow. First 2 lines. Which means it's a song about leaving, and you know it's a breakup. Seems to me, girl, you know I've done all I can. Follow me? You know where, so in 4 lines, you know exactly, that's why I'm easy. Follow me? It's only 4 lines of expression. You have to get to the point as fast as possible. And the part I like the most is, thank God I don't have to write that much. You just have to write the correct ones. The only difficult part about writing is the English language has so many different words. You could spend a lifetime picking the wrong words.
So, picking words, working with someone, what about We Are the World? Because with everything that's happening now, that song has come up.
Did you hear her segue? Did you hear her? You are really good.
My parents were musicians.
That was good. Okay, so you went from my process to We Are the World. Okay, so I had the very dear pleasure of writing that song with my very dear friend who departed early, Michael Jackson. And the irony of that song is that it is more valuable today than it even was back then because of the stupidity and the inhumanity of man. It is absurd to me, and it was absurd to us back then, that we had to write a song to raise money to save human beings. How absurd. And so we sat there and we wrote this amazing anthem.
And I will tell you the process of this. Normally, I would never
Oh, please, you got
reveal.
Got you.
But since I'm here at the library,
Pulling out here.
I want this to be known throughout the world. So we were sitting there, and Michael and I, we're very visual in how we look at things. So we were trying to figure out, it can't be a song where you go, oh, another, can't be that. We need something powerful. So what word comes to mind is anthem. We're not writing a song, we're writing an anthem. Okay, so let's go through the anthems. Ba ba da ba ba ba. No. Ba bam 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 bam. Stop right there. Okay, keep that going. That's the root
Really?
of the song. Now, we put on top of that the words, the melody. And that's how we wrote that. No words, oot, was the rhythm. The rhythm was familiar to you because you've heard that every time in life. There's something anthemic. Boom, 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 boom. And here come the Greeks. Boom, boom. The answer is that's where we started from. The rest of it was probably one of the magical mystery tours of life because I had to survive the... Michael has pets.
Which ones did he bring?
Oh my God. So we have da 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 da, we got the whole thing. Okay, we're trying to write the melody, the words to the song. There comes a time, the whole thing. And out of the corner of my eye, I see some records falling over. Now, we're both lying on the floor with a tape recorder running it back and forth. And I look over, and there is the largest snake I've ever seen in my entire life. As I am, well, in my book, I will say that I was calm, but because I'm here at the library,
Excuse me.
I will tell
Gotta
you the
fess
truth.
up, sorry.
I was screaming like the last horror movie you ever saw in your whole life. I was screaming so loud, and he was trying to tell me, there he is, Lionel. He likes you. I found him. I didn't know where he was. Oh my God. And I'm thinking to myself, what are you doing? Well, what he told me was he lost the snake in his room. And he knew he was in there somewhere. That's why he kept the door closed. And because he heard us singing, he wanted to come out and meet me.
He liked you. He liked you.
He liked me. So therefore, we wrote We Are the World under that kind of pressure.
Quite a bit.
But yeah, we did. I've never been right since. But I look back on that now, and again, we knew where to go. He understood. We didn't have to sit there and go, what do you think it should be next? No, da 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 da. He goes, da 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 da. I go, da 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 da. He knows how to do it. I mean, in other words, you're either in that vibration or you're not. If you look at pro basketball players, now yes, one plays for one team and one plays for the other team, but when they play all-star, when they can throw the ball behind them. Well, how do they know that? They're not on the same team. They understand. Well, that's the way it is in the frequency. Once you tap into God, once you tap into that universal thing, you can receive all day. You just have to be open enough to receive it. And look at the great things we have going on today. I mean, right now, I'm going to segue back to what you were saying at the second half of your question. But we've got so many minds now coming up with so many beautiful things. They're so far out in left field, we don't know where they're going with it. In fact, mankind can't keep up with the new innovations that are coming along. But there was a mind who thought about that, who saw it, and brought it back from that fifth dimension. Now, let me give you the second half of your question, We Are the World, of what's happening today. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy that we're allowing this and all behavior that does not fall under my grandmother's rules, that you treat someone the way you want to be treated. You act the way you want to be treated. We have watched the movies of barbarians tearing down walls, but the problem is we didn't have the internet. Now we know what barbarians look like, and we are allowing it to happen. Now, there's no such thing as a leader that will lead us to hell. We let them lead us to hell. Now, what we have to do now is take charge of our planet. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It means I tried to explain to people years ago, you save the starving people in Africa because one day it's going to be at your doorstep and it might be you. And if they don't have any training in saving people, you're going to die too. Okay, they're bombing downtown D.C. in the Ukraine. They're bombing your neighborhood, and they just blew up your house. And the world says, well, we're thinking about what we do about that. Really? How much longer are you going to take? Problem is, we're taking too long. We're going to lose mankind. And I'm afraid that the words that we wrote 30 some odd years ago still applies. So when someone says, you need to write a new song, the answer is, I already wrote it. Just listen to it again. That's where we are right now in the world. I like it. I might take you on the road. This is good. This could be good. A good team.
Truth teller.
And she can sing.
My parents, reason why we're smiling throughout, when you were talking about Tuskegee, I was born on the campus of FAMU at Florida A&M. 2 classically trained musicians. That's why I'm a librarian now. I think you did the $1 million check. I'm at the library.
Hey. You know, what I will say, though, that what I gathered from you instantly when we first spoke on the phone and now meeting in person, the greatest thing about having a job is when it's not a job. And you are not working at a job.
No.
You are having so much fun. I will tell you, when we first met, she just opened up and was telling me every step of a walk. Over here is this, over here is that. We have this, we have Scott Joplin, we have the. You love what you do.
Well, thank you.
And God bless you for that.
And you do too. Takes one to know one. So, questions, but before we do questions, we have a little surprise for you. And I'm going to bring Sue Vida back.
Now.
Because I told you we're bringing out the good silver.
I know there's, she did say that. Now, I know there's a secret handshake you're supposed to get or something, right? And the initiation, right? Something. Oh, this is it.
Or give her.
All right, am I standing? Where's the technician? Where's my tech?
We're getting fancy. That's what happens with earrings,
No,
especially
I get it. No, I
with
get it.
masks.
Okay.
Good.
Now, all right. Please sit down.
Please sit down.
Please sit down.
All right, gee.
Okay.
Is this going to hurt?
Only if I.
But I think I'm Vanna White, right?
Yes, that's
okay,
right.
I'm supposed to be
All right.
Vanna White.
So, if you recall, when we did our visit to Los Angeles and did the oral history with you, yes. I gave you a facsimile of a song that had a map of Tuskegee campus on it, and it was called the Tuskegee March. And what we try to do when we have wonderful people like Lionel here, we try and give them some kind of a memento, which comes from our collections. And I've got such wonderful people working for me. They go down, they look, and they see what could really appeal to you. So this time, we have a, this is a facsimile. We're not giving away our real
Can't
collection.
do that. Sorry.
Not the original, is that?
Not the
Yeah, I got
original,
you.
no. But I hope you all can see from up there. This is a collection of songs. This is like the first sheet music that was composed by an African-American composer in the United States, in America. It was published in 1818.
1818.
In Philadelphia, yes, and it was by Francis Johnson, and he was a very, very popular band leader, dance band leader. Okay, they can see it up there. You look at it, and then we're gonna. I'm bossy, sorry.
And I'm Vanna White.
We'll do that.
I am so sorry. I'm
I'm
used
not
to having
Vanna.
this. Go right ahead.
Yeah, so this is sheet music from this dance band. This man had this fabulous orchestra. He was one of the first that, and this, I wanted to show you this. This, you can help me with this.
Thank you.
You hold this side,
All right. Hold on while I
and Dr.
Now,
Hayden will sign this. So this is accordionized, and this
stand up here.
has been done by our conservation department
experts.
here at the library.
They make all of this acid-free
Everything has been done here.
with his name.
Yes, and so back to Mr. Johnson. After he toured Europe, back before he was one of the first bands to tour Europe. He performed for Queen Victoria in Buckingham Palace, and
What time was this again? 18?
This was 1880. He died in 1844.
18.
So he hired the best African American performers, and they then went on to compose music themselves, form their own ensembles. He was actually very much like you in American Idol. You know,
I'll take that as a major compliment, right?
he was nurturing the careers of other
performers.
Yes. So this is for you, and we wanted to just thank you so much for agreeing to be our Gershwin Prize. Let's see.
I am honored.
I am done this.
I'll let you put that back. I don't know how that works. Yes.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Here we are.
Thank you very, very much.
We can put it here. And that way we'll
Watch
give
it
it to you
too.
later.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, yes, thank you.
You know what is so amazing is that just coming and walking down the halls of this amazing place, the gift is that I'm walking down the halls. The honor is to realize that you're going to be a part of these halls. And this gift right here means this will go in my library until it I return it to your library.
Uh-oh, Sue heard that.
No, it'll be much further down the road, I promise you.
We'll keep in touch. Now, a couple of questions. And this one, really, in terms of your creative process, how have the last 2 years affected your creative process?
That's an interesting question. It's actually opened me up. For the longest time, you get, I don't want to say jaded, you just get frozen. When I say frozen, I don't mean it like that. You need something to wake your spirit up. And I remember writing in the 70s, Just to Be Close to You. Or, it's another song that but the point was, excuse me, what am I saying? Zoom. Now, if ever there was a song that was describing exactly how I was feeling, a young kid facing the world, I'm not sure who I'm going to be, I'm not sure what I'm going to be, but the world is screwed up, and I'm trying to find my place in it. Well, welcome to 2022. I'm trying to figure out relevance. I'm trying to figure out, what do I say to a kid, to a young man or young woman, a person, when they're looking for the future and the rules of integrity and humanity don't apply. You win at all cost, and you don't care if you hurt someone along the way. What world is that? And so, it opened up songwriting again. Because messages have to be given. I'm teaching in American Idol. What happens in American Idol is I thought I was coming in to judge talent on singing. What I realized was I got to American Idol and realized I asked the first question, and the first question was, so where do you live, young lady? And she said, I'm homeless. I wasn't prepared for that. And so I realized before we get to their abilities, they need dad right now. They need a parent. They need somebody to give them a hug. Someone that says, I understand what you're going through. I'm here for you. I've just described where we are now as a world. The world needs a hug. We are in trouble because my mom and dad and grandma's rules, for some weird reason, they don't apply. And the other way makes no sense at all. So what do we tell our kids going forward when the reality is what they see is injustice? What they see is not justice, but just us. Now, what happens when you try to educate a future generation of integrity? So, songwriting is going to be a definite part because I figure not only is American Idol is going to be better than writing a song, because that's 20 million people twice a week with 1 billion impressions. And I get to talk to the world, talk to them every day by hugging that little girl from West Virginia, or sitting there letting this little girl or this guy who's homeless and putting the emphasis on his struggle. Because people think, I'm going to sing, I'm going to get rich. Suppose you don't get rich, and maybe you can't sing. Now what? Do I leave you out the back door and send you home and crack a few jokes about you? No. I've got to figure out how to leave you as a whole person. And so for me, between never thought Papa Lionel would be really sexy. But it really got sexy. Because to have a 9-year-old stop me on the streets and say, hey, Mom, Dad, there's Lionel. And by the way, I want to go to Tuskegee when I go to college.
Yay!
But what I'm saying to you is, it's a teaching moment now for all of us, because we were raised by fine, decent people. The problem is now we have to get the world to understand that obviously the people who are running these different countries, obviously they weren't brought up with fine, decent people, because murder, and that's not on the plate. So I'm hoping that the songwriting and the mentoring will make a difference.
Well, our last. I have more questions from the audience. However, we have time for just one more. So this gets to what you're doing in the mentoring. It said, if you could give one, and it's underlined, Richard underlined it, one piece of advice to your 20-year-old self, what would it be?
Lord, that's hard. I would not get in the music business. My dad was right. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, that's interesting, because I would say it. I would say it, and then I would not subscribe to it. I would say it because my answer would be, don't be so trusting. But I have found that what comes with youth is naivete. There's a certain amount of not knowing that the world will destroy you that makes life exciting when you venture out on that. You can always tell when you're going in the right direction. Your parents are scared to death. But you know you're going in the direction that they would never go in, because that's too logical. And I would say to myself, if I really had that, trust yourself. Trust your thoughts. I have people walking up to me all day, every day, Lionel, if I were you, and my answer is, thank God you're not. Because that's what it is. I kept thinking that God was going to give easy to all of us. He gave it to me. She gave it to me. In other words, what I'm saying to you here is, your connection to this universe is singular. You might have come in as a graduating class, but only one. You got the notice. Trust yourself to go forward with it. That is my secret to you. If I pass anything on to you, don't doubt, lean forward.
Mr. Ritchie, thank you.
I'm having the
spending
best
that
time of my life.
Well, thank you for spending the time. There's a concert on Wednesday,
Yes.
and then the concert will be broadcast May 17th on PBS. Check your local
Oh, that's going to be
stations,
fantastic. Oh.
and it's going to be something. So thank you for spending this time with all of us in person and virtually. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, let me just say, this is, I should be actually telling you there's a quality I want to pass out to everyone that's listening. If you ever have a chance to not grow up, I know your kids will make you grow up, but don't lose that childlike wonder. If you decide you are going to be a grown-up, it's over. The adventure to life is being that child, and nurture your child as much as you can, because that will keep you alive and present for a very long time. Thank you so much for this honor tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
From the Library of Congress and the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture.
I need to mention everybody here, or just
John, good idea too. No, it's Noah and John Bishop.
okay. All right. All right.
We're rolling.
We are rolling. It is Monday, May 13th, 2013. We are in the home of William F. Russell, here before me. Esquire, doing an interview for the National Museum of African American History and Culture. My name's Taylor Branch. Bill Russell, the videographer, is John Bishop, assisted by Noah Bishop. And from the museum, we have Elaine Nichols, and we have Mr. Russell's longtime assistant and friend, Anita Diaz. And we are here to record an interview for posterity and this museum about Mr. Russell's life and views. And this is the most formal part of this interview, and we hope to just have a good time talking about the career of a legendary figure in American sports and in American life.
Did you say posterior?
All right, so we're off to the start. So let me ask you the first question. Where do you remember getting the extraordinary laugh, which is one of the first things that people ask me about when they say that when they find out that I know you, is where did his laugh come from?
My mother. She told me never to hold back on anything. If I have to sneeze, sneeze. If you have to laugh, laugh. Don't hold it back. She said it's good for your health.
Oh, that's good. Well, you followed that advice. When we were working years ago, Bill and I have a history of doing a book together about his life. We talked an awful lot about your mother. She died long before then. I never met her. But I did know your father, Mr. Charlie. And it seemed to me in discussing and getting to know you that an awful lot of your character comes from those family people. I think the most memorable line you ever spoke to me was that you thought your character was formed by the fact that you never had a doubt that both of your parents loved you. Is that correct?
That's the first thing I can remember as a person. Is that, you're a baby, then the world opens up to you. Well, I always had the confidence that my mother and father loved me. And And what they taught me was, is that if they loved me, I must be okay. So if other people encounter me and they have a problem with me, my father said, that's their little red wagon. And so I've never worked to be liked, because that would be hypocritical to me. If I wanted to do things to make somebody like me, what is it worth?
A little background, you grew up in Louisiana, born in 1934 in Monroe, Louisiana, the second son of Katie and Mr. Charlie Russell. The other figure that we talked about a lot in your childhood was your grandfather, well, both your grandfathers, but primarily grandfather Russell, whom you call the old man.
Yes. He was extraordinary. One time in Louisiana, the Knights of the Ku Klux Klan had this black guy out in the woods beating him. And you could hear him screaming and crying for mercy, at least a mile away. So my grandfather heard that, went and got his shotgun and loaded it with bird seed, and went out and shot into the crowd about a half a dozen times. And it dispersed the crowd. And he never went to see if the guy, he just left. And he's talking about old Doc something and others. So he's picking out bird seed for a week. And when my father was born, my grandfather realized in that part of Louisiana, there was no school for the black children. So he decided he got to talk to some other guys, and they got together enough money, and they went to the lumber yard and bought some lumber. And they bargained and negotiated, and paid for the lumber, and went and got the wagon and the mules to take the lumber to the site they were going to build a schoolhouse. So when they got back to the lumber yard to pick up the lumber, the guy at the lumber yard said, "What you boys going to do with all this lumber?" Well, one of them in the crowd said, "We're going to build a schoolhouse for the kids." He said, "They don't need to know how to read to pick cotton. In fact, I'm not going to let you do anything like that. I'm not going to sell you the lumber." So my grandfather says, "Okay, well, just give me my money back." He said, "No, I'm not going to do that either." There's no agreement that a white man has to respect with a bunch of black boys. So my grandfather said, let me get this straight. You're not going to give us the lumber, and you're not going to give us the money back. Well, the third option is I'll have to kill you. And went to get a shotgun. And so the guy in the lumber yard said, "Well, you know, you guys have that lumber." And so they built the schoolhouse, and they got together $53 to hire a teacher for a year to teach at the school they just built. And that was the kind of stuff where he says, you know, he says you didn't take nothing off of nobody. And along that line, my grandfather never went to school one single day. My father went to the 6th grade and he dropped out. I did 4 years at the University of San Francisco. And my youngest child, my daughter, graduated from Harvard Law School. So that's the evolution of the family from my grandfather to my kids, from no school to Harvard Law School.
But at the time you were born in 1934, your mother already, even though your father had practically no schooling and your grandfather had none, she valued education so much, she named your middle name as Felton after the president of, I think, Southern University at the time. Is that right?
His name was Felton Clark. And so she gave me Felton to set me on a path that I was thinking about going to college. In fact, my mother died of kidney failure, okay? And she was in the hospital sick, and she knew she was dying. So she called my father and said, I want you to promise me something, that you'll send my boys to college. And my father said, he promised. So when she died, we took her to Louisiana to be buried. And while I was there, she had 5 sisters. And they were debating who's going to take me and who's going to take my brother. And he says, that debate is no value. I'm going to take them back to California and raise them myself. They says, no man can raise kids. He says, well, I promised their mother I would try. So he sold his business and went to work in a foundry for less a week than he'd been making a day. And
the reason he did that is because he wanted
he had to be
time at home.
Yes, he had to be home every night. He says, you can't let kids raise themselves. And so, and I understood that. And I appreciated that. I loved him, you know. He was like his 75th birthday. And we were talking, and I said, you know, I love you. He says, well, I love you too. That was the first time he'd ever said that. But I knew it.
Yeah. I think you said at one time that when he took you and your brother back to Oakland, you went back on the train, right?
Right.
From your mother's funeral. This is in 1946. You're 12.
Yeah. Right.
It's very, very unusual that a single father, a widower, would raise his 2 boys. And he said he talked. I think you said he talked to you the whole way back about how you were going to live without your mother.
Yes. He said you had a tremendous loss. But you got to live the way she wanted you to live. And she wanted you to be educated. And I don't know much about it, but I'll help you whenever I can.
And he said you were going to cook and clean and...
Well, we had a setup where the week that I cooked, my brother washed the dishes. And then the next week he'd cook and I'd wash the dishes. And there was no gourmet cooks in that house.
I think I remember even earlier at one point you said that down in Louisiana, Mr. Charlie would come home from work sometimes and the whole family would go out to play and he would carry all of you?
Yes, well, he was a big, strong guy, okay? 6'3", 220 pounds. And we had this huge field with tall grass, like right in front of the house. And we'd go play hide and seek in the tall grass. When they get to our starting point, he put my brother on one arm, me on the other arm, and my mother on his back, and run full speed across that field. And I thought he was such a Superman.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, he was a lot of things that he'd always, when I was playing for the Celtics, and I was up in Cutchers in the Catskills, and Red Auerbach and I were talking, and one of the waiters came and said, "Did you hear what happened to Wilt?" And I said, "No, what, did you get a car wreck or something?" Because he used to drive fast. And he says, "No, he just signed a contract for $100,000 a year That's the first time any NBA player had reached that plateau. In fact, I think Mickey Mantle, Joe DiMaggio, and I think Willie Mays were the only pro athletes making $100,000. So I says to Red, well, I know what I want. He says, what's that? I says, $100,001. Because I just won the MVP in this league, okay? So he said, okay. So I go back to my room, I call my father up, and I says, Dad, you won't believe this. They're gonna pay me $100,000 a year to do this. Tell you the reason I called you is tell you now, you don't have to work anymore. I'll make enough that I can take care of the rest of the way. He says, I don't want your damn money. I got my own money. I says, but that job you got's terrible. He's working in a foundry. He says, listen, I've given these people 35 of the best years of my life. Now, I'm gonna give them a few of the bad ones.
That sounds like Mr. Charlie. I'd like to back up just a little bit for when you left Monroe, Louisiana, because as I understand it, at any rate, your family was part of what we now understand as the Great Migration, or at least the World War II migration. A friend of mine wrote a book about it, Isabel Wilkerson, The Warmth of Other Suns, and
I've met that lady.
she's a wonderful writer. And anyway, he left before your mother's funeral. He left Louisiana. And migrated first to Detroit and then out to Oakland.
Right.
What could you tell us exactly how that happened and why it happened?
Well, he's working at his bag factory, and he asked for a raise. And the boss says, I can't give you a raise, Charlie. If I give you a raise, you'll be making as much as some of the white fellas, and I can't pay what you owe us as much as I pay the white guys. And he used the N-word to my father. Just like it was nothing. And so my father was at home that night, and he was talking out loud. He says, you know, I'm gonna have to leave here, because if I stay here, who will raise my kids? And they said, well, you can raise them. He said, no. If I stay here, either I'll kill one of them or one of them will kill me. And either way, there'll be nobody to raise my kids. So we started working on going to Detroit. And the Ford Motor Company was hiring anybody that showed up on a wartime.
This is during World War II.
Yes. So we made arrangements to go to Detroit. Well, Saturday at noontime was payday at the factory. And he says to the boss, well, this is my last day. What do you mean? Well, no, I'm not coming back. This is it. That's after he got the check. So the guy says, Charlie, if you worry about that raise, I'll tell you what. You just log in 2 more hours, and that'll be your raise. You don't have to do the work, just log in. And my father said, no, this is it. See, the guy thought he was upset about the raise, but he's upset about the boss saying the N-word to him to his face.
Right.
And so...
and that wasn't the only incident like that
right.
he had.
That kind of stuff happened all the time.
I remember you told one about at a gas station once where the
yes.
guy just pumped other people's gas and left him sitting there.
Well, my father thought that he was being totally disrespected all the time. Mm-hmm. So when he told the guy he was leaving, it's noontime. At 6 o'clock the same day, he got on a train to Little Rock. Okay? headed for Detroit. That was on Saturday. Monday morning, this guy shows up at our house looking for him. He was from the draft board. And he's going to tell my father if he didn't come back to work, he's going to be drafted into the Army. But he was not eligible because he had a wife and 2 kids. And they weren't drafting those guys like that. But they didn't even care about that. So I think my father only went back when we went to my mother's funeral.
Okay, can we pause for just a second? We're rolling again.
All right, Bill, let's pick up again with the move out of Louisiana. Your father decided he couldn't stay there. This is right at the beginning of World War II, and he moved first to Detroit, and then from there to Oakland, and he sent for the family from Oakland. Is that right? How did that occur?
Well, if you've ever been in Detroit in the wintertime, he said that was killing him. It was too cold. So he moved to Oakland, California, and went to work in shipyards. And he worked in shipyards until the war was over. And then they closed the shipyards. They stopped everything. So he got an idea. He bought himself a truck and started going out to the valley, which was 45 an hour away, and started talking to the farmers about getting fruit pickers. And he made quite a business out of it. And so from the time after we went back from my mother's funeral until I got to college, I always bought my school clothes picking fruit. And I was so proud of how much money I could make. It wasn't even money, but it was money what I could make. And so I enrolled in the university. You know what's really funny about that? When I was in Louisiana, my mother kept me away from white people as much as she could. And she kept white people away from me because she said, you don't know what they'll do, okay? And so when I first went to California, I went to school with some white kids. But then by the time I got to high school, it was an all-black school, except for the faculty. And then I went to university, and there were 9 black kids on the campus of the whole student body. And so I was back into that, and you might say cultural shock. But I had a pretty good career, and I was self-taught how to play. And the reason I say that is I got cut from the junior varsity in the 11th grade. And so while I was absorbing this, the varsity coach, who had been my homeroom teacher in junior high school, says to me, I'm glad you got cut. Why are you glad? He says, because today you can come out for the varsity. I said, I just got cut from junior varsity. He says, I'm not the junior varsity coach, I'm the varsity coach. So I'm on the varsity. And he says, I want you to wait up to practice, the first practice. I said, what? He says, let's go. He got his car and drove us to the boys' club. And then he took $2 out of his pocket and bought me a year's membership. And said, I want you, after practice here, I want you to go to the boys' club and play basketball every day. And so that's what I did, and that's where I learned to play. And so I had the good fortune of not being influenced by a coach. And so, could you hold up for a second?
Sure.
University, all the cliche things that a college basketball player does, I didn't do any of them. So they figured I couldn't play. So during my whole freshman year, they considered that a waste of a scholarship. And so my sophomore year, they did not renew my scholarship. But the coach, I guess feeling guilty, he went to the dean of College of Business Administration and found an unused scholarship. So I played my sophomore year on an academic scholarship. And so my career, my sophomore year, there were a couple of things that made it interesting. Four of the top 6 players on the varsity my sophomore year told the coach that they did not appreciate him making them have to play with black guys. Now, he never told me that until I had retired from the Celtics. But I know I didn't get along with these guys. And a lot of things happened. I just said this is part of life. And my first varsity game set the tone of my relationship with the coach. We played Cal Berkeley, and the center was a preseason All-American. The game starts, and the first 5 shots he took, I blocked. And nobody in the building had ever seen anything like that. So they called timeout to discuss it, what it was I was doing, because they didn't know what I was doing. So we get in our huddle, and my coach says, "You can't play defense like that." What? I just stopped him 5 times in a row. That's not the way to play defense. So he showed me on the sidelines there how he wanted me to play defense. So I go back out and I tried, and the guy shoots layups 3 times in a row. And I said, this does not make sense. So I went back to playing the way I knew how. He was really insulted by that. He was trying to help me, and I was hard-headed and stubborn and didn't know what I was doing, and he was trying to help me to figure out what I was doing, and I rejected. So he never liked me as a player from then on.
We're talking about the beginning of your basketball career at the University of San Francisco.
Right.
52 to 56. Basketball was taught differently then. I mean, some of the things that people now wouldn't be familiar with is that you weren't supposed to leave your feet. And
yeah, no good defensive player ever leaves his feet.
Right.
Well, basically what I was doing, in retrospect, was bringing the vertical game to a game that had been horizontal. And this is an altogether new element. See, in high jump, which I participated in track and field, I could jump over my head. Well, in basketball in the gym, we should do an exercise where we take chalk and put it on your finger and run and jump as high and put a chalk mark. Well, I can put a chalk mark 13 feet above the floor, which is the height, the top of the backboard. And that was going to waste. So for 3 years, this coach did not like me. But I made up my mind that I was going to see how good I could be. So I really worked at developing the game, and part of my game was logistics. And so I learned how to cover great distances in a short period of time. And so I developed how to play. Well, he never agreed with that. Although my junior and senior year, we won 55 straight games, which is not bad. It was a record at the time, and we also won back-to-back Final Fours. And I set a record that still stands today in 2013. I had 27 rebounds in the championship game. And that's still a record. And I had 50 rebounds in the 2 games, the semifinals and the finals, which is still a record. But my coach was kind of a purist. This is the way the game is supposed to be played. And I wasn't doing that.
Some of this you once said that even before you got to the University of San Francisco that a lot of your skills in basketball came from mental games that you
Yes.
did from drawing. That you had drawn out of the library and that imagining things in art on a trip into the Northwest. How did
At that time, I had the ability to use my imagination. And so I went on this trip with these really first-class basketball players. And I watched them do everything. And I watched the total person, the footwork, head fakes, whatever, dribbling, the whole thing. And the next day, like a shoot-around, I would try to do these things. And so, as I told one of the guys in Oakland, he says, "What about San Francisco?" I said, "Well, the best way to explain it is I was already where I was going to be when I got there." You know, and have I told you about when we first moved into the projects, and my mother was getting the apartment together, and I was sitting on the steps, staying out of the way, and these 5 guys ran by, and one of them slept as he went by. Well, I was 9 years old, and I did what 9-year-olds are supposed to do. I went and told my mother. And she said, "What?" She grabbed the keys to the house and grabbed me, and we went all through the projects looking for those 5 guys. And so she says, "These are the guys?" I said, "Yes, ma'am." I didn't know what she was going to do. I thought she's going to take care of me. But the way she took care of me was, "Okay, you're going to fight every one of them, all 5 of them, one at a time." Thanks, Mom. So I go into 5 fights, and I lose 3 and win 2. And so we're going back to our place, and I'm crying, and she says, "Don't cry. You did what you're supposed to do. Doesn't matter whether you won or lost. The matter is you stood up for yourself. And that's what you must always do. Stand up for yourself." And so that day changed my whole attitude about, she says, "I don't want you to ever pick a fight, but always finish the fight that you're in." And, and so that's the kind of stuff I got from my mother. My father, the roles almost reversed. She taught me to be a tough fighter, and he told me to be philosophical.
Well, he was philosophical.
Yes, he was. You know, Greg Taylor, I'll tell you how my father was. He would never take anything from me. I was making a lot of money. He would never take anything. He says his attitude was, I got my own money. I don't need yours. So for his birthday one year, I went to a local automobile dealer and bought a car. And told the salesman, I want you to take this car and deliver it to this address. And don't say anything, just when the man comes to the door, have the keys and say, that's your car, and leave. No explanation. So I called him up and I said, did you get your car? He said, yes. I just can't believe anybody do something that nice for me. I said, well, it's okay. So a week later, he calls me up. I said, okay, how you doing? He said, I ought to kick your ass. What? What did I do? He says, I just got my first speeding ticket.
At San Francisco, I think you once said 1956 was a pretty amazing year in sports. That's your senior year, and you were not only in the NCAA Final Four for the second year in a row winning it, but you also went to the Olympics and straight into the NBA.
Right. Well, we won the Final Four.
Who did you beat? Do you remember?
Oh, yeah, we beat Iowa. Nice bunch of men, too. You know, you play against guys, and the guys at Iowa were first-class bunch of guys. You know, in fact, for years I kept up with them long after we played against each other. In fact, my counterpart, Bill Logan, who's a center, was the head of the Iowa Bankers Association. Years later, I went and speak to one of their conventions. Well, anyway, I was on the Olympic team. And in the gold medal game, we beat the Soviet Union by 35 points. We were kind of mean guys. See, in the tournament, we played a team from Thailand, okay? Their center is 5'10". And so you would say, well, these guys are competition, let's just walk through it. No. Let's find out how bad we can beat these guys. We were going to try to beat them by 100 points. I was thinking we got maybe to 80, 85. But I had a lot of fun. So after the Olympics, I went home, got married, and then went to Boston. And I had not talked to the Celtics before that. I was really an amateur. And I got there, and we had an idea of what it was going to be. It took about half an hour to work that out. And so in these 13 months, the Final Four, the Olympic gold, and my rookie year, we won the NBA. So we were in the college championship, the World Amateur Championships, and the Professional Championship in 13 months. And that's a pretty good run.
Is it true that when you went to Boston that Walter Brown, the owner of the Celtics, and Red Auerbach and Bill Sharman met you at the airport?
Well, I think Red was on the road.
Oh.
But Bill Sharman, no, it was all three of them, you're right. Red, Walter Brown, and
Bill Sharman.
Bill Sharman. Now, Walter Brown was one of the most marvelous people I've ever encountered.
The owner of the Celtics.
Yes. See, there were things that the Celtics did that I don't think are common knowledge. The first black player drafted in the NBA was a guy named Chuck Cooper from Duquesne. The Celtics drafted him. And at the draft, one of the other owners said to Walter Brown, "You know he's colored." And Walter Brown said, "I don't care if he's polka dot. That's who we drafted." Okay, fast forward. The Celtics were the first NBA team to start 5 black guys. It was an accident, and I'll show you how the Celtics were. We had been doing it for over a week and didn't know it until we read about it in the paper. See, Tommy Hudson was one of the forwards, and he got injured. And so his substitute went in and filled in until Hudson got back. And so he had 5 black guys start. And like I said, we didn't know about it until we read the paper, because this was these are guys in our rotation, you know. And so now you got first black guy signed, the first 5 black guys starting. We had a guy named Sam Jones from North Carolina College, one of the, quote, traditional Negro colleges. Well, we drafted Sam in the first round. That was the first time in any sport that a guy from one of the Negro colleges was drafted in the first round. You see, the difference is, if you drafted in the first round, you're on the team, you have to play your way off. If you drafted in the second round, you got to make the team. And so your compensation is different. So Sam was our first pick. And turned out to be a great, great pick. And then the Celtics were the first team to hire a black coach.
You?
Yeah. And the way that happened was Auerbach says to me, "I'm retiring. And I'll have to pick the next coach. And I will not hire anybody that you do not approve of 100%. So he says, what we're going to do is you make a list and I'll make a list of 5 guys that'd be okay with you, and I'll have 5 guys okay with me. And whoever's on both lists is just who'll get the job." Well, there was nobody on both lists. And so Red says, "Well, I'm going to hire this one guy." I says, "Red, if you hire him, I will retire with you." "What's the matter? Don't you think he's a good coach?" I said, "It'll make a difference. I don't even want to be in the same room with him." So he said, "Well, what am I going to do?" Well, going back, he had offered me the job first. And I said, "Red, I watched the stuff you went through. No way." And so he said, "Well, what am I going to do?" I said, "Okay, I'll take it." I said, "Here's the deal, though, Red. I'll take the job. If it doesn't work, we'll know after by the All-Star game. And if we agree it's not working, you can hire anybody you want, and I'll guarantee to give them 100% cooperation." But we never got to that.
So that was the deal.
Yes.
That's 1966, right? You're the first
Yes.
black, not only a coach, but a player coach. What is that? Had there been other player coaches in the NBA?
I don't know. You know,
And no assistant coaches. I mean, people today must be shocked. There are so many, I don't know how many assistant coaches there are.
well, Red says, do you want an assistant? I said, no. He said, why not? I said, okay, Red, give me one of your assistants. Well, Red had never had an assistant. Okay. So I asked him, why don't you have an assistant? He said, that's just another guy you have to coach. And the atmosphere in Boston would have been detrimental to the situation, I thought, if I had an assistant coach. Because half a season into it, they said, well, the head guy's doing all the coaching. Russell's just a figurehead. No matter what. Well, if I was going to coach, I wanted to be the coach. Okay? And so that's the way I was doing it. And it's very interesting that Red's last year as a coach, he got thrown out of 22 games, including the All-Star game. And so as the captain, I had to take the rest of the game. So I went in with some experience on how to do it. And we had, as a captain, we used to play gin rummy at night after games because neither one of us could sleep after a game. And we talk about coaching philosophy. And what he wanted to do was set up a system, make sure that everybody knows it, and then get the hell out the way. And that was the way he coached. And that's the way he got the team together. Because I trusted him completely. And he used to do some things that I'd asked him about. For example, I played for Boston for 13 seasons. And during that 13 seasons, we only made one trade. And we picked some guys up after they retired, and we give them another year. But he never said to anybody, the way you played there, you got to play different here. I got you here because the way you played there, so I don't want you to change. That's the way I want you to play. And so guys did not have to, quote, to play for the Celtics, did not have to learn a new way of playing. He got you there for where you were before you got here. And he had a place for you in that system.
Why did he get thrown out of so many games?
Pause for a second.
Oh.
We're back.
Why did Red Auerbach get thrown out of so many games? Did it serve a purpose, or was it just his personality?
A combination. He was never going to sit on the sideline and say, what the heck? He says, my team, I can't get my team to fight for me if I won't fight for them. In fact, my first game, referee called goaltending, which was not goaltending. Red went nuts. He got to yell and scream and stomped until the referee called a technical on him. And, but they were careful after that when they called goaltending. That was his purpose. And after the game, I said to Red, you're the first coach since high school that looked out for me. He says, I can't expect my players to fight for me if I won't fight for them. That's just the way I coach. It wasn't you. Thanks, Red.
Could you talk a little bit? You played on storied Celtic teams. You won 11 championships in 13 years. Just a little bit of personality sketches of the various players on the team, like Sam Jones and, you know, what they were like?
Well, I'll tell you, first of all, more important to me than winning 11 championships, we won 8 in a row. That is difficult. You know, because you got to do the same things without repeating yourself, which takes some planning. Well, I played with some guys that we had a family. I liked all the guys except for 2, and they will never know who they were. You know, and these 2 I was ambivalent about, you know. Bill Sharman, most thoughtful player ever played with. He did everything by the numbers and would fight at the drop of a hat and was always throwing sombreros around. I think Sharman led the league in fights. Cousy could not fight, okay? So one of the things Red did was very interesting. We used to play at Syracuse, and their guards used to beat up Cousy. Just beat him up. Okay, that's a foul. But we're going to still beat him up. So Red got so incensed about that. So one night he says, okay, we had a guy named Jungle Jim Luskatoff. Big, look like he'd been lifting weights and all that. He says, Lusky, listen, I want you to watch. The first guy that hits Cousy, I want you to turn around and knock the hell out of Dolph Shays. Shays was their best player, and he played forward. So over here, this guy hits Cousy, whack! And Shays said, what the hell's going on? Why'd you hit me? You know? In fact, the next time we played there, all the fans had cardboard hatchets. And said Luskatoff was a hatchet man. But what they hadn't noticed was every time the guy hit Cousy, that was a clue for Luskatoff to hit Shays. And so they figured out that maybe we shouldn't be beating up on Cousy, you know. And so Red always had a purpose for everything he did, you know. And
Cousy was the star of the Celtics when you arrived.
Yes.
Right? How did the 2 of you get along?
Perfect. There was never any negative exchange between the 2 of us. In fact, I took the attitude, I don't know if it was proper, but Kuz was not a stalwart on defense, okay? How's that? Is that okay?
Gentle.
Yeah, okay. But I never complained to him or to anybody. I looked at the situation and I talked to Kuz about it. And I says, well, when this guy comes up and you guard him, make him go left if he's right-handed. And as soon as he gets past you, run to the center. So I don't want him to be able to throw a bounce pass to the center because he can't throw it over the top because I won't let him. Okay? So now, Kuz intercepted a lot of passes because they tried to throw a bounce pass and he was in the lane. And so I used to lead the league way lead in block shots. Well, the great majority of them were all Kuzi's man. And we turned that, and then he and I would talk, and one day he says to me, you know, on the rebounds and block shots, you come on the ball, you're looking for me. When the shot's taken, I'll run over to this spot over here. It's halfway between the free throw line and the half court on the left side. And so if we're on the road, I look for the green. Then out of the corner of my eye, I didn't have to turn around and look. I could catch the ball, catch the rebound, and just change direction. He would take 2 dribbles and then we'd have a layup. And so I felt, see, my whole thing was I found out that in order to get any recognition, I would have to change my complexion. And so what I decided to do, and I was in college also, tried to win every game. And so when my career's over, they said, so-and-so's better, he's better, he's better. In fact, my second year in the league, the players, in those days, we had to vote for the MVP. You could not vote for your own team, but you could vote for anybody you wanted. Well, I was overwhelming MVP. It wasn't even close. The writers, or the media, whatever you call it, picked me second team all league. So I think I'm still the only guy that ever got an MVP and be second team all league. And so I wasn't going to let that bother me. Because my emphasis was on winning on a team game.
Why did Cousy never referred to Red Auerbach as Red? Is that right? He had eccentricities.
Yeah, what did he call him? Arnold.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Well, you know, it started out a kind of a shaky relationship, but evolved into a good relationship. When Cousy was a senior at Holy Cross, Red when it came to his pick, he did not pick Cousy. Because Red's theory about winning was put a team together that can play against the best team, and the rest of it will take care of itself, which is solid, I think. Well, the dominant player was a guy named George Mikan, incidentally one of the great guys that ever played in the NBA. So there was a kid, a big guy from Bowling Green, could match Mikan physically, and he had some skills. So Red drafted him. And I asked Red, well, what happened? He says, well, the press in Boston tried to crucify Red because they said how stupid he was not to draft Cousy. But everybody knew he was the best player in the world. So Red said, well, that's the way I want it. That's the way I think I should do it. One of the guys says, well, we're going to run you out of town. You've insulted all of us. And besides that, you're a Jew, and we don't like Jews either. So I asked Red, how'd you handle that? He says, I'll just outlive the bastards.
So he had some of Mr. Charlie's advice, or your mother's advice. That's their little red wagon.
How's that?
That's their little red wagon.
Oh, yes.
Upset about it.
Oh, yeah, that's, see, Red knew what he's doing. I don't know if most people know this. Red used to practice with us. He was a decent shooter, and we had a game, we played 21, and he'd be out there with us all the time. See, he played college ball. In fact, my first tournament in college, was the all-college tournament in Oklahoma City. And very interesting. The coach of Wichita, who was, it was 8 teams. We were seeded 8th, and Wichita was seeded 1. So what they do to you, if you're seeded 8th, they throw you to the Wolves. You have to play the top seed team the first game. So it's like a warm-up for them, okay? So the coach says he never heard of the USF. He thought it was San Francisco State. Well, when we got ready for the tournament, he found out it was USF. So he sent his brother out to scout us. Well, he picked the last game we lost in college to scout us, UCLA at Westwood. So he says, guys, I don't know anything about these guys. This is just before the game. He said, I don't know anything about these guys, but my brother scouted them, and he's going to give you a quick rundown. So his brother said, well, guys, I don't know how to tell you this, but these guys cannot play a lick. In fact, most of the good high school teams in the state of Kansas can beat these guys. They got 2 guards. We changed one of the guards since the last game that we lost. And so the 2 guards can't put the ball in the ocean. Well, one of those guards was a guy named Casey Jones, who was a fair player. He said, they got this tall colored kid that plays center. He does not do anything. And they never passing the ball. In our system, they never had a play for me to shoot. So all he does is stand around, and he jumps a lot. Sometimes for no reason, he just stand there and jump. And so don't worry about it. Just go out and just run about the gym, and then the subs can play the rest of the game. I don't think that coach can play you started over 15 minutes. So the game starts. 3 minutes into the game, they call timeout. The score was 25-3. They couldn't, first of all, Case and Perry, full court press, they couldn't get the ball over half court. And when they got over half court, they'd throw up a shot, I'd block it, and they'd shoot layups. And so it was a disaster for them. Halftime, we were 30 points ahead. And then the next game, we played Oklahoma City University, and we only beat them by 19. And so the championship game, we played George Washington. That's where Red went to college. And he played his coach was still coaching. And so, started the second half, we outscored them 22-1. And so, after the game, Ron Hart, Red's old coach, college coach, called Red up at midnight. Hey, Red, I just saw something. I just saw the player. That's the one you want to get for the Celtics. Now, he's a junior. So you got 2 years to figure out how to get him for your team. And so that's when Red started to work on getting me to Boston.
Can we pause for a second? We're back.
You know, it's amazing to me, you're talking about games over nearly 60 years ago. Do you think any athlete at the level you played remembers these? They're still vivid to you?
Well, you know, I'll tell you what, my late wife was always trying to do something for me. And so I bought her, both of us got computers at the same time. And she had her computer, I had my computer. And so, and learned her computer, she started going on eBay and see if there's anything on there. So one day she says, I got something for you. What's that? It's a basketball game, University of San Francisco, 1955. And I think you in college did and played at the University of San Francisco. So we have a video of it, a tape. So we sat down and turned it on. And I said, oh, that's Oregon State at USF. She said, how'd you know? I said, I just saw that introduction. And I told her, truthfully, every play before it happened for the whole game. And she said, now how do you remember that? That was 40 or 50 years ago. I said, there was a time before I tried to consciously stop doing it. I remembered every play of every game I ever played. I did that for scouting purposes, so that if I play this guy again, I know exactly what he does. See, because my defense was not reaction, it was action. You come up to me, Taylor, and you're a player, and you have a shot you want, I don't know. I'm gonna make you take the shot I want you to take. And then I play that.
That's a remarkable way your brain works, though. I mean, the only thing that I know that's comparable to it is friends of mine who can remember the lyrics of every music, because that's an emotional tie. Their head is stuffed with lyrics from music from their childhood, but you can remember plays over a long career like that. It's really
even now, I've tried constantly to forget most of them. I remember plays that I did in high school. The game that I got the scholarship from, we were playing Oakland High at Oakland High. And I had 1, 3, and 5 leading scorers in the conference on my team. So there was not much left over. Okay? So we had a close game. In the first half, I scored the last 3 baskets of the first half. So we went into the second half up by 1 point. We get down to the last few minutes, and I scored the last 4 baskets for my team. And we won by 1 point, I think it was. Well, I remember every one of those plays. And they were all hustle plays, get them offensive rebounds. But mostly for scouting for me, because I was never going to be reacting the second time I played against you. The first time you might do a move and, hey, okay, don't do it again.
At McClymonds, just for historical purposes, at McClymonds, your high school, you were there at the same time Frank Robinson, the baseball player, was. Did you know him? Is that?
Yeah, of course. Frank, in fact, today, if I run to Frank, he'll tell me, I was a better basketball player than you at McClymonds. What's remarkable about Frank, he's a really good guy. And my coach in high school was a wonderful, wonderful man. He was the only white guy that would let the black kids play on his American Legion team. And so at one time, he had 13 guys in the major leagues. And Frank was one of them, Vader Pinson, and just as important, a guy named Kurt Flood. These guys, And I'll tell you the truth, when we were in high school, Frank was a great player, but all we ever heard about was a guy named J.W. Porter. He played for Oakland Tech, a big red-headed guy. And according to the local press, J.W. could walk on water without getting his ankles wet. But Frank, you know, he might have been all city, but J.W. was the man. Well, I'll tell you a story about Frank, if you don't mind. We're in a golf tournament down in San Diego. Sitting to my right is Frank Roberts. Sitting to my left, Bob Gibson, a Hall of Fame pitcher. So I brought up a conversation. I said, Frank, don't you hold a record for the most hit by a pitcher in the major leagues? He said, yeah. I said, who hit you the most? So Bob Gibson was one of the few college guys in the major leagues when he was in the major league. You know, he went to Creighton. So Bob is embarrassed by this, sincerely embarrassed. So he says to me, Bill, let me tell you, I did not want to hit him all those times. He said, but Frank put his left elbow over the plate. So he took away the inside pitch. You couldn't throw inside because he was up over the plate. If you threw the inside pitch, you'd hit him. So he says, one day I decided I'm just not going to hit him anymore. I'm just not going to do that. So I threw a pitch on the outside. We never did find that baseball. He said, well, I guess I'll have to hit him.
At USF, was it at USF you also high jumped with Johnny Mathis, the singer?
Well, Taylor, you got it backwards.
I got it backwards. He high jumped with you.
Aha!
All right.
No, I was just kidding.
Yeah.
No, he's been a friend for at least 60 years. And he was a good high jumper. I was in the top 5 in the world, including my freshman year. And I went to a track meet up at University of Nevada, Reno. And I set the field record in high jump. It lasted 3 weeks. Johnny Mathis went up there and broke it. And I never forgave him for that either. But he was, he played, he's a good basketball player. So we had a summer league, and he played at it. So we had an awards dinner, okay? So all the guys in the league were at this dinner. And so for the entertainment at the dinner, the MC said, we're going to have one of our participants sing a song for us. Oh, boy. No one knows any basketball player that could sing. Okay. So he gets up a cappella and sings Strange in Paradise. After the song, dead silence. Nobody in the place could believe what we just heard. He was so good, and nobody even suspected he could sing. And so none of us were ever surprised when he went on to this great career.
He has had a great career since. Let's cover just a few of the other Celtics that he played with, to do personality sketches of I know you talked about Sam Jones a little bit, but I think I remember you were saying that he could be exasperating because on the one hand he was a great leader, on the other hand you would tell him to call the plays and he would say, I don't call the plays. So,
Well, it started out when Sam was a rookie. In practice, Sam was as good a player as I'd ever seen. Okay? So on the way home, I let him, because the way the salary structure was, you didn't get paid until the season started. So all through training camp, all you got was meal money. So I brought Sam home with me, and they stayed with me until he started getting paid. Okay? So all the way home after practice, I said, Sam, you can really play. He said, I know it. So I said, why don't you play like that all the time? You could be first team all league. You could make a lot of money. He said, I don't want to do that. I said, why not? I do not want to have to play like that every night. He says, that'll wear you out as much as playing. The responsibility of, you know that if you don't play well, the team not doing well. I said, okay, Sam, I can live with that. You know, and so Sam could have been I thought, one of the all-time greats if he had wanted to. It was great, I thought. Because in our run of, he was on 10 championship teams. He was never an innocent bystander. And at least 6 times that I can recall, Sam took the shot that meant the season. And he never hesitated to take the shot, and he never missed. Now, a couple of other guys were, like Tom Heinsohn. Everybody thought of him as a big, gruff, hard-nosed guy. Tommy was an artist and a poet. He said, Heinsohn, a poet? You know, and one of the all-time, for me, one of the all-time good guys. Okay? And one of my teammates, one of my favorite teammates.
you said that Red had to motivate him differently than he motivated you, right?
Well, Red had a system he'd figure out. Part of his strategy was, how many minutes can you play in a row and be effective? And so he'd start Heinsohn, at the end of 6 minutes, he'd take him out. And no matter how he's playing. And so Heinsohn said this great public statement, Red, you hold me up to public scorn. And Red says, to hell with it. He said, why are you taking him out up 6 minutes? If he's playing good, he's tired. If he's not playing good, if he's not tired, he ain't playing good. So at 6 minutes, get him out of there. And so Heinsohn considered Red using him as a whipping boy. And there was some justification for feeling that way. You know, and but Red actually really cared for the players.
What about Ramsey?
Now, you know, Ramsey,
Frank Ramsey.
we got along from the first moment we met. And because Frank and I were only interested, we're both interested in, only interested in one thing, winning. And that's his whole thing. Now, Red used I call it almost a sack job, but Frank is too smart to use a sack job. Frank when he got there, he had been in the Army. And he got there, he was playing with us on weekend passes. So we was always coming off the bench. And so next year, Frank is coming off the bench. And Red talks to him and says, now, you should be a starter. And I will never refer to you as second team. I will call you my sixth starter. And you will always be my first substitute. Well, that took care of, all of us had egos, and all of us wanted to be started or whatever. So Frank bought it. So Frank personified sixth man. In fact, they named an award in the NBA after what Frank started. And I'll never forget one night I got one of my front teeth knocked out. I never had anything like that happen. So I look at this, one of my front teeth in my hand. And I don't know what to do. So I said to Frank, look at that. And Frank took out his bridge, where was both his front teeth. He said, here, Russ, look at that.
He was from Kentucky, right?
Yes, and you know what's really funny was, his coach had said they shouldn't let these black guys play, or the Jews either. And coming from that atmosphere, Frank and I never discussed it. We were teammates with this idea we both win, and both us showed the other guy complete and total respect. You know, and I never get after one of our championships, Frank says, hey, Russ, after the season's over, why don't you come down and spend a week with me down in Kentucky? I said, Frank, you're a good guy. There's no way in hell I'm gonna go spend a week in Kentucky.
How about Havlicek? He took that sixth-man role from Ramsey, right?
Yeah, Frank showed him how to do it. And as Havlicek had played in college, you always hit the open man. Well, in pro ball, you set up so the best shooter gets the shots, you know. And so we give him Havlicek the ball, and nobody even in 10 feet, and he's looking for somebody to pass to. Havlicek, shoot the ball. Okay. So this goes on for a while. So one night he took us up, shot 38 times. So, to show you the kind of guys we were and what kind of team we had, we get the trainer to leave the bench early and go to the locker room and fill a tub with ice. And so when we came out of the game, after the game, we all iced down Havlicek's arm.
Because he had shot so, yeah.
Well, you know, we all had something we did well. And we always tried to put our teammates in a position to do what they did well. So that every play consists of 5 guys doing something. And so that when you got an open shot, because we all worked to get you an open shot. And That was part of our thing. And it's like we almost developed what we call the Celtic way. Is that the attitude was be kind to your teammates. Now, what does that sound like in pro ball? Well, what do you mean by be kind? Well, first of all, what is kindness? Kindness is an act of strength. I can do this, and I will do that. Okay? That's strength and kindness. Okay? So, like Satch was guarding Bill Bradley one night in Madison Square Garden. And Bradley was shooting him out the gym. I mean, he was good moving without the ball. So I says to Satch, hey, Satch, this is the time when I said, that's something you ought to know. On the Knickerbocker uniforms, there's a small number in front and a big number on the back. I know you haven't seen that small number. But there is one. So, the story happened. Bill Bradley told me about it. That same game. Bradley's having a good night. So we lined up for free throws. Me and Willis on that side, Satch and Bradley on the other side. I was a captain, so I called timeout. I walk across the lane. Now, I don't know if this language is okay for your thing, is.
I think it'll be all right.
So I walk over to Satch, and Bradley, who told me the story later, because I pointed to Bradley, I says, can you guard that motherfucker? Now that shocked Bradley. He'd never been called that before. That was the idea. Satch said, yeah. I said, well, guard him, God damn it. And went back across the lane. And Bill Bradley told me the story later. He said he never hit another shot. He said because I had thrown him off, you know. And that was the idea of we should try all kind of weird things to get.
So your comment was aimed at Bradley, not
Oh,
so
yeah.
much at Satch.
Right. Looking at Satch, but it was aimed at Bradley.
Yeah, yeah.
We pause for a second.
Sure.
We're rolling again.
I'd like to shift a little bit to talking about race themes. You've talked about them a little bit growing up, that your mom didn't want you around white folks, and that when you went to USF for the first time, you were in a sea of white folks,
right,
and Jesuits to boot, on a Jesuit campus there at San Francisco. But obviously, you've dealt with race your whole life. A lot of the talk that you've when we've discussed it had been basically about perspective and how people see things and what people are not conscious of. If I'm not mistaken, you said that the first time you went to the movies and you saw King Kong, the movie, you came out of there with a different perspective than anybody else in the theater.
Yeah, I think so. I'm looking at this big old gorilla, okay? And he's been taking these sacrifices, obviously for years and years. The first time they put a white woman out there, he fell in love with her. Now, I just thought that was odd.
But most people didn't. Most people saw that as the romance of the film. You said that often he'd had sacrifices of African women that he would come and take them and kill them and probably eat them. But the first time he puts a white woman out there, he falls in love with his food.
Yeah.
So it's just how people look at things and what people take for granted. You said, was it your high school coach that said you can't fight on the basketball court because if black kids fight, it's a riot, and if white kids fight, it's a skull?
Yeah, this is the same guy that my high school coach, he says, let's keep things in perspective. No fighting. It's not because I'm afraid that you're afraid. I don't think that at all. But if we get into 3 fights, we are a bunch of thugs. And you know, no matter how well we play, just those thugs from the climbers. Well, so when they find out how good you are, there'll be guys that try to pick a fight. Because that's the only way they think they can compete. Well, when they try to pick a fight, you don't fight, you play harder. And you beat them with a game of basketball.
So you have to play harder because in effect the race, you have to make up for that.
Yeah. Well, I know when I was a rookie with the Celtics, none of the guys in the league had ever seen me play because I played on the West Coast. And this guy I played against told me this story years later. He was a center for the Fort Wayne Pistons, then before they were Detroit. And we started the game, he'd never seen me play. And the first 5 shots he took, I blocked him. Well, his coach had been a referee, had a real scratchy voice, and you could hear him all over the gym. And he says, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, let that rookie embarrass you like that. Damn rookie, look at him, making you look bad. You embarrassed all of us. And so this guy's listening to this for about 5 minutes. And he says, now I got to get out of this. What am I going to do? Okay. I know that he will fight. Okay. So I'm going to hit him. We're going to get in a fight, and we'll both get thrown out of the game for fighting. There were a couple things he did not know. I would never fight in the first quarter. We get to the last quarter now, we can talk about it. Okay? So he just turned around and hit me in the chest. Whack! Knocked my breath out of me. And so I just looked at him. And I didn't say a word because I used to never talk. And so what he did not know, that between high school and college, I had worked in the shipyards, San Francisco Naval Shipyard. And we had a lunchtime volleyball competition. And so I learned how to spike the ball. You know, we passed on spiking. So the next time he shot, I spiked it right in his head. That's no foul. That's competition. The next 3 times he shot, the 3rd time he shot and ducked.
Speaking of race in basketball, and I want to transition after the break to talk a little bit about your time in Boston. The Celtics, as you said earlier, were the first team in the NBA to draft a black player. They were also, Boston, the Red Sox, were the last baseball team to take a black player. Not until 12 years after Jackie Robinson did they get Pumpsie Green. So when you were in Boston, it was a city that was just its two sports teams were the first and last on that.
Yeah.
How racial? How did you learn about race in Boston?
Well, it didn't take very long. Look, not long after I got there, they started having problems with the busing and all that kind of stuff. And they were very negative about it. And like a couple of the sports writers told Heinsohn that they would never vote for me for anything. Okay? I'll give you an example. 1969. We were our second championship in a row. Okay? They had a parade on Friday afternoon. Friday morning, a reporter from the Boston Herald walked into Red's office and said, "Are you satisfied with the coaching you had this year?" Red said, "What the hell are you talking about? We just won a championship." He said, "Yeah, but if you'd had a better coach, couldn't you have won more regular season games?" All it was, they did not want Bill Russell or any black guy coaching their Celtics, which finally had become theirs. And Red says to me, calls me up after the guy leaves. He says, "Do you believe this?" I said, "Red, it doesn't make any difference. I'm not going to do that stuff anymore anyway." That's how I announced I was retiring. And the reason I never said anything about retiring before, there had been a tradition with the Celtics. The guys announced before their last season, before the season starts, that this is going to be their last year. Well, Sam Jones had announced that this is going to be his last year. There's no way I was going to ever rain on Sam's parade and say, "Well, I'm retired too." No, that's not. You can't do that. Not to a player I held in such high esteem as Sam Jones. Mm-hmm. So Red says to me, "Don't tell anybody, because I got to try to change your mind." Tell you how respectful Red was. He never, ever mentioned that again. And because when he decided to retire as a coach, I said, "Red, why don't you coach one more year and I can retire with you?" He says, "No, I've had it. This is it." And I never brought that up again, because I respect that he was an intelligent, thoughtful man. And if he decided to do that, all you could do is say, "It's been great fun, Red." That's all you could do. Mm-hmm. And that's the same thing he said with me. In fact, tell you how the Celtics were to me. I call them my Celtics. That's Walter Brown and Red Auerbach. In the middle 60s, Walter Brown called me up and says, "I need to talk to you." "Okay. When do you want to do it?" He says, "Well, when can you get in here?" I said, "Well, Walter, I don't have a job. I can come in right now." He says, "I'll wait for you." So I go into Walter Brown's office, and he's sitting there with his desk is full of papers and stuff. He says, "See these papers?" I say, "Yeah, not very neat." He says, "Those are the papers of the Boston Celtics. Those are the books for the Boston Celtics. And the reason I'm showing them to you is I want you to go through them. We don't pay you enough. You know it, I know it, and anybody that's interested knows that we don't pay you enough. But I'm already paying you more than I can afford, because we're losing money. But I want you to know that we know that you're underpaid. And we can afford to pay you more now. But as soon as if we make enough money that we can, I'll make it up to you. And he says, because you never held us up. You could have held us up, but you didn't. And I want you to know that I appreciate it. As a consequence, after Walter died, my last contract with the Celtics, Red gave me an 8-year, no-cut contract at 35. That means I could play for the Celtics if I wanted to until I was 43. But in order to collect it, I did not have to play. I could bring my doctor in and say, I want to play this year. But my doctor says he doesn't think I can do it. Then they got to pay me for that year. Now, I only played 1 year on that contract, and then I left. And they said, well, why did you take the money? I said, I could not take money that I did not earn. I got that from my father.
Yeah. Same reason he didn't want your money. You
Right.
earn it. Yeah. All right, let's take a break. Is that all right?
Okay, we're going now.
Let's talk some about your philosophical views and also public life outside of sports. We're going to talk more about sports too. But from very early on, it seemed to me that you started thinking about how sports fit into other life. You used to say even that sports was a mixture of art and war, and that it was like politics, religion, and the arts, that sports could gather people. When did you start thinking philosophically about the place of sports in life?
Well, I think it, when my high school coach told us no fighting.
Mm-hmm.
You understand me? And you have to be aware. I think the key phrase to me has been, it is far more important to understand than it is to be understood. And so, take things as they come. It's like you walk into this room, and it is. Now, what's good or bad is your perception. Right or wrong is your perception. And after you make a judgment, the next question is, what are you going to do about it? Okay. So, now, if you lose control, you will end your life being a bitter, annoyed old man. But if you take control of your life as much as possible, because you understand, then you then have a chance to be happy. You know, because now, when I was in college, I found out that there were not any blacks that were top of their field, no matter what sport. Now, you take Willie Mays and Mickey Mantle. If Willie Mays had hit 100 home runs in a season, Mickey Mantle still would have been the best baseball player. Now, really could get annoyed by that. Or he just go out and say, well, next year I have to hit 200. And go, you know what I mean? And so, like my junior year in college, I may have told you about it. We were 28-1. We won the Final Four. I was outstanding player in the Final Four. I was first team All-American. Averaged 20 points and 20 rebounds, and they never counted block shots until 4 or 5 years after I retired from the NBA. Okay? So, first team All-American. We go to Northern California sports banquet, and they picked another center's player of the year. Now, I could have been injured. But what I did, for me eternally, I dismissed that award as something that I would like. And I really was able to do that. And so I had made up my mind that I was going to be the best basketball player I could be. And this team, I have no regard for the coach or the rest of the players. All I thought about was being the best basketball player I could be. Well, I was very good, and that made my team win. But I wasn't going to let my self-esteem be tied up on what others said about what I was doing.
Mm-hmm.
You see, it's like
You said that the Celtics had more fun than any team around. Was that essential to winning, or was that an accident?
I think it was essential to winning. Because it may sound overblown, but we actually looked out for each other. And if a guy was having a bad night, we would counsel him. Always use humor.
Toughening humor, right? You made
Yeah.
fun of him.
Yeah.
You couldn't be thin-skinned and be a Celtic, right?
Right. Well, you know, I know if a guy's having a bad time and it's hurting our team, how can we help him out? Well, first of all, we could help him out physically. But let him know that mentally we were there for him. If he needed help, we'll give it to him. And he should not be ashamed to ask for help. You see, in the macho world, men are usually reluctant to ask for help. Well, one night we were playing the Philadelphia Sixers in Boston Garden. And I was doing my very best, and not that well, Garden Will Chamberlain. Okay. I do it, he do it, and everybody in the building do it. So I kept hearing this whop sound, whop, whop, whop. And what it was, Casey was trying to help me out. So every time he went by Wilt, he'd hit him. And so I looked back and Casey going by, whack, and hit me. I said, time out, time out. We go to the bench, and Red says, what's the matter? I said, Red, excuse me. Casey, what are you doing? He says, what's the matter? You afraid, big fella? I said, you goddamn right I am. I said, you go right and hit him. I got to wrestle with that big monster all night. Like I said, now it's hard enough, but you gonna get him riled up and make him easy, make him impossible. And so it was Casey taking a chance to get into a fight to help me. Because he could see I needed help, you know, and it went all through the lineup that way.
When you were coming up into the pro sports, did you have any role models or athletes that you look up to at all, like Jackie Robinson? Or?
Well, Jackie, of course, in basketball was a guy named George Mikan.
The center for the Minneapolis Lakers?
Well, you know, when he started playing for DePaul, his folks thought he was going to a seminary to be a priest. And so his father said to him one night, George, there's a guy with the same name as you playing for DePaul. And they were shocked that that was their son that was playing for DePaul. And you see, when I was a kid in Oakland, in elementary and junior high school especially, Oakland had a minor league baseball team, the Oakland Acorns, who played in Emeryville. Well, we used to go out there. We couldn't afford to go in the park. And we wait and see if anybody hit a home run. You could take that ball and go in and get in. And so, but we found that the worst creatures to ever invade the earth were minor league baseball players. They would come out of the games and they see us and they call us the N-word, spit tobacco at us, and act indecently. So my view of professional athletes was not positive at all. So when I went to an exhibition game, the Lakers were playing, and this guy that went to, he asked if I wanted, he played high school ball with Jim Pollard, who was a big star with the Lakers. And he said, want to go to the locker room? I said, no, I don't want to go there with those people. You know, and so I said, I'll wait out here. So he goes in there. And so while I was waiting, George Mikan comes out. He sees me and he walks over. How you doing, big fella? Well, that was a real joke. Mikan was 6'10", 280, and I was 6'7", 100. And he says, how you doing, big fella? He said, you play center? I said, yeah. He said, well, he showed me a couple of moves that he used. And says, now listen, when you get out of college, you got to come play for the Lakers. Now, I couldn't even make my homeroom team. And college was, I had no scholarships or nothing. And so I'd been working at a shipyard to save enough money to go to college. I was going to pay my own way. So Mikan says, after you get out of college, you got to come play for the Lakers. And that was he was the number one guy in basketball. And he talked so nice to me. He wasn't condescending or anything. He was talking to me like I was another ball player.
Well, that's going back more than 50, 60 years or something like that. And we think race relations would have been horrible back then, and they were, because you've never been rosy about it. But you're saying that even back in those periods, there are always exceptions to the rule. This is a
well,
really
you know,
decent white
remember
guy.
I told you his folks thought he was going to be in the seminary.
Yeah.
And but he was just a good person. And I tell you, one of the greatest rewards I had was after George died, they had a private ceremony for his family. And I was invited. Because George and I had been friends. You know, we had a thing in LA, we did a TV show or something, and George says, Bill, I want you to do me a big favor. I need a big favor from you. I'll understand if you said no. I said, what is it, George? He said, I want to introduce you to my son. Are you kidding? That's a favor? You know. So he introduced me to his son. And he says to his son, I want you to meet Bill Russell, the greatest center that ever played basketball. And I said, George, people forget, you know, he won 3 championships in 5 years. He was the man in basketball. But it wasn't on television and all that, so most people didn't know that. But I was so flattered that this man had been so nice to me. You know, a lot of people say very, very insensitive things to kids. And I hope that I never do that. You know, because you can injure kids by not being just, well, I have this thing that how I get along. Let the first thing out of your mouth be your second thought.
Because the first one is the one that might injure a kid.
Yeah, or even you.
Yeah. I think one of your sayings was always that you don't believe there's any such thing as other people's kids.
Right. Well, I was speaking at a school in Fort Worth, Texas, and they were winding down the Vietnam War. And I said, instead of spending all that money killing peasants, we should take that money and repair our educational system because we haven't paid enough attention to it. And we haven't paid enough money to it. And so after the speech, one guy came and said, well, listen, your speech was all right except for one thing. What you talk about is raising my taxes. And why should I pay taxes to educate other people's kids? And I said to him, 2 reasons you should pay taxes. One, when you were 6 and your folks bottled you up and sent you off to school, there was a school there for you to go to. And your folks did not build it. It was there. And second, there are no other people's kids in the United States. That's the next generation of Americans. And if we don't educate them, we'll lose all the things that we think are important. Because if we're not one of the top educated societies, we will not be able to compete internationally. And so we have a choice of either building our schools or picking a war. And I don't think picking a war is the best option.
Would you talk a little bit about your relationship to the civil rights movement? I know because that was during your playing career, it was around for a lot of it. I know once you went to Mississippi in the summer of 1964 for Charles Evers, the brother of Medgar Evers, a year after he was killed.
Well, you know, I was never big on organizations. Mm-hmm. And the reason for that was if you say something as part of an organization, you can be dismissed as a mouthpiece for an organization. And so they don't have to deal with what you're saying. When Medgar Evers got shot, we had a memorial service for him in Boston. at the Boston Common. And I sat next to Charlie Evers, his brother. And so, I don't know what I was thinking. But I told him, there's anything I can do. Here's my home number. He used it. So he called me that summer and says, we've taken a hit. Morale-wise. And we're down the lowest we've been. And so we need somebody to give us a boost. To show somebody from outside cares. So I said, okay, what do you want me to do? He says, well, you know what would be a good idea? Right in your field of expertise, why don't you do some clinics, basketball clinics in Jackson, Mississippi, and surrounding towns. Invite everybody. Any kid that wants to come can come to your clinics. I said, I can do that. So I went down and did clinics. And I actually enjoyed myself. And Charlie says to me, you know we're not going to let anything happen to you. I said, okay. And so I had armed guards. I'll tell you, but they were like the Secret Service. You never knew they were around. But that gave me such a high.
That was 1964. This is Mississippi Freedom Summer. Schwerner, Cheney, and Goodman, the first three civil rights workers on the very first night, were murdered. It was a frightful place to be going to.
Yes.
And you're not exactly inconspicuous.
Well, you know, I was invited years later to the McDonald's High School All-Star Game, okay, in Indiana. And so I went there, and I had a good time. And after I spoke, they asked me to take a picture with each one of the participants, boys and girls. It was a boys' game and a girls' game. So while the female high school player of the year was a young lady from Colorado. And so she was, while they were setting the picture up, she says, Mr. Russell, I'd like to say something to you. You said something tonight in your speech that I will carry with me for the rest of my life. What? You said to us, do not be afraid. Because all decisions made out of fear are usually bad decisions. And you go into a new world from high school to college into the world. Do not be afraid, because you're all right. You got this far. Do not be afraid. Well, I may be not too bright, but I cannot recall the last time I was afraid. And the society I live in, every time I can do something, I see it as an opportunity.
Could you tell me a little bit about your relationships with the other civil rights figures from that period? Did you ever meet Malcolm X or Martin Luther King?
Well, I just briefly knew Malcolm X. Okay. I know Louis Farrakhan. He's been to my house a few times. Because he came out with, before he changed to Ali, it was Cassius Clay. And the reason Cassius was coming to my house was I was a gold medal winner in the '56 Olympics. And I always had affection for gold medal winners because I know what it takes, you know. And so I knew the March on Washington. I stayed in the same hotel as Reverend Martin Luther King. And so we met in the lobby and had a brief conversation. And I told him I was there for the march. And he invited me to go on stage with, when he made the big speech. And I respectfully declined. And the reason I declined was they had worked for a couple of years to put that thing together. And I hadn't done anything. And it would not be right, I didn't think, for me to go on stage and say, hey, listen, this is what we've done. And I hadn't done anything. So I sat in the first row and enjoyed it, but I didn't want to be one of those guys, hey, look at me.
Do you know if there's a photograph of you at the March on Washington? Have you ever seen one?
What's that?
Do you know if there's a photograph of you there?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
I don't think so. I was just one of the guys, one of the people there to support that.
Do you remember when he was killed? That's during the season in your next to last year, I guess.
Yeah. Well, when he was killed, we were playing a game the night he got killed in Philadelphia. And they asked both teams, what do you think? You think we should call the game off or play? Now, we think it would be a bad thing for the city of Philadelphia if we call the game off and you got 12, 13,000 people under great stress and really, really annoyed, that's a quiet way of putting it, on the streets. And so we say, what we'll do is we play the game and we keep these 12, 13,000 people in the game in time to cool off so that you don't have riots in the street in Philadelphia. That's the reason we played that game. Then we didn't play for a week or so. But those are things we thought about.
Mm-hmm. Did you know Ali much? After when you said...
Oh yeah, I knew him when he was a kid boxer. And always a fan. Because to reach the top of your field, it takes more than physical ability. You have to know what you're doing to get to the top of your field, no matter what the field. Because there are things you have to do to execute what it takes to be the top of your field. And so Ali was not only a great, great boxer, but he's a psychologist and a brave man. I was in Boston one day, and the guy says, I want you to disavow Muhammad Ali. What? I want you to put him in his place. I said, I'm not going to do anything like that. He said, you want to disavow? I said, heck no. He said, well, I think you ought to do that. I said, I don't care what you think. If I had a choice between you and Ali, you wouldn't even be in the race. Are you kidding? So he started calling me Felton X after that. You know, they used to call the Muslims with an X. You know, Malcolm X and all that. Us, you know.
Didn't you, when he got drafted, didn't you organize a group of...
I didn't organize, Jim Brown organized.
Jim Brown organized, but you joined it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Just to support his decision?
Yeah. Yes. Well, you see, the thing is, what you have to think about is, for his decision not to go in the Army, if you read what it was based on, arbitrarily they decided to change his status without a hearing or anything. Just, we're going to change it. Well, that's not right. You know, from what category he was in, I'm not sure, but they changed it to 1A. So now we're going to put you in the Army. Well, you can't do that. You know, there's a...
Was that... I'm groping for a way to ask, what was the time that you felt was most controversial, your most controversial stance?
Who, me?
Yeah, in your career, when you got the most heat for something that you felt or believed or said or didn't say?
Well, it started with, when I got to Boston, I had not started to shave. Okay? You know, you reach a certain age and you say, okay, now you shave. I hadn't reached that when I got to Boston. So I spent the first 3 or 4 months there explaining why I had a beard and why I shouldn't shave it off. And the more they questioned, the more I dug in my heels. You know? Because going back to college, as a freshman, they had to buy you a pair of shoes, basketball shoes. And I bought a pair of white ones. And the varsity coach says, we wear black shoes. I said, that's the varsity. This is the freshman team. He said, you should get black shoes so you'll be like the rest of them. I said, Coach, I had nothing I could ever do to look like the rest of these guys. There were 2 black guys there were 4 black guys on the varsity and the junior varsity, on the freshmen. So there's no way I was going to look like the rest of those guys. You know, and so one thing I got from my dad was to analyze and come to conclusions from my own perspective. See, I cannot tell you who your hero should be. And you'd be wrong if you think you could tell me who my hero should be. In fact, who was it? Bill Walton, who's a dear friend, and I think a really good guy, okay? We were talking about growing up, and at the end of the conversation, he said to me, we come from 2 different worlds. Really? You know, a friend of mine is a young guy named Yao Ming. He plays, he's retired now. He was playing for the Houston Rockets, and he asked if he could have a conversation with me. I said, okay. So he came to my house for dinner here. And we were talking about his career. And I said, there's one thing you should be very aware of and never lose sight of. You are a very tall Chinese man. Embrace it. I said, always embrace your mother and father and the culture you grew up in. And I said, always be true to who you are and what you are. And that, to me, is a positive thing, not a negative thing. Because you can be Chinese and love the Chinese without hating the Americans, which some people will try to conclude. You see, you can embrace who you are and what you are and be a positive impact in your life.
Let's pause for just a second.
Okay,
Okay, we're rolling.
we're ready to go? All right, we want to resume talking a little bit about your relationship with the city of Boston and how it changed from the time you were back there playing until modern days when you made peace to some degree with certain people there.
That never happened.
It never happened.
See, where other people thought I was bothered, but I was never bothered. I was, they got my attention about certain things, but I always was able to maintain control. Just like one of the things that annoyed the media there was they turned their head, they looked up, and I was gone. It just, I told Red, I'm finished. That I'm not going to do it anymore. He's the only one I told. And they were under the misconception that the things that they valued and the things that I valued were different. And as I told someone last month, I never, ever need to be validated. I came, I did what I did, and then I left. And just like I told those guys on NBA TV, they said, how come they never pick you as the greatest player ever played? I said, first of all, that's irrelevant, and I don't even get into that, because nobody can know who the best player was. Because there is not an accepted standard. So this is what the great player does. Now, spectators are the only real experts. Like, I want to tell you a story if you got time. I was working for CBS, and there was a game, the Lakers played the Sixers in Philadelphia. And Magic had to play center because Kareem was home with a migraine. And we were in a production meeting, and the announcer, who will go unnamed, started saying, we're going to have to start promoting, it's the sixth game. If the Lakers won, it was over. If the Sixers won, had to go to the seventh game. So the announcer kept saying, well, we're going to have to start promoting the seventh game no later than the end of the first quarter. So after the third time he said that, he said, I said, why are you saying that? He said, well, without Kareem, the Lakers can't compete. And that game will be over the first 8 minutes. I said, the Lakers are going to win the game. And you know what he said to me? You do not know what you're talking about. You know, normally I just let it slide. But that time I just didn't feel like letting it slide. I said, yes, I do. I said, I know more about playoff basketball than anybody you ever meet. He says, well, how can you say that? I said, there are certain criteria you use in playoffs. First, there's matchups. You take Magic out of the backcourt and you're left with Norm Nixon and Michael Cooper up against Andrew Toney and Maurice Cheeks. That's a wash. Nobody has the advantage. I said, the way Jamal Wilkes is playing, he and the Doc, that's a wash. The other forward, Jim Jones, and either Caldwell Jones or Chuck and Thunder.
You're rolling again.
Okay, so you said that those were a wash, and
Dale Dawkins, Caldwell Jones, and
of the Sixers.
Jim Jones. That would be a Sixers advantage.
Mm-hmm.
I said, but the guy that's left is completely out of it. He's got to try to guard Magic. Magic's big and strong enough to guard him, but he can't even catch up with Magic. In fact, Magic, I surmise, was the top 3 fastest guys in the league in foot speed. So this guy, Magic playing center, he never see Magic, in fact. I said, so, okay, that's just matchups. This will be the 6th straight game that the Lakers have played this Sixer team. During the way get to the 6th game, they've made adjustments. They made adjustments, so they're familiar. Okay, now, this is the first game that the Sixers will have played this Laker team with Magic at center. As great as Kareem is, you always know where to find him. He's down on the blocks, either left or right side. Magic, he might be selling popcorn for, you know, he'd be all over the building. Okay. So now, the Sixers are going to have to start making adjustments as they go along tonight. By the time they make adjustments to this team, it'll be late in training camp next season. I said, so if the Sixers were to play the best game that any team in the history of this franchise had ever played, they would still lose. They do not have a chance.
Wow, did you say that on the air too?
No, I said at the production meeting.
Right, right.
And so we go in there, and exactly what I told you would happen happened. Jamal Wilkes got 35 points. Magic was uncontrollable. The backcourt was washed. In fact, a kid named Brad Holland came off the bench and got 10 points. And so the Sixers never had a chance. Although they were a good team, they basically went to the sixth game unarmed.
Yeah.
You know, and so these are the kind of things you have to know to win the playoffs, because every game is different.
Let's go back.
If the coach is any good, that's okay.
Let's go back to where we were talking a little bit before about your famous autograph policy. You surprised me. I didn't know this by saying that you didn't have it when you first started with the Celtics, but it came about almost by accident a few years later over signing basketball.
In 1964 is when I finally made a decision. I'm not going to do that anymore.
Mm-hmm. And you said it had to do with signing basketballs?
Well, that's where it started. Well, and by that time, I started to get just a bit cranky. Okay. And off the basketball court, nobody could tell me what to do. Okay? That's Anita. We can yell at her if you want to. I spent from that time in '64, I think is when I stopped, until today. You'd be surprised that people try to figure a way to make me sign autographs. You know, and when I first took the coaching job in Boston, they asked me to do, Red asked me to do a couple of TV shows. And so this one guy says, well, now that you're coaching, you're going to have to start signing autographs. I said, no, I'm not. Hasn't Red called you and told you that you got to start signing autographs because you're part of management? I said, first of all, Red knew what I was before he offered me the job. I didn't just all of a sudden say, okay, now that I'm the coach, I'm not going to sign autographs. That's been my policy for years at the time. And I said, people keep asking me about that, and I want to tell you one thing, okay? If I say to you, I'm not going to sign autographs, that's the end of it. There's nobody you could tell that's, okay, you sign autographs. I said, if Almighty God said to me, you'll sign autographs, and I said no. Even he cannot make me sign autographs, if it's a he. He can strike me dead. But one of the things that God gave us all is a free will. And so, if I say I'm not going to do it, there's no point in talking about it. That's not going to happen.
Didn't you say that some of the Celtics faked your signature on basketballs, though?
Oh, yeah. Heinsohn, Ramsey, Sam, I think sometime Casey. They used to have a contest who could do the best Bill Russells.
So there are a lot of counterfeit Russell autographs out there on basketballs.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I can remember in the 70s being out at restaurants with you when people would come up right in restaurants and walk right up and ask you to sign an autograph. And my memory is that you would say, because usually they would have their kids there, you would say, if you want to sit down and say hello and have a conversation, that's fine, but I'm not going to sign an autograph.
No, I said, one of the kids one time asked me about signing autographs. I said, to me, to you, it is not personal. It's a matter of policy. I said, I don't sign autographs. That goes for everybody, not just you, you know. And I have a choice. and I make the choice. And so most of the kids understand it. One of the things I used to always joke about, the guy says, I want you to sign an autograph. I said, I don't want to sign an autograph. He said, for my kid? I said, that's a bad trade.
Am I right in remembering that when you were asked about playing for Boston, you would say you never played for Boston, you played for the Celtics?
That's right. I played for the Celtics.
For the team, yeah.
Well, you know, after I retired, I moved to LA right away. And I was a season ticket holder for 4 years for the Los Angeles Lakers. And they had a ceremony for Jerry West. And they said, would you come to? Of course, I like Jerry a lot. So while I was there, they put me in a box next to Jack Kent Cooke, who owned the team. That was an experience. Anyway, a couple of days later, I get a call from Jack Kent Cooke. He says, I've been thinking about it, and I made a decision. I'm going to get you to come out of retirement and play for the Lakers. So I said, aren't you paying a guy named Will Chamberlain a lot of money to play for the Lakers? Now, how would he feel about being a backup center? Jack and Cook didn't think that was funny. So I said, no, I don't play basketball anymore. And if I did, it would only be for the Celtics.
Yeah.
That's the only time I would play basketball.
Could you talk a little bit about your relationship with the Red Sox over the issue of throwing out the first ball and your mentoring foundation and how that developed into your retirement recently?
Well, when I was Tom Benito, the mayor of Boston, asked me to come back to the Democratic National Convention and co-host his receptions. And he held his receptions in community centers all around Boston. And so while I was there, my agent at the time had set up for me to go out. It was the last series of the year with the Red Sox and the Yankees. And so that's a big deal in Boston. So he had set up for me to go out and throw out the first pitch. And so he says, we got to be over Fenway by 11. I said, I'm not going to Fenway Park. He says, why not? I said, because I'm not. I have nothing to do with the Red Sox. He says, well, I've already set up. I said, well, you have to unset it because I'm not going to do it. I'm not have nothing to do with the Red Sox. I said, as far as I'm concerned, the Red Sox can burn in hell for eternity.
And why was that?
Well, when I was with the Celtics, the guy that owned the Red Sox said he would never have a black player. In fact, they were the last of the Major League team to get a black player. They do not owe me or any other black person anything. That's their business to run the way they want to run it. That does not mean I have to associate with them. So, I was at a reception, and some lady walked up and said she works for the Red Sox. I said, okay. She said, well, why don't you come out and throw the first pitch? I said, I'm not having anything to do with the Red Sox. She said, well, the Red Sox have changed. This is different. I said, when you show me that you have a program to facilitate the change, maybe we'll talk. That don't mean I'm going to come through. I said, you're not going to keep the same policy and get Bill Russell to come throw out the first pitch and said, see, we've changed. That's not just not going to happen. So, fast forward, I have a charity that I've been working with for almost 20 years. It's called Mentoring. And we have, so far, a very successful program. We started out with the name One-to-One, one mentor, one mentee. Last year, 2012, we passed 8 million volunteers throughout the country. Was it 8 or 4? 4 million, I'm sorry. 4 million volunteers throughout the country that are one-to-one mentoring. And, but it's not just black kids. It's kids. In the Boston chapter, we've got a lot of Hispanic kids, a lot of Asian kids, a lot of black kids, a lot of white kids. The only requirement is you be a kid. And some adult want to spend some time helping you get started. And we have found that the adults that volunteer to be mentors end up profiting more than the kids, because you find out on a very personal basis how you can be helpful.
So you asked the Red Sox to become active?
Well, no, I asked Red Sox, they had 3 or 4 owners. I said, I want one of those owners to go on the board of my charity. Not to say we support it, go on the board. They said, well, don't you want a player? I said, no, I don't want a player. It's not that I don't respect the players or not, but the owners can make policy decisions. And the owners are not likely to get traded away. So the players of the Red Sox are, as far as I met and talked with them, are nice bunch of young guys who are prone to be active in the community. And so I said, but it's not to insult them, that's not the point. Point, I want somebody from the Red Sox that can make decisions and policy. So we got one of the owners to go on the board. And he's done an absolutely marvelous job. In fact, most of the people in New England think that mentoring is a Red Sox program. I can live with that, you know, because that's the biggest voice in New England is the Red Sox. And they went all out. That's your fault.
How about this? We're going. So the Red Sox stepped up to meet your conditions and support the mentoring
Yes.
foundation.
What they did was they got twice a year at Fenway Park, they have step up to the plate for mentoring. And on the Green Monster, they have a banner that lists the number of people they brought into the mentoring program. And for every Red Sox game, there are 4 seats set aside for 2 mentors and 2 mentees that have been together for 3 years or more. They're the guests of the Red Sox. And they've encouraged their sponsors and their anyway, they encourage people that do business with them to start mentoring programs in their companies. So they've been really super.
So when did somebody from the Red Sox call you up and say, we think we've met your conditions, we've tried to make a change, are you ready to throw out the first ball?
I did.
How did that go?
Didn't get it over the plate, though.
Wow, how long ago was that you threw out the first pitch?
Well, it must be, it's more than maybe 6 years ago.
6 years ago. So after they won the World Series,
Yes,
the first time.
because my late wife and I went back there a couple of times. And the Red Sox did something very nice. They started a scholarship for one of the inner city kids in Boston and named it the Mayor Nault Russell Scholarship. And
Named it for Maryland.
yes, and that really pleased me a lot because that was my good friend.
And so then, how long after that was it that the city of Boston, was it the mayor who approached you about the statue?
Yeah, well, after I got the Medal of Freedom, and Obama says someday there'll be a statue in Boston for Bill Russell, and I told him I'd never forgive him for that. Because when Tom Menino first told me about the statue, I said, you know, a statue sounds to me a lot like a tombstone. And he says, why do you say that? I said, well, you know, if you really, truly believe in God, He does not need a marker to find you. So I said, I would be willing to be buried in an unmarked grave. Because of that, if you really believe in God, He doesn't need a marker to find you. He'll know exactly where you are. And so when Tom says, well, I says, and besides that, I don't need anything like that. He says, well, it's not so much for you as it is for the city. You've made a tremendous amount of difference in community and race relations. Because my way of thinking, I've not got past the place where we're beyond race. Even I ain't that dumb. But that can be, if you want it to be, a healthy part of community relations. That there is a difference. But they found out that when I made decisions, it was based on competence, not on race. And that's all that anyone could ask of anybody, is that if you're going to make a decision and race becomes a part of your decision-making process, what you have to really go to is competence. And like I used to always say, long ago, someone asked me, what would I think about a gay person playing the NBA? This was years and years and years ago. And I said, I have one question. Can he play?
We're okay, we're rolling again.
All right. So when is the statue going to be unveiled?
Well, after I conceded we could do it, I pretty much put it on the back burner. And so they give me, Tom says, if we do this, we're going to have you make all the key decisions. And first I looked at 5 different sites in Boston with the city manager to see where we're going to put it. And we ended up at City Hall Plaza, which is adjacent to the Freedom Trail and near the old State House. And we're going to put a little bigger than the alley, but it's going to be like the Valley of Champions. And so for all the teams that have won championship, we'll have a star lead up to the statue. And they're going to have some of my pet phrases like, there's no such thing as other people's kids. They're all next generation Americans. And a few things like that.
On the statue?
No, in the little plaques all around.
In the plaques, okay.
Yeah. So, but Tom did not have me convinced yet. And so he says, okay, we're going to set up a legacy foundation to support mentoring. And so every year we'll have fundraisers around the statue to raise money for mentoring. And that's a good way to get real personal community involvement in the educational system. And when you get that, you see, like I saw a thing on TV the other day, that in terms of literacy and all that kind of stuff, America's in the second 10, okay? Well, how are you going to maintain a viable part of the future if you don't educate the next generation? And the only way you can beat that is start a war.
Right.
You know, and so I don't think wars are helpful.
You mentioned getting the Medal of Freedom from President Obama. What was that experience like? And I understand that he
Well, I said at the
nice
time,
things to you.
I think he's an extraordinary nice man, first of all, and a good person. But they asked me, is that the highest honor you ever got? I said, it's second. And I said, second? Yeah. Second? Yeah. Well, if that's second, what was the highest honor? Well, when he was 75, my father said to me one day, you know, I'm very proud of you as my son. I'm also proud that I'm your father. And this is my hero. And you can't top that. Not coming from the hero.
But it was a good second, right?
Oh yeah, it was a good strong second.
So what did he say about your helping him become president?
He just said that it was guys like me that made it possible for him to be president. I said, I don't see that, but thanks anyway. You know, I really like him on a personal basis. The first time I met him, we were dedicating the start of the work on the Martin Luther King Monument in Washington. And so he walks to me, I know you, you're Karen Russell's dad. And you know, it's funny, that's the same thing Bill Clinton said the first time I met him. You know? And so it just feels funny being a parent to have somebody say that about you. And I said, what about chopped liver?
You also mentioned, speaking of mentors and role models, that you were the only basketball pallbearer for Jackie Robinson. Is that right? How did that come about?
Oh, the only non-teammate.
The only non-Brooklyn Dodger teammate.
Right. Well, when Jackie started with the Dodgers, I was 13. And he was the essence of an athletic hero to us that played ball, not just baseball or football, but ball. Because he was a man that played baseball. And at that time, up until then, there was nobody like that. You know, there have been guys that had notoriety, but they were not stand-up guys. And so when Jackie died, Rachel Robinson called me and said, I want you to be a pallbearer at Jackie's funeral. Well, that's right up there with a close number 3, okay? And so I said, of course, just tell me when and where. I think not a lot of kids from the projects in West Oakland get to be a pallbearer for Jackie Robinson. And so I said, why me? She said, you were Jackie's favorite athlete. Well, as far as fans and all that kind of stuff, nobody else comes close to that. You know, Jackie was our guy as a kid. I have to say that he turned around and respected me. And see, I took the attitude because of that. When I thought about it, I said, Jackie took us from point A to point B. First black guy in the major league sports, baseball. Well, when I got with the Celtics, I did not want to revisit that point A to point B. I wanted to go from point B to point C. That's why I was kind of halfway important that I coach. And the guy asked me once, how important is it to you, the first black coach? I said, it's not important. I said, first of all, I'm the best person for the job, for this particular job, and I know that. And second, it'll be important when coaches are hired and fired with no reference to race. Then it's important. So like now, coaches and managers are fired wholesale, okay? And nowadays, never is there reference to race.
Yeah. We should speak just a little bit here toward the end, because you mentioned Jackie as a role model, and about your relationship with some. We've talked about your teammates, but you also had some pretty celebrated rivals that you said your reaction with your relations with your adversaries were special because they made you play better.
Well, not only
Oscar and Wilt and Elgin Baylor.
Not only that, but at that time, with the NBA, I really seriously wished that every player in the NBA could find a position where he could play his best. Because then the people that went to NBA games would see the best players in the world playing their best. And I'd kick their ass at their best.
But that, in a way, didn't that indirectly lead to your part of your feud, I guess is not quite the right word, with Wilt, because he didn't play in your last game and you wanted him to make you earn it, that last championship?
Well, no, you know, I talked to Wilt about that. And I looked him in the eye and I said, Wilt, I apologize for the stuff I said. That was just hubris. You know, it was my last game and I knew it. And I didn't want anything to make it less pleasant to me. And the reason I said things about him that I should not have said was I was speaking to a college group in Iowa, I think, and there was a reporter in there mixed in with the kids. I didn't know he was a reporter, okay? And so we do this question and answer. He said, well, you never would have won that last championship if Wilt hadn't got hurt. Well, it annoyed me. Of course, when Wilt left the game, we were 17 points ahead. You know? And I went off on Wilt, and he had nothing to do with it. And so I looked him in the eye and apologized to him and said it was just hubris. I was, not only that, I was wrong.
But you did want him to be in the game because
Yeah,
you got
because,
something out of the competition.
well, no, well, also, as long as he's a game, we were 17 points ahead. I didn't want to change that.
You said once in one of your books here about Dr. King, I had the same reservation about Dr. King that I had about the Vietnam War, which is that the white people in Boston liked him, so I knew something must be wrong. I guess that's a light moment, because there was a time when they were kind of superficial about race relations, because
Yeah, well, the reason I was there that was also in Boston at the time was a guy named Detroit Red. I think it was Detroit Red, who later became Malcolm X.
oh,
And they would love to put them at opposites, you know, and so they choose the doctor. Well, I said, if these people choose him, I'm going to be suspicious.
well,
But, you know, what I always thought that, well, because I thought this way, it was a major problem, but there was not the solution. And those various R's, SNCC, NAACP, about 5 or 6 organizations fighting the same battle, but with different approaches. And I thought it was important that they all be able to maintain. You see, because when you get to a place where one organization speaks for a whole race, the race is in trouble because they're smart enough to figure out how to beat that. Mm-hmm. You know, that's like, I had a conversation with Nelson Mandela, and I told him how respectful I was of what he did. And one of the things he did not do, he did not disavow violence. Now, he was not going to advocate a civil war. But he said that if he'd say he turns his back on violence, all of his comrades trying to change apartheid, they would put a target on their back. And so he wouldn't do that. So that there were probably a dozen or more groups in South Africa fighting apartheid. Each with their own agenda and their own style of fighting the same problem. Mm-hmm. And so I've never put down any of those groups trying to change things.
let me ask you 3 sum-up questions to end. First of all, looking back on your career and your life, do you have any major regrets as to things that you would have done differently?
What's that?
Do you have any major regrets that you would have liked to have done differently?
I don't know. Philosophically, I was opposed to racism being part of the atmosphere. And I did what I thought I could do to help change it, or at least expose it. And
Expose it as a good first step.
yes, You can't ever help to solve a problem until you recognize it as a problem. So, I don't know. See, I was not your intellectual. Well, you know, I don't know if there's anything I could do to change it.
And how do you look at today's NBA? Because you're a part of it again. They've got the award named for you. You go to the finals. Compared to your NBA, and do you think the future of the league is still good?
Well, you know, I was watching the playoffs the other day, and there are a lot of good players, a lot of them. Like when I was playing, maybe 4 guys in the league could shoot 3-point shots. And every team's got 4 guys could shoot 3-point shots. You know, the game has changed, though. It's the most evolving of all the games. And so I always say that I would never ask a player to play against ghost, past, present, or future. You know, how would you have done against so-and-so? Well, that's a different time. You know, like a guy asked me one time, how would you have done against Shaq? I said, first of all, you got the question backwards. And I love that kid. I really do. I said, but you can't compare players of different eras. Because, for example, for all intents and purposes, I invented the block shot, okay? I'd never seen a shot blocked until I started doing it. When Shaq was 4 or 5 years old, block shots were an integral part of the game. So he starts at 5, where I started at 18. Well, you can never compare that. You know what I mean? And there are certain standards. For example, when I was playing, there was no such thing as a zone defense allowed. We were not allowed to play zone. Now everybody plays zones. There are variations on it, but they're zones. And we had contempt for teams that played zones because they had at least 1 or 2 guys that couldn't play defense. And so the zone protected them. Well, now the zone's an integrated part of it, and if it's played right, it can be very effective.
So finally, this interview will become part of the archives of the new National Museum of African American History.
Taylor, you gonna put me in the archive?
I'm going to put you. I'm going in there. I'm going in there with you.
Hey, who are you, Indiana Jones?
Well, you're going to be looking out to an awful lot of people. Do you have any advice for young people that are going to come to this museum as to how they should go about framing their choices for their life?
Well, if you're fortunate enough to find something you do well, approach it professionally. Find out what it's all about, and how can you take what it's all about and make an improvement from your point of view. And you take things from a novelty to a professional. You know, things that you enjoy doing well. Well, now, when I was an active as playing basketball, first let me get that straight. We used to travel before the jet fleets. If it's foggy, you just stay there. And so you might spend all day at the airport. And so we were at the airport one time, I forget where, and This guy walked to me, you kind of tall. A very astute observation. You a basketball player? I said, no. So about 5 or 6 guys came up and asked the same question. You a basketball player? I said, no. So Havlicek was there watching this, and he said to me, how come you say you're not a basketball player? I said, John, that's what I do. That's not what I am. I'm a man that works at professional basketball. See, the misnomer is everybody says play. Well, you long since finished playing. You know, and if you don't know, the closest we came to playing was at Celtics, we had a motto: play like children without being childish. And
Is that your motto, or was it Raiders?
it was just in the air around there. I don't know who came up with it, but we took it. That and the way we won all those championships was we knew how to play. Now, that sounds odd. Everybody knows how to play, though. Well, not everybody does not have the total team concept. When I was at my best with the Celtics, I could run all our plays from all 5 positions. Point guard, shooting guard, small forward, big forward, post. I could run the plays from all those positions. Not that I wanted to run the plays, but if one of my friends was having a problem, I could understand it and know how to help. And you know where help comes from and how it comes.
So finally, have you been back to Monroe anytime? You talked about your mother and...
No. If I go there, it'll be under duress. No, it's like this, Taylor. I started my life in Monroe. And the white people in Monroe were really mean to me and my family. So my grandfather. I mean, not just, well, but they were actually mean. Like the one time he's under sheriff or deputy sheriff. And my mother very proudly bought her a riding habit, you know, the little jacket and the pants with the flare and the boots. And the undersheriff walks up to her and says, you get off the street with those outfits on. You can't dress like no white woman. What's wrong with you? If I ever see you like that again, I'm going to put you under the jail. Scared her so bad, she probably shook for 2 or 3 days. Well, I don't feel like, well, I go back to my old hometown. No, that does not make sense to me.
No.
You know, and so I don't go to Monroe unless see, after my mother died, I took my boys there once, and I think that's the only time I've been there.
You said you thought you might go visit her grave sometime. You've never done that.
What's that?
Didn't you say you might go visit her grave sometime?
Yeah, you know what? I would not know how to find it.
No. Well, she gave you an awful good start.
Yes, she did, and I really appreciate it. But I just don't get to that part of the country anymore.
All right, I think we're done. If you guys have any other questions, I think we're good, Bill. Thanks a lot.
That's all right, John.
This has been a presentation of the Library of Congress and the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture.
going to be talking about here today. I got your questions. Usually what I like to do is for you to walk out of here with a changed consciousness. And not just change, but it more enhanced. The object of this talk is for you to leave here with a broader view about not only culture, but ethnicity, race, activism, civilization versus technology. These areas are the areas we're going to discuss, and hip hop is at the center of all of that. I mean the center. People front like, you know, hip hop is peripheral or some subculture. No, hip hop is at the center of these themes that I just mentioned. What's going to help us, you guys have helped us. Some of you have given me questions, and I usually ask for questions at the beginning so that I can speak. I could tailor-make this conversation to the audience itself. I could go on for days with facts and stuff, but it's always best to answer questions that the audience itself is asking. Students themselves, teachers even, are asking, and then I could form the lecture around that. That is the structure of how we're going to get down. If your mind can take it, I will now begin. Hip-hop, what is it? I can leave now. He said, I said hip hop. He said, what? I said, what is it? He said, life. There it is. End of the lecture right there. Hip hop is life. Let's start with culture. In the sense that when we say the word hip hop, capital H, lowercase I, lowercase p, space, capital H, lowercase o, lowercase p. Hip hop. We are talking about breaking, MCing, graffiti writing, DJing, beatboxing. Stop here. These elements, or actually I should say breaking, MCing, graffiti writing, DJing, are called the core 4 elements of hip hop. Established by Africa Bambaataa in 1974, and then again with James Brown in 1981. The reason we do breaking, MCing, graffiti art, and DJing is to cause peace, love, unity, and safely having fun. This is the reason for hip hop. It's the reason why we did it originally. We were growing up in the 70s in a time where our self-expression was being ignored by the mainstream. We weren't in television, we were nowhere in magazines, nowhere in media, nowhere in education, nowhere in even justice and things like medicine and like that. Like hip hop was like, what you see today, hip hop is everywhere. Imagine the complete opposite in 1973. Hip hop is nowhere. In fact, the name hip hop is like me saying to you today, gabaga. Gabaga. They say, what is that you're doing, gabaga? And the same way you react is the same way the mainstream reacted to us. When we're spinning on our head, hitting up the trains. Oh, wait a minute, let me slow down. For those that aren't bilingual. We are spraying graffiti on the spray cans on the side of trains in New York City. They were parked in the train yard. We used to go to the train yard and put our names up on the side of the train. Then the next day you'd see your name go by on the side of trains. And this was like a cultural competition that we called aerosol art. Mainstream called it graffiti art. We never called it graffiti art, we called it graffiti writing, aerosol art, bombing, tagging, etc. Try to remember this. It'll come in handy later on. 1973, a Jamaican guy by the name of Clyde comes from Jamaica in 1967, actually, with his family. His father was a mechanic, his mother was a nurse from Jamaica. They had 2 children, brother, sister, Cindy and Clyde. On Cindy's birthday, Cindy asked Clyde to be her DJ. Clyde was a graffiti writer. And she asked him to DJ her party where they lived. They lived at a place called 1520 Sedgwick Avenue in the Bronx. There was a community center there. They rented it out. And because of Cindy asking her brother Clyde to DJ for her, he changed his name from writing Cool Ass Clyde to Cool Herc. He started calling himself Cool DJ Herc. Why Herc? Because Herc is short for Hercules. This dude was big and he had muscles, and the neighborhood was just called him Hercules. So his DJ name became Cool DJ Herc. What he would do is take James Brown's record specifically, and this other record called Apache by the Amazing Bongo Band, and he would just play the breaks of these records over and over and over again in this style that he called the merry-go-round. And the merry-go-round was a mixture of Jamaican style DJ. And see, let me go back, make sure you got this. In Jamaica, there's a thing called sound systems. And these sound systems are DJs with their own sound system, speakers, amps, etc. They would come out in a big yard, even bigger than this, and they would set up their sound system and play reggae music. Now they would play the regular reggae of the day, but then if you flip the record over, there was something called a version. And the version was the instrumental of that record. They'd flip the record over and some other dude would come and start saying anything to the crowd to get the crowd roused up. The selector, which is what you call a DJ today, was called a selector. This person would be using the mixer to throw the music in. So if the music went if it went like that, he would take the mixer and go boom, 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 boom. He wouldn't let the music go boom, 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 boom. He wouldn't let it do that. Now, Cool Herc brings that to the United States. His sister's party begins August 11, 1973, 9 o'clock in the afternoon, in the evening, for 25 cents, hip hop began. Cool Herc started playing the breaks of records. Now, how do I know this? Because I lived across the street. In 1973, I was 8 years old, and I lived across the street. I was there in 1600 Sedgwick Avenue in the Bronx. Cool Herc lived at 1520 Sedgwick Avenue, and I could see his building from my window. Now, he threw his party, but I couldn't get in. I was too young, and I couldn't afford it. It was 25 cents to get in. Big money in those days. Couldn't afford it. So Cool Herc started doing these parties every weekend. The first one was great. He made some money. He said, let me do this again, and again, and again. The parties got so big that he had to take them outside. That's when little guys like me got a chance to join in on this new thing that they called the jam. It was just called a jam. No flyers, nothing. It was just called a jam. Funky drummer, something. A 1, 2, 3, 4, hit it. Boom, boom. And you just look out your window, you listen, you say, that sounds like it's coming from 123 Park. Or no, that sounds like it's coming from Wingate Park. No. And then you'd have to walk around the neighborhood and find where the sound was coming from. This is the early days of hip hop. In that time, we're all dressing like Bruce Lee. Laugh if you want to. This is real. Everybody in early hip hop in the Bronx was Bruce Lee. Everybody. 1973, it's very hard. First of all, Bruce Lee was not just a kung fu martial artist to the hood, to the Bronx ghetto. He was more like a mythical hero, and the reason being is because, first of all, he knew kung fu, and that just went over well with every kid in urban areas, and he just did it like that. Bruce Lee also, if you look at his movies, there's one called Enter the Dragon, 1973. And at the beginning of Enter the Dragon, they have a golden issue series that they put out right now. But at the beginning of Enter the Dragon, there's a dialogue between Bruce Lee and a Shaolin monk a teacher, actually, a priest. And Bruce Lee's getting ready to leave the Shaolin Temple. And he's asking him things like, you know, what is the greatest crime? And to not be true to yourself. And well, what is the punishment of a traitor? Death. What is the, and he goes on and on with this. They cut that out of the movie. But in the hood, we sense that this is what Bruce Lee was all about. Discipline, having the skills to break anybody down, but we loved his discipline. And this is like part of hip hop that people don't remember. Wu-Tang Clan keeps this tradition alive today. Why are they so into Shaolin? Why are they so in? Because this was the first thing we were in hip hop. This was the beginning of it. What Wu-Tang and them are doing is what Kool Herc was doing in '73. They just doing it in their way, Long Island style, you know, and so on. But I need to say that for you to understand the cultural significance of how our culture came to be. Bruce Lee and his attitude, his character, is what hip hop was trying to mimic in 1973. He had Bruce Kelly with him. Young black kids in the hood, we never seen no black dude with an afro doing karate, beating up the police on the TV. We was like, wow, Bruce Lee, wow, look. And this went over well with us. We used to dress like him, talk like him, beat each other up like him. I mention this, keep this in mind, okay? This is Kool Herc's era. This is '73. This is the Vietnam War also. This is heroin everywhere. Everywhere it's heroin, everywhere. Planted there by the FBI, by the way. We didn't know it then, but now we know the counterintelligence program and all of that, and J. Edgar Hoover and all of that. Now we know who put the drugs in the community, but then nobody knew. It was just everywhere. And hip hop was an escape. It was an escape. If you could break a B-boy, B-girl, if you could dance, if you could do graph, if you could MC, if you could do what Kool Herc was doing, which is basically lifting the needle up, dropping it again at the front of the break. 1, 2, 3, 4, hit it. Boom, boom, bop, boom, 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 boom. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, needle dropping. That's what he used to do back in the days. And that was the first break. That was the first, what we call cutting and scratching today. That was the first type of it. The first type of loop was a human being doing it with his hand on a turntable. His name was Kool Herc. From Kool Herc, we get Afrika Bambaataa. Afrika Bambaataa comes in 1974 with Zulu Nation. He started something called the organization first, then jumped into Zulu Nation. Why? He was, first of all, I'll spare you his history. You go online and see his whole history, the transformation from gang leader to cultural leader, his trip to Africa, how he got his name, what his name means. All that's online. There's tons of books on it. I'm speeding up. 1974, Afrika Bambaataa comes out with Zulu Nation. And Zulu Nation, like I said before, are the ones that established hip-hop as a culture, as something we was gonna live our lives by. How did this happen? Afrika Bambaataa was a visionary. He saw what hip-hop was back in '74. And he told all the gangs in New York, listen, the more we shooting, robbing, and stealing and killing each other, none of us are gonna be anything, when none of us are gonna go anywhere. Everyone agreed. And they formed a new thing called Zulu Nation. Within Zulu Nation, which is all these gang members that just put down the rag, put down the gun, and they said, we're gonna do something positive. The whole city of New York, if you could just imagine that for a minute. Thousands of people that were part of different gangs fighting each other. This dude, Afrika Bambaataa, comes up and says, we have a new plan. You could change your life by becoming an MC, a DJ, a B-boy, a graph writer, and so on, and you don't have to die in the street. All the gang members said, yes, we're doing this. At the same time, there's a guy named Lovebug Starsky, a DJ, part of Zulu Nation. He starts calling the movement hip-hop. He starts putting it in his rhymes, hip hop, hip hop. He starts saying it like that. Then this is what Africa Bambaataa then took from Love Bug Starsky. He kept saying it in his rhymes and so on. And Africa Bambaataa said that's what the name of this is called, hip hop. He started using it. What is this called? Hip hop. Breaking, MCing, graffiti, or DJing. What is this called? Hip hop. Now, what's interesting about hip hop is that it matches nature identically. We keep thinking of hip hop as a music genre, and that's hip hop lowercase h, lowercase I, lowercase p, space or dash, lowercase h, lowercase o, lowercase p. That's the music genre. Anytime you're spelling hip hop, spell it with a capital H, 2 capital H's, because it's the name of a culture. Most of the magazines today, when you talk about what can we do in terms of activism with hip hop, spell it with a capital H, just something little just like that. When you become the editors of magazines or the executives of television shows where hip hop has to be spelled a certain way, always spell it with a capital H. It'll show other intellectuals and cultural studies students that you care about this as a culture. Those that don't care about hip hop as a culture and keep it as a music genre, they spell it in lowercase letters. Source Magazine, XXL, Rolling Stone Vibe, MTV, etc. All of that is hip hop in lowercase letters. Anytime you see something scholarly done on hip hop, hip hop will be capital H, lowercase I, lowercase p, space, capital H, lowercase o, lowercase p. So Africa Bambaataa turns this into a culture by adding principles. Peace, love, unity, and safely having fun. That's why we break, MC, graffiti write, DJ. This is the reason for it. Now, if you're not seeking peace, love, unity, and joy, there's no reason to be rapping, breaking, graffiti writing, DJing. There's no reason for it. This is what's going on today. I'm sorry to say, a lot of the guys that you see or hear about, or see on television, hear about on the radio, they have no reason to rap. This is what begins the laws right here. This is what begins the cultural laws. Back in the days, people used to request that you rap. You'd be that dude walking down the street and somebody says, yo, kick a rhyme. And you could be in the bread and cheese aisle of Ralph's somewhere. Yo, spit your rhyme, and it has to come out right there. That guy was always requested to rhyme. Requested to rhyme. Today, rappers are not requested to rhyme. They're forcing their rhymes on you. You're not asking them to rap for you. They're just rapping. And it's not even them, really. It's their marketing and promotions team that's really pushing the music for a profit. But this, of course, brings us away from the cultural aspects. Let me come back to them. I'm talking about the cultural mechanics of hip-hop in its early days. Let me jump from this. You get the point on this. Let me continue after Africa Bambaataa. Grandmaster Flash is who I want to come to. Because this is what I mean about hip-hop matching nature. This genius, we call him Grandmaster Flash. His name is Gordon Williams. He was first called DJ Flash. He took his name from Flash Gordon. Used to be a comic book strip, some dude fast, run around. He could run fast. His name was Flash Gordon. He was running around saving people. He took his name from that. His name is Gordon Williams, so he called himself Flash Gordon because he's the fastest DJ. But what he was doing was taking the techniques of Africa Bambaataa and Kool Herc and just modifying them, the same needle dropping, blending of music, mixing music with 2 different turntables and that kind of thing. But here's the genius. Gordon Williams is a certified electrician, before DJ. He's a certified electrician and he can't get a job. It's some more culture. This is cultural hip hop right here. The people who invented hip hop, Africa Bambaataa, or I should say put it in order, Kool Herc, Africa Bambaataa, Grandmaster Flash. Stop there. These 3 people, and all the people that they inspired, could have done anything with their life, with their mind, with their talent. Many of us were doctors, many of us were lawyers, engineers. Many of us were entrepreneurs and so on. But the racist society that we were living in at the time would not allow any African American free entrance into any mainstream institution in the United States. You don't live in this reality here today. It's still floating around, but not to the degree it was in the 70s. Sure, there were black intellectuals, black doctors, of course, but they were classed as like the exception. You know, ooh, look, a black doctor, that kind of thing. This was, you know, everybody else who wanted to study medicine or law or engineering or something like that, you were literally discouraged from it. So you look at a person like Kool Herc, he's a car mechanic. Herc has the abilities to break down a car, build cars, but he couldn't get a job like that, so he became a DJ. Afrika Bambaataa is a writer, journalist. Matter of fact, the reason he was in Africa is because he won a UNICEF writing contest. Gang member, head of the biggest gang in New York, took up a writing contest and won it. I mean, these people are amazing people. Won the writing contest, went to Africa, had an epiphany, came back, and now he's Afrika Bambaataa. But he's a writer that could never think about getting a job at the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, and none of that. Never think about Hollywood writing. He couldn't even imagine himself there. He became a DJ and a community organizer. Grandmaster Flash, like I was saying, is a certified electrician, but can't get a job. He's a black man, but he's certified, he's dope, he's good at what he does, but no one cares about that. You're black, you ain't getting in. So he's a messenger for a department store called Crantex Fabrics. He's a messenger on a bike. Now imagine, brilliant mind, scientific mind. He's a messenger. He's delivering messages back and forth. While he's delivering the messages, he says, how can I keep a record playing from one to the other seamlessly, not like how Kool Herc do it, because there might be a break in the middle, the mix could be off a little. How do you make this record, the break, just continuously play? This is what he's thinking about while he's riding a bike as a messenger. Okay, he discovers that there are mixers that do exist, but they're not used by DJs and all that. Yeah, DJs are still using amps and knobs and stuff like that. Crossfaders are not in existence like for DJs yet. This guy takes a mic toggle switch, or often it's like a ball switch with one little thing at the top. You click it this way, it's on, click it this way, it's off. He's an electrician. He opened it up, made on left and off right, and now you click, you hear this turntable, click here, you hear this turntable. Now the battle at Disco Fever. Flash shows up with this little click, click, click thing and started cutting, scratching records. Now, Afrika Bambaataa and Kool Herc were doing the same thing. To cue the record, you have to bring it back. So in their headphones, they would hear, they would hear it, but they would never let the crowd hear it. It was illegal, it was immoral, it was wrong to let the crowd hear you going, that was like the cue up. You don't let nobody hear you cue it up. Flash let everybody hear him cueing up. That was the trick. He just, instead of you not hearing, he lets you hear it. Boom. And you would be like, wow. Now imagine this. No one on the planet is doing this. I'm gonna give you a minute to meditate on that. It's difficult for this generation to actually, you don't understand, no one on earth, no one, there's this guy, he invents this thing, cutting and scratching with a mic toggle switch. He's the first. What does he do? He says, I'm gonna give this freely to all the kids in my neighborhood so they could have a skill and become somebody. stop here. Now, to this day, Grandmaster Flash hasn't received a patent. He owns nothing. Panasonic, Sony, Toshiba, all of them have taken his idea. Every crossfader you see on a mixer is Grandmaster Flash's idea. He's never been paid for this, never, but it was him that said at the beginning, this is what hip hop needs. These little kids run 8-year-olds. If they can learn to do this, no DJ will be. This is Flash. You should bring him here, let him tell you himself. But this is what his inspiration was. Give it to the community and let them have it, and we'll all grow on that. Same thing with Africa Bambaataa. Let's organize the whole community around these principles so the young ones grow up in something strong. Same thing with Cool DJ Herc. Brought his party outside. Little guys like me get a chance to get in. Now, 1979. Hip hop splits. A group by the name of the Cold Crush Brothers. The Cold Crush Brothers. Huge. One of the first MC groups to unite in probably the first MC group, the Cold Crush Brothers. A lot of routines, all of Run DMC's routines, LL Cool J's routines, all that Cold Crush Brothers. Everybody in Sugar Hill, early days, Sugar Hill Records, Cold Crush Brothers. Treacherous 3, Cold Crush Brothers. Everybody, Funky 4+1 More, Sequence, all of that was influenced by Cold Crush Brothers. The captain of the Cold Crush Brothers is a guy named Grandmaster Caz. Caz for Casanova. They was ruling the MC scene in about 77, 78. They're ruling the scene. Flash is the newest DJ. He's now Grandmaster Flash. And he's teaching everybody how to cut, mix, and scratch. Now other DJs are coming up. Grand Mixer DST and oh man, I could go on and on. But anyway, all these DJs start learning Flash's technique of cutting, mixing, and scratching. Now, Cold Crush, this guy Grandmaster Caz, Casanova, is a group called the Casanovas. They were out, he was part of it, they called him Casanova. His name was Caz. Caz had a manager called Big Bank Hank. Big Bank Hank took Caz's rhymes and said on the record Rapper's Delight, I'm the CAS and the OVA and the rest is FLY. You see, I go by the code and this is someone else's rhymes. Big Bank Hank, if you can spell it all, it does not spell out I'm the CAS OVA, the rest is FLY. His name is Big Bank Hank. Why is he saying he's Casanova Fly? Because the rhymes he was using was from Casanova Fly, a guy named Grandmaster Caz who he managed. He heard him say the rhymes, took the rhymes, and made this record called Rapper's Delight. Now the other guys, Master G and Big Bank Hank, supposedly wrote their rhymes. But Master G and Wonder Mike supposedly wrote their rhymes. Big Bank Hank, part of his rhymes, a big portion of his rhyme, came from Grandmaster Caz. When the record blew up, sold 2 million records out the box, rap was on the scene at that minute. We was rapping since 1973, even before that, but the rap we do today is from 73. 79 comes, now America gets to hear rap. Rap. Guess what? America, we love you. There's a rock in a roll with a summer soul. You can rock till you're 101 years old. Rapper's Delight comes out. Here's where the culture splits. One part of the culture went corporate. That's Rapper's Delight, Sugar Hill Records. A young intern at Sugar Hill Records named Russell Simmons would leave Sugar Hill and start Def Jam. That would start corporate hip hop for the rest of our lives. Those that were true to Kool Herc, Africa Bambaataa, Grandmaster Flash stayed cultural. We got labeled underground. In that, when it split in '79, everybody started chasing the money. Money was coming in, and we was broke and poor. Like I said, 25 cents was too much. Now here comes record labels. First it was the independents. Little guys coming in trying to hustle, make a little dollar here and there. Some made some records, but nothing like rappers. When Rappers Delight jumped off, major independents started coming in the hood and looking around for who could rap. The first guys they came to was Cold Crush, Treacherous 3, all the Sugar Hill label. All of those groups said, Africa Bambaataa already told us that y'all were coming. We're keeping this culture to ourselves. We're gonna build our own labels, we're gonna do our own thing, y'all could go ahead. This was Africa Bambaataa telling us, we're gonna get big, and when we do, we can't sell out. First thing dudes did when they got big, sold completely out. And let me say this, and let me use this word correctly. It's not a sellout. I want you to really see the times we're living in. We're broke and starving. I mean, literally the poverty is incredible, okay? Our parents are struggling, everybody's struggling. And all you doing is rapping. Yeah, I'm this, I'm that, I'm da-da-da-da. And some dude comes along and says, listen, I got $20,000 for every verse. Every 16 bars you kick, you rhyme, I'll give you $20,000. By the end of your album, you'll get about $300,000, and you have to pay some lawyer fees and stuff, but you may walk away with about $220, something like that. You got $20, and you got $2 in your pocket, and somebody's saying, for the thing you did for free, I'm gonna give you $250,000 for. The first hip hoppers refused it. Said, nope, we holding on to this. This is our thing, we doing this. This when the movie Wild Style came out in '82. And they was showing you dudes organizing, Beat Street came out, dudes organizing. Harry Belafonte was like documenting hip hop. We knew what it was then. Actually in '81, a friend of mine, I have to say a friend because he is, but a guy by the name of Curtis Blow was the first one to sign to Mercury Records, 1981. Put out a record called These Are the Breaks. Funny how culture works. These are the breaks! And that is when hip hop broke. Curtis Blow, who is one of the biggest artists of our time on the street, when he signed to Mercury, the floodgates were open. He signed to Mercury, and These Are the Break, and the record blew up. So everybody, Mercury was signing people, then other little labels came along, and they wouldn't come to Africa Bambaataa, they wouldn't come to Kool Herc, they wouldn't come to Flash and Melly Mel. I didn't even get into Melly Mel. Keith Cowboy from the Furious Five, where you get Say Ho, that comes from Keith Cowboy, like a dude made that up. I didn't even get into them. All of them refused to sign with the mainstream. Curtis Blow signed. When he signed, a lot of other dudes said, well, we have to sign now because he's gonna represent all of hip hop to all of America. So other dudes started signing with their own take on hip hop. We gonna keep it real for Kool Herc. We gonna keep it real with this cash. Oh, we gonna get these girls. Oh, I'm gonna buy this big house. Everybody had their vision of what hip hop was supposed to be because the mainstream came in and started giving power to worthless people. The community had people in it that, and I say there's no such thing as a worthless person, but understand what I'm saying here. Some of us actually had the talent and others of us did not. The record companies came in and paid the ones that didn't have the talent because the ones that did would not give it to them. So they paid the ones that didn't have the talent but was willing to mimic and imitate the originals. This is why, with all due respect, Jam Master Jay, you know I love you, Run DMC, they got everything from Cold Crush. They'll tell you, that's why I'm saying it here with respect. They watched the Cold Crush, but Russell signed them not the cold crush. You know, so they doing these routines, and there's real dudes in the hood that's making these routines up and got hood credibility. But the mainstream don't care about them. They just want anybody who will mimic them for commercial means. Like no culture on it, no principles on it, nothing. Just come on and make this money. We're all broken, we're starving, so mad people went in to get the money. It worked. Hip hop became rich. And I mean rich, not wealthy. Wealthy has more to do with well-being, health, which includes money and resources. I'm just talking about money and resources. No health, no principles, nothing. It's about 1983, Run DMC is now out, huge rap group. Bigger than anybody today. Jay-Z, again, with much respect to him, he's nowhere near what Run DMC was. Nowhere near it. He got his lane, he's doing his thing, no doubt. Lil Wayne, all of them, they all got their lane. But if you could imagine a time when rap music did not exist in the world, and the first dudes to step up and spit their rhyme, and for the first time, America's hearing it, Germany's hearing it, Africa's hearing it. In fact, the only reason hip hop is in the world is because of Africa Bambaataa. He was the first guy in '82 to tour the world. Thank God for that. Zulu Nation toured the world in '82. They put a record out called Planet Rock. And Planet Rock took them around the globe, and everywhere they went, they set up chapters. And to this day, there's Zulu Nation chapters all over the world teaching real hip hop. This is how the culture stayed intact. Because Bam went around teaching it, telling the Chinese, telling the Japanese, telling the Koreans, telling the Nigerians, Zulus, South Africans, Australians, all of that. He's telling everybody, this is hip hop, breaking, MCing, graffiti, or DJing. And why do we do it? For peace, love, unity, and safely having fun. Now let's get the battle started. And dudes would just come out and give their soul. Now that soul got captured on a contract. And when you are selling your art, you're selling your soul. Let's make no mistake about it. Artists have to sell their art to live and eat. So be very careful where you sell portions of your soul. Be careful. The soul is infinite. The soul is infinite. You have a lot of soul to give. But the soul has rules. And the rule of the soul is whatever the soul touches it. So whatever you sell your soul to, make sure you want to touch it. Make sure you want that as part of your life. Life, not your month, your week, your day, your life. Many of us looked at it this way from the early days. Early days. We stay on my breed of hip hopper is from Kool Herc, Africa Bambaataa, Grandmaster Flash. This is the line that I come from. When I came out with my first record, I followed the rules, cultural rules. What's the cultural rules? Whenever you come out with your first rhyme, you shout the ancestors. But you don't even speak before you shout the ancestors. We used to have a thing back in the days, I don't know if y'all familiar with Old English 800, but it's a malt liquor trick. We used to take the Old English 800, pour it out, before you even put it to your mouth, before you put the Heineken, before anything. Pour it out for my dudes that ain't here. This is what the record companies took away. Dudes is always talking about, yo, we got the Cristal, we got the this and that, the Patron and this and that. They never talk about pouring none out for their dudes. They drinking it all for themselves. Never once do you say, yeah, I got the Patron, but this goes out for my dude right here, now let me start. These were cultural rules that we had that protected you from corporate life. Africa Bambaataa then, I'm speeding up, 1987. Africa Bambaataa has a meeting at Latin Quarters. He brought all the top rappers together. By this time, we all had now put out records. We're battling now. It's all a battle now because now corporate hip hop or corporate rap is trying to take over the image of cultural hip hop. This is back in like 84, 85. It's getting real comical. Hip hop is getting real comical. And the streets is like, where's us? Where we at? And our representation looks real comical. Africa Bambaataa had a meeting in 87 and he said, we need to organize and unionize hip hop. We need to come together and make ourselves a global culture. 1987 he said that. I took his cue from there. And it was, actually I remember talking to Heavy D, rest in peace. Heavy D was at the meeting as well. And he came through and I was like, yo, here's what we need to do. Stop the violence movement. 1985, Ronald Reagan and Oliver North brought crack cocaine into Los Angeles to pay for their war in South America. And that crack epidemic came to New York in 85. He got hit here in 83, 82. Came to us in 85. Crack epidemic was ridiculous. I ain't gotta tell y'all. New York came, artists like myself started to make records against the crack scene. But the crack scene, the suppliers of crack cocaine were also the record companies themselves. We didn't know that MCA was part of Seagram's and Gin. Got caught up in money laundering scandals and all of that type of stuff. We didn't know that. We didn't know RCA made Warheads. You know, we're rapping for RCA and they're taking our money and making warheads to bomb Iraq. Or whoever. We didn't know. We just jumped in. Why? Because we're fighting each other. Why? Because we divided ourselves. Why? Because we were desperate and broke. Why? Because we had no parents. Why? Because they had no parents. Why? Because we were terrorized. Why? Because we were rich. Only rich people can be turned poor. Always remember that. Only rich people can be turned poor. Why? No human being on the earth is poor. Why are there groups of poverty people? Why are people in poverty? Why? This is a design. And a lot of us play games with it. A lot of intellectuals play games with it. Street dudes don't play games with this. But a lot of intellectuals play games where we write books, we do this and. But at the end of the day, the problem still remains. What's the problem? White racism. That's the problem. Even white people are affected. Big up to all the abolitionists that fought for my freedom, the early part of this country. White people helping Harriet Tubman on the Underground Railroad. Run that word again, underground. What was above ground? Free blacks? What was it? Underground Railroad. Underground because you wasn't supposed to see it. It was secret. We get this image of Harriet Tubman in the dark with the lantern. No, it was white families all along the trail. Blacks didn't own those homes. We were slaves running. Of course, it was some free blacks. Of course, they were part of the abolitionist movement. Many free blacks and freed blacks were part of that. But they're fighting for their own freedom. We're fighting for our own freedom. What does it mean for another race of people to fight for your freedom? That's real black history. We could talk all day about our own history. Sure, we should know it by now. But what about the white folk that gave up their lives, was lynched right along with the black people for black freedom? What about that? See, this is also part of the hip-hop discussion because when you start to talk about revolution, changing society, well, racism is not going anywhere until we get rid of race. As long as we keep seeing ourselves as racist, then there will be racism. This is where hip-hop comes in, and a lot of people, I mean, I get real controversial. I don't even know why, but it's called controversial because I suggested hip-hop is a global culture. And we are. I don't know why anybody can't see that, but we are a global culture, and we're moving into the realm of spirituality as well. something I'd like to leave you with here today. I discussed the history of hip hop up to the point of, say, I came out in 86. It'll stop right at 85. With the crack cocaine scene and those who represent culture and those who represent corporate. Those that represented corporate didn't care. They rhymed about crack, they sold crack, they was part of it, they was part of the destruction of the community itself. But I will say in their defense, the people they destroyed were already destroying themselves. Those who had sense in their head would walk past the crack dealer like, you stupid. And the crack dealer would respect that. Any kid in the hood with a father, dealers would respect that. Any kid in the hood whose moms was somebody in the neighborhood, the dealers would respect that. Nobody was just running around, just selling crack to babies. No, that never happened. What happened was it was a systematic ethnic cleansing of the African American and Latino community. Systematic ethnic cleansing in the United States. Those that were smart stayed away from it. That's it. Others, oh, let me try that, man. I said, there you go. Now, I stop here because now we'll jump to the metaphysical part of this. And this is where you got to really expand your mind, taking everything I just said culturally. No jobs. We're brilliant in terms of academics, we think, we're intellectuals, critical thinkers at that, but no one cares in the society. So much for education, so much for intellect, so much for awareness. And you should think about this. It doesn't matter how much you know. If the environment in which you live is trying to reject you, that's the issue. This is the issue. And this is what happened. Mainstream rejected us. Because our parents, some of our parents, were trained by the mainstream, they rejected us too. Sad to say, not everybody. MC Lyte has brilliant parents. Queen Latifah has brilliant parents. Their mothers, you know, Lauryn Hill, mom's always with her. But the majority. When hip hop was coming up, don't touch my turntable, you're gonna scratch my record. Turn that noise off. Some of the greatest MCs rhyming in their bathroom, their father kicking the door. Did you do your homework? Homework? I'm spitting the next ticket out the ghetto. And you telling me about homework. This is what we were up against in these days. I bring this because now the metaphysical. Or should I say, well, metaphysica. Beyond the physics. Beyond the physics, beyond physical. That's what it is today. In Aristotle's time, it was beyond the physics. He had 13 books on natural science. And because this last book had no title, they named it the After Physics. Metaphysica. Metaphysics, the after physics, after Aristotle's 13 books on natural science, physics. What metaphysics has now become is a science that includes a whole host of mind sciences. And I mentioned that just to put a disclaimer at the top. The type of metaphysics I study would be called merunecha. It is not Western metaphysics. It is not even, merunecha comes from the Egyptians, actually an Egyptian system of spirituality that deals with words, deals with divine speech. And the reason I even look at that and say, well, it's not even that, is because my perspective is hip hop. And what I've realized is that hip hop is African American enlightenment. And a lot of, it's really human enlightenment, but specifically for African Americans, it's African American enlightenment. Meaning that, first let's talk about this called intuit knowing. I-N-T-U-I-T. Intuit knowing, intuit knowing. This is the knowledge you was born with. This is, some people call it genetic memory. This is the knowledge you was born with. This is the knowledge that nature hands you at the time of your birth. This is the knowledge that colonialism is trying to take from you. Understand the game. The game is you are born perfect, but you enter a system that makes you imperfect due to your perception of yourself. Meaning, you're born perfect, but you don't see yourself in any perfected state in any part of your environment. Perfection and beauty and strength and courage is always the image of the one oppressing you. You are never the symbol of beauty, intellect, courage, knowledge. No, you're never that. What you have to do is put yourself aside and assimilate to a make-believe white mainstream reality, white people included. Some people call this white supremacy. That's incorrect. It's just called white racism. Because white supremacy, usually when you say white supremacy, you think white people above other races or using that as a reason for lynchings and beatings and kidnappings and burnings. When you think white supremacy, you think violence, you think the Ku Klux Klan, you think that. But the question for real intellectuals is, how is that supreme? The term is incorrect, white supremacy. No, white supremacy is love, justice, knowledge, mercy, compassion. That is white supremacy. To be a supreme anything, you cannot be against nature. To be a supreme anything, the more in harmony you are with the universe, the more supreme you become. So white supremacy outside of the laws of nature is just white racism. You want to meet a real white supremacist. You want a white supremacist as your friend. And I must admit, even though they will not admit this of themselves, but I've met some white supremacists in my day, real ones, real white people that treat me better than I treat myself. Love me more than I love myself. Care for me more than I can care for myself or care for myself. Someone who says, no, don't go there, there's a snake around the corner. That's white supremacy. Black mother with 2 kids acting stupid. White man comes along, you better listen to your mother. She's the queen of the earth. White supremacy. You want a white supremacist as a friend. Why do I bring this up? Because this is how education keeps us mentally enslaved. The words we use, the images that these words give our minds, is what's controlling your perception. What is perception? The way you see things, the way you see reality. If a painter was to walk in this room right now, the painter would see all kinds of stuff. This needs to be touched up, or that's gonna fade in a couple of months. That paint is called something blue. This paint is called something. We don't know any of this. If the painter stayed in the room and a plumber walked in the same room, the room would change again. The plumber would say, oh no, forget the paint. Look, this fixture here, we need to fix that sprinkler. Look, there's a pipe behind here that goes to there, and that's where we're gonna get the main. This is invisible to you. Okay, the painter, the plumber is in the room. Now an electrician walks in the room. Suddenly the lighting, now these are 3 different people seeing the same room with 3 different awarenesses. It's the same room, but based on your knowledge, reality itself presents itself to you based on what you know. If you don't have a word for something, you overlook it. You only see according to your vocabulary. things in this room right now that it goes totally unnoticed because we don't have a word for them. There's things going through your body right now, invisible, and you just don't know about it because you don't have a word for it. The more words you know, the better equipped you are to handle reality. Now let's go deeper. If you could swallow that piece. Perception is based on your knowledge. What is knowledge? Knowledge is awareness. Education is not knowledge. Education is training. We need to be educated in some things. I'm educated in emceeing. I'm educated to that. I'm trained to that. But that's not knowledge. Knowledge is awareness. What do you know? What do you see? The only way you can see is with a collection of words, or so you believe. Let's go deep. Words create reality. The more words I see, the more reality I can see. But this is how white racism gets us every time, through words. Words are not reality. Words are symbols of reality. A word, what is a bird? B-I-R-D. What is a bee, first of all? A symbol. What is an eye? That line up. And why do we call it an eye? Why not call it a dot? A B-I. R. What is R? R. Why do I have to say that? R. Bird. D. D. Analyze every piece of sound that comes out of your mouth and you'll break up white racism. That's why I'm telling it to you. This is a technique. Bird. That's not what that thing is. That's what you've been educated to call it. You're not hearing it. You're not hearing it. Come on, let me say it again. B-I-R-D is not what is floating through air. And look at the words. I can't even speak anymore. Look. B-I-R-D is, what is? Not, what is not? Why do I say, why am I speaking like this? Once you can get past English language, you get past English racism. We can't get past English racism because we're speaking English. And the English language words are creating the reality in which we are seeing. This is why when you speak slang language, it upsets white racism. You have taken that word that they say, oh, what is that thing doing? It is flying. What is flying? Flying. What is that? Like, what is that? What exactly is it? Flying. Something going through the air, I guess, without a pole to hold it up. Flying. Why can't we call that God? Why can't you see something flying through the air and you say, oh, somebody said, what is that? That's God. Okay, now so, what is that flying through the air like that? Oh, that's my ancestors. Why do I say this? Because no one knows what's flying through the air. No one knows what that is. But in a culture, you have to give meaning to every material item in your world, or you won't see it. So for English, it's called bird. B-I-R-D. So that's what we agree to call that. But that ain't what it is. Those that are into true spirituality think on this other side. If you notice, people don't want to say, they don't want to admit it, but you can check the history books on this one. Most of the spiritual teachers of history, Jesus, Buddha, Moses, these people, not Moses, Jesus, Buddha, Krishna, they were illiterate. Go back through the history. Jesus couldn't read. Yes. Buddha couldn't read. Krishna couldn't read. They were illiterate. Could not count. These people were not interested in English systems. In fact, their civilization is before it. When you don't know how to read or write, you see God. And let me say it this way. When you can look past the symbols of reality and see reality, you see God. You see the activities of God. The reason we have so many atheists in this world today is because they're speaking English. They're speaking English. If you could see a reality, I'll give you here's another example. This is what the mystery systems used to teach. This is what you had to know before you even got in. What is this? I was trained to call it a microphone. Microphone. What is microphone? What is this? Podium. What is a podium? This is how hip hop started, right here, on the spiritual level, on the mental level, changing reality. What is this podium? No, it's not. That's what the English call it. What do you call it? This is how hip hop started, just like this. We started renaming everything in the society that was around us. They told us to dance by holding your partner and dance like this. We said, no, we're gonna fling her up in the air and ring her back. Ah! They said, this is art. Leonardo and, all these artists, Cezanne and this one and that one. Michelangelo. These are the premier artists. We said, they're corny. This is what we need over here. Dude on the side of the train. Everything they said had value, we rejected it, and that's how hip hop started. The language they gave us, we flipped it. They said dope means stupid or drug. We said dope is the greatest thing in the world. Fresh was supposed to be you talking back to your parents, or fresh fruit, something fresh. We was like, no, fresh is applied to us. We fresh. The fruit is ripe. So this is the consciousness that we dealt with intuitively. We didn't know we were doing this, but we were doing it. What we were doing was getting beyond English interpretation of reality and creating our own reality. And we started with words like chill and chill out. America loved that. When they first heard chill and chill out, that was all. Everybody said, yeah, we gotta chill. That's all from hip hop. Most of American society today, most of American culture, I tell you this with all due respect, one of the only things the world like about America is hip hop. Remember that when you're traveling abroad and want to dress like some corporate dude at Wall Street. The world don't respect that. I travel everywhere, that's why I'm saying it to you. When you get off planes and I take ships, I don't fly. But when you get out in the port, dudes is hip hop. The dudes handling your bags, hip hop. The police, hip hop. The people that's checking you in, hip hop. And I'm not talking about, oh, they like rap music. These are B-girls, B-boys. You walk in, they say, yo, and they're checking you in to the hotel. They say, I'm gonna be at the B-girl convention this weekend. Are you gonna be there? Yeah, I'm gonna be there. And she's all dressed up tight and all this, you know, like in her corporate look. The world is exploiting and enjoying hip hop way more than America is. Way more, way more. Most rap artists and DJs make most of their money out of the country. Nobody's here in America. Nobody's here. Everybody's in Africa now. Africa is exploding. Exploding. That's why the Chinese went over there. Because as big as China is, they still ain't bigger than Africa. Could you imagine that? As big as China is, Africa swallows that up in resources, in regenerative resources, diamonds, gold, silver, copper. Their cell phones got some new mineral in it that makes the cell phone work. That come out of Africa. Everything, Africa's exploding. And hip hop also in Africa is exploding. You know where else is exploding? South Pacific, Australia, Fiji Islands, New Zealand, Thailand. These places got money and they're spending it on hip hop. You better hear what I'm saying to you in this college right here. When you get your receipt, I mean your degree, when you, sorry, I slipped. What got open? When you get your degree, and you're now looking for employment with that degree, don't buy the myth that your degree is worthless or doesn't get you a job, or that's a myth. College degrees are respected all over the world. People respect knowledge. But what we have is Americans depending on their college education, and that's never what a college education was supposed to do. College education is supposed to prepare you for the world, not give you the world. It's supposed to prepare you for the world. So if you in here playing games, when it comes, when the day comes, and you say, well, damn, I got this degree and I don't know what to do, and this was your time to plan your future. And I'm adding to that planning by saying to you, hip hop is no longer an entertainment pastime. Let me tell you, you could raise families on this, send kids to college on this. You could pay your own way through college. Hip hop can relieve your college debt if you play your cards right. Become an MC immediately. I don't even care if you like rap. Become an MC, any age. Become a DJ. DJ's even easier to be. Play other people's music. You get $10,000 for 45 minutes. Can't beat that. These are the new jobs. This is new employment in this country and in the world. The economy, the world economy has gone entrepreneur. No one is working for anyone else anymore. Those are, of course they are. Trade is still going on. But what the world is marching toward is entrepreneurships. More people working for themselves, more people creating their ideas and selling them to the public. And I kind of think it's brilliant, to be honest with you, but what's going to happen also is those without ideas are going to find themselves homeless and at the poverty level. Those that are not creative now, the dude that could just crunch numbers or, good at math or this kind of thing, it may come in handy in terms of organizational skills or intellectual skills, but really, if you can't make something with your hands, if you can't express yourself in some kind of tangible way, you'll be at a loss in the future. This is just a message from hip hop coming at you. This is what I tell my own kids as well, that there are no good paying jobs for intellectuals. There really are not. A CD called The Flattening of America. You should get to that. It was early 2000, The Flattening of America. And it talks about how there are no more hierarchies. There's no more superstardom and this one's on top and that one's on the bottom. Everything's flat. Everything now is flat. And you notice this in music, meaning like any of you can really compete with me in the music market right now. It doesn't matter that I have 20 albums ahead of you, or that I've been rapping for 30 years, and none of that matters. Today what matters is, if you put out a song today, you can compete with an artist who's been in the industry for 10, 20 years. I can put a record out and compete with U2 or Metallica or everyone is on the same level. This is what America wanted. It was called equality. Everyone on the same level. But this is also now becoming an issue, because if you're not a creative spirit, it's going to be difficult. Now, let me go back to something real quick. We have some new people that actually came in. Wow, you guys. Should I rewind and should I go? But we were talking more on the metaphysical side. This is about how to think your way out of the situation you're about to get hit with. And this is what I want to leave you with. Number one, hip hop is no longer an entertainment pastime. Don't treat it like that anymore. Treat it like as a side investment that you're gonna make of yourself. If you're a dancer, learn how to dance, learn how to break, pop, lock, up rock, spin on your head. People around the world are paying top dollar to see anybody, not a star, not anybody that can do the hip hop elements masterfully will have a lifetime source of employment. If you master DJing, let's say you're a 50-year-old Irish woman that teaches math in Brooklyn. I just made that up. 50-year-old Irish woman teaching math in Brooklyn. She's got to subsidize, she supplement her salary. She's off in the summer and she got to find something to do. She should become a DJ. 50-year-old Irish woman teaching math in Brooklyn starts throwing on MOP, mix that with Wu-Tang, come back to Mos Def, and start mixing records. Put herself, like today you have the internet, put herself out there like that and say, look, I'm DJ Irish math teacher. And this is how we gonna get down. She grabs her mic and says, this is for my students in the 5th grade. Let's get it popping. And starts throwing on music. Guaranteed, listen to this. Guaranteed, she's gonna make more money over the summer than her entire salary for the year. Hear me today. Hear this. The DJs are making $10,000 for 45 minutes. MCs are making $25,000 minimum. I'm talking minimums. $25,000, 50-minute show. If you play for Rock the Bells, the lowest is $20,000. And them shows be terrible. And 20 minutes, people did 20, 15 minutes. They made $45,000. This is what I'm saying. And as we all are looking for new employment, looking for new jobs, and even older people who are looking for retirement, looking for that Social Security, hip hop is the ultimate way to go. But you have to be serious about the elements like anything else. Once you are good at it, people start paying you for it. Once you master any of the elements, breaking, MCing, graffiti art, DJing, even beatboxing. I keep leaving beatboxing out because it's part of MCing. But the core elements is breaking, MCing, graffiti art, DJing. If you could do any of that, you have lifetime employment at any age, any ethnicity, race, religion. Hip hop is not into none of that. Racism, classism, sexism, homophobia, all that. Hip hop is above that, really. You go in the world, present yourself the way you are. And this is my next point about consciousness. When you look in the mirror, how do you feel about yourself? This is hip hop. Back in the day, somebody would come over and say, yo, what's your name? Bob. Okay, Bob, you go ahead and stand over there. Somebody come over here. What's your name? Super Bob Ski from 123. Look at me. Oh. Super Bob Ski from 123. Look at me. He's already coming out the game with value. Listen to what I'm saying here. Value is not based on what you own or what you have. In fact, I'll drop this jewel on you real quick. Real value is based on what you can do without. It's not about what you can accumulate. It's how functionable are you with nothing. And we can't function on nothing, so that becomes the scale. How low can you go? How deep can you go? Because after a while, if you really become a spiritual being, you don't rely on the world for nothing. Nothing. You enter the world, but you are not dependent upon the world. You're dependent upon invisible forces. What are the invisible forces? Love. People can't see love. They're too busy watching hate. It's all about your perception. If you see love, you see love. I'll say it again. If you see love, if you can see it, this is love right here. I'm seeing love. She, in her own mind, may believe, I'm not love. Love is bigger than me. I'm just whoever I am. No, that's in her head. She's only a dream character in my perception. She could be God for all I know. We don't know who anybody is, so why can't she be God? We don't know where God is, when God is, how God is, so why she can't be God? This woman right here, I choose with my perception to see her as God. This is an ancient African technique. God was never outside of your perception. God was never outside of what you thought. That's why Western man came and said, there is no God, they're just making it up. Right. But God is the greatest human invention in human history. And the reason being, the reason Africans created God is so that humanity in its infinity would never run out of something to rise to. This is why God exists. If you don't have God, you don't rise. There is nothing human about technology. Sorry. Nothing human about it. And this is what I want to say in terms of your spirit. What can you see? This is God to me. And I respect her and will treat her just like that. That's my perception of her. Now she can do something to break that perception. She could do something to enhance it. What if she knew that I thought she was God? There'd be something in her that would try to live up to the image that I see of her. There'd be something in her that when she approached me, she would at least have to either deny God or become. This is how, as a community, we treated each other. If there is no God, then we are not family. The only way we can be brothers or sisters is if we have the same parent. Think. We cannot call ourselves brothers or sisters if we don't have the same mother or father. When God is the eternal mother, we become all brothers and sisters. When we all say, yes, I am part of this idea called God, not a man in the sky, not even a not even a spirit in a separate consciousness. No, we don't have to get there yet. Let's just make God up right now, like our ancestors did. Nobody told them what God was. What God was your dead father. What God was your deceased mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, ancestor, builder of the tribe. This was the God. And when we got rid of the God, we stopped worshiping that God and started worshiping their God, we lost our spiritual power. No one wants to admit it, but your parents are your gods. Whether they're crazy, deranged, it doesn't matter. They come before you in the hierarchy of life. Nature doesn't care what you think about your parents. Nature is following laws, order. When you're out of order, you can't work. What places us out of order first is the speaking of English and relying on English language to define our reality. Speak slang. Say, change every word you can to something else that means something you represent. Never let English language define your reality. That's number one. Number two, what do you think of yourself when you say your own name? My mother named me Lawrence Parker. Guess my name? Lawrence Parker. The minute I got a chance, I got out, I said, I'm an MC. I changed my name. I am now knowledge reigning supreme over nearly everyone. Imagine saying that for the first time. I got a weird reaction, but I changed my reality by changing my name. When I changed my name, I changed my reality. Listen to me. This is going to change. This is it. How is it possible? How is it possible that I can make a record called Sound of the Police and the police are jamming to the record? How is that possible? It's possible because we're not dealing with just words and meaning, and we're dealing with culture. We're dealing with culture. A lot of police officers agree. They say, this is crazy. This job I'm working right now, a lot of cops don't even work. They're like teachers. They get about the same salary. Public servants. I bring the cops up here because this is the beginning of peace in the hood right here. And this is going to sound real corny. But there used to be a time when the police officer used to walk the beat. He used to walk around the block, actually, patrolling. And as he walked around the block, certain business owners would give the police officer stuff. Apple here, something for the kid there, this kind of thing. And what that was it lowered corruption in the hood. The same thing was done to the teachers, but I'm gonna stay here on the cops. Certain neighborhoods took care of their police officers. So the police officers took care of them. In our neighborhoods, we don't take care of the police officers, so they don't take care of us. You are the power, not them. If you would treat the police with respect, they would treat you with respect. I know that sounds crazy coming from me. I know it's crazy. I have to look at myself. Insane. But the truth must come out. Truth. Any human being will treat you the way you treat them. Forget cop. That's what we're looking at. They seeing us as Trayvon. The hoodie, oh yeah. No, look past that. If you look past that, look past the English language, look past the imagery, look past your education, look past all that, and see a human being. See a person just like yourself trying to make it. The police are not the problem. We are. We're the problem. We outnumber the police like 100 to 1, 1,000 to 1. Why are the police still shooting us down in the hood? Because they're afraid. What makes them afraid? We make them afraid. We have no respect for the police, and they know it. So at the end of the day, what are they, the first thing you hear? No respect for us. But the onus, the responsibility is not on the police. The responsibility is on us. We are the power. We are the superiors here. The police are supposed to protect us. And they're only supposed to protect those that need protection. Another group of us don't even need to see you. We'll take care of ourselves. But those that need protection, that's where the cops should be. Now, if you walked up to a cop and said, listen, this ain't a bribe or nothing, man, but here's some money for gas. Here's, not cash, a card. Here's a card in a you know, like a Christmas gift. Yo, here's some money for cash. I know it's crazy, but here, he may even reject it. But I guarantee he's gonna tell his wife about it that night. Yo, I was patrolling the other day. Dude walked up to me, tried to give me $50 as a Christmas gift. I turned it down, but it was a good gesture. Change his mind totally about who he's looking at. How many times do our business owners, they diss the cops? Business owners be dissing cops. That's why cops don't even go into, the cops only go to 7-Eleven. No, real talk. Police, they feel intimidated. They walk inside certain stores, people looking at them. What you doing? Yo, you got the uniform on, you walking around. Cops are getting intimidated too. But what if the police existed in an environment where they were supported, where not snitching, to ratting your brother out, no, not that, but living in a society where there's no need, there's no crime. There's no crime. Why is there no crime? Because there's order. Law with no order equals crime. Remember that. Law with no order equals crime. That's how crime is created. You have laws, but no order. So everybody's breaking the law. See, if you have order, you don't break laws. Gravity is an order. You don't break that law. Breathing is an order. There's an exercise where, we could say this, Rockstar energy drink. Wow, I just put that in history. See how quick history come up right there. Rockstar energy drink. Those that want to do the exercise, we're going to say Rockstar to ourselves without opening our mouths, without saying anything outside. We're going to say this to ourselves. We're going to say Rockstar to ourselves. Don't say it out loud at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. The only thing you take with you after this life is your memories or your knowledge, your experiences. That's the only thing you take. Unless you study Egypt culture, they believe you can take all this stuff with you on the other side. Just as a side note. But if you said rock star in your mind or in your being is the true answer, is the true statement. In your being, what was that voice? What was the voice that spoke and then you heard yourself speaking? But these ears did not hear you say anything because your mouth didn't move. So the ears didn't hear it, the mouth did not move, but you spoke and you heard yourself speaking. If you close your eyes, you can see this better. If you close your eyes and put this image in another sight, if you close your eyes, you can still see this. What is the sight that can see your future? These two eyes don't see the future. These two eyes don't see the past. Yet, you can see your past and you can see your future. You can actually see your past. What is the sight that can see beyond time? Don't give it away.
Is shopping for a car starting to feel like a full-time job? Try CarGurus, the fast, easy way to find great deals. CarGurus has all makes and models. Every car has a deal rating from great to overpriced. Unlike other sites, CarGurus even sorts the best deals first. Like this one, low miles, well below market value. That green arrow tells you it's a great deal, and the top-rated dealer is just down the road. Plus, CarGurus shows me it's never been in an accident, and there's only one owner, all for free. Time to message the dealer. That's all there is to it. Go to CarGurus today to find great deals from top-rated dealers near you.
And there's your depression. Not just one symptom, there's lots of symptoms holding you back. And you're just a dent on your couch. Done. Then your doctor tells you about Trintellix, a prescription medicine for adults with depression, and you feel this overall relief. Cool.
And this info about sexual side effects. Patients changing from some antidepressants to Trintellix experienced improvement in problems with sexual desire, arousal, and orgasm, more than patients changing to Lexapro, also known as escitalopram. Some sexual side effects have been reported with Trintellix. Tell your doctor right away if you have worsening depression, unusual changes in mood, behavior, or thoughts of suicide. Antidepressants can increase these in children, teens, and young adults. Do not take with MAOIs. Tell your doctor about your medications, including migraine, psychiatric, and depression medications, to avoid a potentially life-threatening condition. Increased risk of bleeding and bruising may occur, especially if taken with NSAID pain relievers, aspirin, or blood thinners. Manic episodes or vision problems may occur in some people, may cause low sodium levels. Common side effects include nausea, constipation, and vomiting.
Dude, you're better.
Ask your doctor about changing to Trintellix.
That voice that just said rock star without nothing physical moving, that person is immortal. That person is not here with you. Let's go deeper. The body is in, 3 dimensions, right? Forward, back, right, left, up, down, and time. 4th dimension, 3 dimensions plus time. That's our physical reality. Front, back, right, left, up, down, that's 3D plus time. What happened to in and out? Look at the Easter, look at the English thought. Back, forth, right, left, up, down, no in and out. No in and out. What is in and out? Rock star. Rock star says, I exist without the body. So where is this other existence? Where is it? It's not here. It's not in three-dimensional space where you really are. The person that said this is in a whole different dimension. Just switch a little bit. Talk to yourself more. Affirm to yourself more. Don't move none of this. No, close this down and go within and say, I am the greatest ... ever. I have all my needs coming with speed. I am a being of love and light and knowledge. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. Whatever it is, have your affirmation on your tongue. Or inside he went to the inner man. Do what you want with the body. I'm not here. Now, once you realize that level of consciousness, where you are officially, you identify yourself as the spirit, not the flesh. You are the inner voice, not the outer voice. Once you become the inner voice, now your outer voice has power. Now when you speak, it's not just a shell speaking. There's a being speaking through the shell. And this is where you heal all sickness in your body. This is where you command reality to work with you, and it works according to your consciousness. Why? Because it's not a shell that's speaking. There's a real being in the shell that is speaking. And when the real being speaks, all nature and the universe responds. This is how hip-hop was created. We spoke it into existence. That's why MCing. This is why MCing is so important to hip-hop. We spoke our reality into existence. The word MCing, E-M-C-E-E-I-N, did not exist. The correct term is Master of Ceremonies. We called ourselves MCs for Master of Ceremonies, M.C. Rakim came along and said, it's the E-M-C-E-E, a repetition of words. Check out my melody. We all switched. Now it became E-M-C-E-E. We made that up. DJ, D-E-E-J-A-Y-I-N. We made that up. Breaking. We made that up. Graffiti art. We didn't make up graffiti. The act of writing on the side of the train. Graffiti is an Italian term, means scratch, or to scratch. We called ourselves writers, taggers, bombers. America called us graffiti artists. Bombers. But with each of these words, we created a new reality. This is how we're surviving. What is hip hop? It's like saying gabba gab. What is gabba gab? I don't know, but let's create it. This is how you can defeat the cops on another level. You know, if you had a weapon that can dismantle firearms, there'd be no more police brutality. Because the only thing they got is the gun. Let's say even mace, you could get that, you could deal with that. But a gun, somebody firing on you. If you had something called a GB, what's a GB? A GB is a little thing you turn on and it dismantles guns. Now go make it. This is what you tell children. Because they will make it. They will come up with a thing called, this is a GB. What does it do? It dismantles guns. Look, click, 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 whole police department done. This is the reverse of the use of words or your original tongue, as they say. The original word. You didn't wait for something to come. You said it first, then created it. It's not created, then you say it. I'm giving you a mic. What is it, microphone? No. Let's first say gabba dabba. What is gabba dabba? Oh, it's a suit that I put on, and when I put this suit on, I can go into another dimension. I disappear from here. Word? A gabba, yeah, it's called a gabba giba. Yeah, gabba giba, that's what it's called. Now go make it. Our children should be trained like this. There's a machine there's a carpet that flies across the sky with no gasoline, nothing. It uses the sun and it flies across the sky. You're 5 years old. It's called a juju. Now go make it. Little kids running around, yo, we could do this, yo. And you want to hear something about invention? When you give little kids an impossible or seemingly impossible task, they create other stuff along the way. They discover themselves along the way trying to get to the impossible task. This is, again, the purpose for God. The purpose for an infinite being in your mind is so that you never get tired of yourself. That there's always something for you to reach for, always something for you to go, something always exciting. God is always one step ahead. But no, not if you're a scientist. If you're a scientist, the universe is dead. It is a thing, it's not organic. It is something that its laws, once understood, can be controlled. And what's so interesting is this new science, or not new now, but this new talk on quantum mechanics or quantum physics. I'm gonna end now, I'm going off. But I'll say this about quantum mechanics, quantum physics, is that it's said in the quantum theory that if you look at an atom, it's fixed in one position. But if you turn your back on an atom, it's in superposition. Meaning that the world of atoms, the atomic structure of material reality, atoms are outside of space. Certain atoms can be in China and in America, and if you affect one, the minute you hit one, another one, the same thing you did to this one will happen to this one. They call it being co-located. This idea of atoms not being in fixed positions in space, meaning that if I'm not looking at an atom, it's everywhere. It's in superposition. It could be anything and be anywhere until I look at it. Once I look at it, the observer collapses the atomic structure and it becomes whatever my perception tells the atom to be. This is called sight. Everyone knows that sight is not out there. Sight is in here. Sight happens in the brain, which really happens in the mind. And so the reason I bring this up is because quantum mechanics says that the observer is creating the reality that the observer observes. So scientists are saying the brain creates reality. That there's no reality out here. Reality is in here. This is what science says. Reality is in here. So if reality is in here and you're a racist, what kind of reality are you going to project? And project to yourself only. Look how fast God is. Way faster than scientists. God says, I'll play with you guys for a little longer. Y'all trying to figure out the universe through mathematics and all of that. Okay, here's how I'm gonna do y'all. I'm gonna show y'all quantum mechanics. Basically, I'm gonna show you a mirror. They don't realize that the universe is alive. How can there be life in the universe and the universe itself not be? How can a dead thing create a live thing? The universe is alive and it thinks. We are it. We're it. Right now the universe is talking to itself. Having a conversation with itself right now for whatever purpose it wants to fulfill. So scientists trying to use Galileo's equations, mathematics is the language of the universe. That's wrong. Galileo's wrong on that. What is the real language of the universe is intention. This is what the universe is really looking at, intention. And we got that now through genetic sciences. I'm giving you these titles so when you leave, do the study, do the follow-up research. Genetics, the genome. People are realizing now that your environment is way more important than even your culture. That the environment you're in, your genes are responding to the environments that you're in. Imagine that. That everything you do as a human, there's a tiny, 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 tiny little organism running around that does the exact same thing. And let me say it, let me put it to you this way so you can really see it. You are only a collection of cells. You should really spell it as C-E-L-F. Cell. Because what the self is the consciousness of cells. Cells reproduce, they talk, they have waste, they have a job and a function. Every cell knows what it's supposed to do. These are little thinking beings. And when they unite, they make you. The way you think is what they are thinking. When you say, I'm hungry, it's not you that's hungry, it's your cells that are hungry. You are the slave of your higher self, C-E-L-F. You are the servant of your higher self until you become your higher self, then you're free. This is why they say you are born a slave. You are. You're a slave to yourself. You're a slave to the addictions that your cells want. You're a slave to the made-up realities of your language. You're a slave to your fears and this kind of thing. Once you realize that I am the eternal, immortal being that speaks without this body, has existence without time and space, once you really know that, you start moving like that. And then reality starts playing with you. You start reading things right in the nick of time. Some message comes to you right off the wall. Nobody else see it. You're the only one to see it. Why? Because your perception is such. This is how you get over. This is how you get past. This is how you compete. Never compete is how you compete. The ancient way. This is the ancient way. You don't compete. That's the English way. The way of nature is cooperation. Everything works in cooperation. That's why we African Americans are here in the United States today. I didn't talk much on Black history, but here's a little piece. That's why we're here. I'll drop this little piece on you. There's a book called Slave Religion by Robotar. R-O-B-O-T-E-A-U. R-O-B-O-T-E-A-U. It's called Slave Religion. In this book, this guy talks about how we got to the United States, which was over about 4 or 5 different migrations. First of all, Africans were already here in the United States. We were already here from like 50,000 years ago. We were first called Native Americans. We were called indigo. This is where you get the word Indian from. It's not from the word indigenous. It's from the word indigo. That was the color of the people that they first saw. The original human beings were blue-black. It's preserved in Hindu art. They have like Krishna in blue and all that. But now it's now more glamorized. But back in the days, humans were blue-black. They were called indigo. And when these Western explorers came to some of these islands, what they saw was really dark-skinned people, and they called them indigos. That became Indians, or Indo. You said Indo-European, Indonesian, Indo. That's all dealing with the color indigo, because that's what the original black, so-called black man or woman, I have to say woman, what the original black woman was, because geneticists now have realized that the entire history of humanity is in women, meaning that from the first, what they call African Eve, genetic Eve, the first black woman to leave Africa and venture into Europe and other parts of Asia and other parts of Africa, this one woman, they say we have all of her genes. We have, like most of humanity has all of her genes, and it's women that have passed these genes on through human history. Forget somebody writing history. Your history is already imprinted on your genetic structure, and it's passed in humanity by women. So to disrespect a woman is literally to disrespect the whole history of humanity. Literally. To harm a woman is to actually harm the whole history of humanity, at least genetically. So I bring this little piece up because, come back to the indigo, come back to the Indian, come back to the fact that you were already here. The point I'm bringing up is this. You can escape white racism, white people included. Nobody wants racism, nobody. No rational human being is into that. That's why white folk fought for black independence. That's why there's an abolitionist movement. I talked about that earlier. That's why. If we appeal to the humanity in each other, then all these racial divisions, of course, will disappear. But we also have to become brothers and sisters, which means we need a God. A God. Something that we agree is above us all. Some people make law their God. Some people make love their God. All of these are good, but a godless person is a slave. This is what a slave was. It was first Islam in Africa, Arabs, Arab Moors, they called them. Those tribes, they're the ones that are you today. Because what made you eligible for slavery was that you wasn't Muslim or Christian. First it was Islam that enslaved Africans. Then it was the Christians. Islam sold Africans to the Christians. Then the Christians took over with the Crusades. God wills it, and the Crusades started. And they defeated the Muslims and took the whole slave trade. But the ones they were enslaving was ones that were not Christian. At this point, if you were Muslim, you were getting enslaved now. But in the beginning, if you said Muslim, you said Christian, you were good. Those who were slaves who said, I'm not down with either one. I'm doing nature. I'm doing astronomy. I don't need to read. I don't need to write. I'm reading nature. These are the ones that were enslaved. These are the ones that made it to the United States. They talk all the time about Africans arriving in chains. That's a lie. Well, it's not a lie. Some did. Many did arrive in chains. But the history of Africans in this country is like, the way they tell it is like it's like saying 200 years from now you're telling the history of African Americans today. And you say, look at Rodney King. Take a look at the prison system. Now, these people were enslaved, weren't they? Yeah, were. Take a look at the poverty rate. Take a look at the health rate. Take a look at the lack of education. You would say 200 years from now, them people were enslaved, weren't they? Yeah. This is how slavery was 300 years ago. How can slavery exist for 300 years if you don't believe in it yourself? Whoa. I don't even believe I'm saying that. How can slavery exist for 300 years if you don't believe in it? I could see it lasting for a week. Okay, a month. A year, then we revolted and got free. Okay, 2 years we were slaves. 300 years. 100 million Africans off the west coast of Africa. We weren't part of that? Nah, you gotta look at it today too. We still slaves today. It's just the slave population got bigger. It's now Asian and Europeans part of it too now. Now it's Latinos as well, and now it's Arabs and Hindus, and yeah. It's just the slave population got bigger. It didn't go nowhere because it was always a mental issue to begin with. Why are you a slave? Because I believe that my father and my mother are my God. I believe in my culture, and I don't need to believe in yours. Okay, put these chains on, let's go. I get here to America. I'm still looking for my ancestors. I'm still praising the ancestors. The white man is calling it voodoo. They call it Yoruba and all kind of other things, but this is just my ancestry. But here in this system, I can't be myself. There goes spirituality. You are a God in your environment. You are the God of your environment. You're not the God of the universe. You're not, no, but you are the God, the creator of your environment. And your environment is as large as your perception is. When I was in the Bronx, my environment was global. I was homeless with 2 nothings in my pocket. But I knew this science. I was raised by a strong woman. That's all I got to say. Strong woman, her name is Jacqueline Parker. If you ever meet her, give her $1. She's a strong woman, my mother. And she raised me. I was 8 years old. She never told me to turn the music off. In fact, when we was rapping and beating on the walls, and the neighbors was complaining, she bought us Rapper's Delight. She bought us Funky 4+1 More. Encouraged the hip hop in us. We didn't even know what it was, but mom's was just unconditional love. And we was crazy. Me and my brother Kenny, crazy in Brooklyn. Crazy. But my moms loved us anyway. And this is what I'm saying to all mothers in this room right now. Your daughters, your sons, if you keep that love on them, they're gonna be greater than anything you could possibly imagine. And this is the point, greater than you can imagine. This is the scary part, Mom. This is it. Your kids are greater than you can imagine. When you give them love, you make them greater than you can imagine. My mother could not imagine KRS-One. I was 12 when I told her I was gonna be a rapper. I was 12, I said, Mom, I'm gonna rap. She said, okay, yeah, let's get to the dishes. That's how it just went, just like that. I said, Mom, I'm gonna be a rapper. Okay, yeah, we'll take out the garbage. Yeah.
Word. Perfect. Yeah, this is nice. All right, so yeah, we was talking about success in America. And the first piece was like eliminating one, you know, and then you was like kind of expounding on that. Then you said the second thing, you said rappers have a lot of needs and a lot of wants, but you have to really differentiate like what's a need and what's a want.
And what is your requirement?
Right.
It's a different thing with that.
Right.
Okay. Requirements is really the center of satisfying the necessities in life. What do I require?
What do you require? Right.
What do I require? Water, good, clean drinking water, air, some kind of protein. You know, these kinds of things. B12. You know, what do I require? Okay. Once you know what you require, the world doesn't tempt you anymore. It does, and it's not even a fight. It's really, I am, my being is beyond your temptation.
Oh, shit.
You know, my being is, meaning what you are offering, I don't require.
Oh, shit.
Well, what you're offering, I don't need, I don't want. Now, you could even say, I do want what you're offering. I want that. I do want, but I put it in the category of want.
A want, right?
Okay, it's want. It's not a requirement and it's not a need. I want this. Now, most of the times you make the best decisions when you know this is my want, so I can let that go. Right. You know, it's just, that's a want. It's something I want. Right. You know, I want it badly, but it's not a requirement and it's not a need. Now, the needs. Now, want is usually your satisfying an emotional thing with a want, an ambitious thing with a want. A need usually has to do with responsibilities that you have toward other people.
Right.
Some people think they need a whole lot. No, you require a whole lot. What you need is needs of responsibilities, sacrifices, family. People you know that cause you to react in certain ways or do things in this way. I need to pay the mortgage. I need to pay the rent. I need to do these things. You do need to do these things. There's consequences to this.
All right, so let me ask you this, bro, because I'm in a crossroads.
Yes.
I've studied, you know, Egyptology, you know, more science, Buddhism, and all that stuff, and I've lived a lot of my life in a quote unquote minimalist state of mind because I'm like, what is it? The first Buddha says, you know, the cause of suffering is desire. You know what I mean? You want So now I'm at a point where I'm trying to find that balance because I have children. I know I want, you know, some nice things or whatever. And I think you agree. It's not a bad thing to want.
No.
You know, and it's not a bad thing to have wants.
Right.
So based on that balance, what would you say are the steps? Because we're talking about Juneteenth, we're talking about freedom. A big thing of freedom and power is economics.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So what would be your first steps to really moving towards economic strength?
Make yourself valuable first. We put too much value in things outside of ourselves.
Correct.
Now, some of us have to, meaning that some of us weave good clothes. This is our value. The weaving is the real value, but you're going to produce something the clothes is what it is. Some of us cook. The meal is the value. You're producing a meal. So put that aside. Not aside, but put that in its place.
In its perspective.
In its perspective. I'm talking about why does anyone need you?
Right. Period.
Okay, why does anybody need you? Why is anybody gonna call on you?
What do you bring to the
table?
What
do you bring to the table that someone needs? How needed are you in life? And young people, this is really a lesson for young people to really learn this because it's at that very young age where you have to answer, you should be answering this question.
That's right.
In the world, what can I be called upon for? You go to school for it. You sit under an elder. You take an apprenticeship, an internship. How are you going to make yourself needed in the world? This is the basis of value.
Come on now, bro.
The basis, and I tell you something else that's right along with being needed is service. Service. Black people, we are the kings and queens of service.
Being of service.
Being of service. But it's been turned against us now because we now don't want to serve because the service has been turned into slavery.
Right.
Has been turned into terrorism.
Right.
Has been turned into all this other stuff.
Right.
So now you don't want to serve now that our
Right.
community. We don't want to serve each other, and we're poor at serving other people now. Imagine, I mean, there's movies. I forgot the name of it, but like dudes in the White House. You know, you think they're sitting there, butlers, black people serving these white folks, but when you really get into it, this is a skill to know how to serve dinner.
Wow.
To the point where people are calling for you.
Right.
I need you to serve me this dinner.
Right.
What do you want? This ain't slavery.
Right.
What do you want?
Right.
Okay.
What do you want for that service?
What do you want for that service? Because people want you be surprised. Service is the key to value. What do you bring to the table? How needed are you? Now, if we could answer those two questions,
right.
If any one person in a family answers that question, the whole family's saved.
Wow.
The whole family's saved. If one person is called upon, if the world needs one family member,
gotcha.
The whole family's saved. Now, if you got 2, 3, 4, 5, we all
that is a good segue into my next question.
Come on.
My last question, because I know we got other things.
This is never ending.
Right. So, how important is other people to creating your value, creating your wealth? Kind of put it in perspective the importance of a team, be it 1, 2, 3, or 4. Like what's the value of having that, and how do you choose the right people to be? Like, talk a little bit about team and community and togetherness.
You know, that's
to create value.
This is a tough one because this is a tough one because teams don't really create value.
Okay.
And I say that hesitantly.
Okay.
There are successful teams. There are people who get together and make it happen.
But what makes you say,
But they're very far and few. They're very far and few. They're the Jordans.
Really?
Yeah. Here's what I'm applying to. Usually, in a society like this, in a society like this that we live in, individualism is what rules.
What?
Independence is what you'll go faster being independent and not linking with a team. Now, this is old school colonial and imperial indoctrination. They don't want us grouping up. They don't want 3 black folk together. That's a problem.
Right.
Okay. That's old school, embedded. Okay. Be an individual, you get ahead in life. So there's a part of me that answers the question realistically. Living in the United States, what's the importance of a team and your financial success or stability even in that sense? First, recognize that in the United States, teams don't really work. Individuals get to where they gotta go and then form a paid for group.
So people who work for you for your goal, that's the team that you want to build.
You want.
Not that together we're gonna walk together.
Not in the United States. Now, you mentioned Buddhism. China understands team. First of all, China understands it's not about me, it's about the state.
Right.
They understand that. Now, we can look all day and say, oh, that's backwards, that's the communism, and that's that. Whatever you got, whatever. Okay? That's what it is.
Right.
They're working for the state. And sometimes it's brutal. That's not a perfect system either. The state is imposing even how many kids you can have. Okay? But the Chinese are saying, no, China is what all of us agree. That China is what we are really comes first. Wow. Comes first. America ain't on that.
Nah.
So now in China, I mean, but then again, no,
capitalism versus communism.
Versus communism. I was about to say maybe you can get over in China. No, you got to be Chinese. So that's what it is. So we stuck here, okay, with capitalism. And capitalism is not about group anything. It's about one dude owning and controlling everything. The means of labor, the product, everything. I want one aggregate, one corporation, one monopoly. This is why we have the antitrust, so we can break up monopolies and all that. They don't want groups. They can't take groups. Individuals. Now, that's only for the United States. That's why I make the China comparison in an economic sense. The reason China is kicking everybody's behind is because their people move as a unit. They don't have a self-interest. And that's not true. But in the economic philosophy of China,
In the grand scope.
in the grand scope, they don't have a self-interest.
Gotcha.
China's the interest. Everybody in America is like, no,
Gotcha.
my self-interest is what I want. America, please, me.
Right.
Okay? And America pushes that.
That's wisdom right there. That's wisdom. That's knowing you're playing. That's knowing the board.
Right.
That you're playing on.
This is the exactly.
Cool.
This is the board.
Right. So if you want to win within the board or what have you, these are the rules that you.
These are the rules you play. I say this
the better
hesitantly.
you understand them, the more successful you'll be. I got it.
I say it hesitantly, but work by yourself. Educate yourself. Have a safe. Write a journal. Master yourself. And then you can help a whole lot of people.
Right.
Do a lot of things.
Right.
But starting with a group, if we are all not masterminds and proven masterminds, meaning our emotions are quelled, our self-interest is dead, we see the goal and we're going to get there. Who is that?
Who is that?
Who is that? Okay? Everybody got their own thing going.
Right.
So if you're in
because of the indoctrination
of the whole environment.
Right.
The whole environment
Right.
says, look out for yourself. Don't
Right.
look out for this dude over
Live
here.
alone, die alone.
Live alone, die
Dolo clothing.
Dolo. You already run down the list.
Right,
You already
right,
know. Right.
right.
And it's funny you mentioned that's all cultural. They're telling you right there, this is what it is. It's not right. It's not even on the point of right or wrong. Right. It's not a moral thing. Okay? But this is the game.
Yeah, it's a game.
Okay, this is the game. So I would offer in the United States, again, study yourself for yourself. Hone your skill. If you weave up the crazy,
Right.
if you cook up the madness, do you in that way, and then on that level, you're called upon. You have value unto yourself. Now you can always venture out. You know, I'd like to sell lamps. You know,
But have that one.
but have that one thing
that's gonna put you on the map.
I am the value. I am the. That's why I enjoy art so much, whether it be MCing, graffiti art, dance, this kind of thing, because it's you.
Comes from you.
It's you. Dance for me. Let's see it.
Right.
If you wiggle the way we all need to see it.
Right.
This is what we're paying. We're taking
Check your
photos.
money maker. Right.
We're doing this. You know, this
Right.
is it. You show me a picture of painting. There was some fly craziness out here.
Yep.
You got to give me the number.
I got you.
Probably the net.
I got you.
The vendor,
Richard.
You saw the one I took a picture in front of?
It's either Richard or Ted Ellis.
I walked out. I think it was Ted. I think I saw that on the bottom of the picture.
Yeah.
I walked out of the library and walked over to this area. You were still working.
Is it like it was like to the left a little bit?
Yeah.
Did they have a tent? Did they have a white tent? Nah.
I didn't see the tent. It was Africans in white dancing.
I'll find it.
And I wanted to buy the thing, but it was too many. Oh, look.
I'll find it. Do me a favor, Simone. Text me that. Yeah, text me that.
Yeah, I wanted to purchase that.
I got
He wasn't there. The person wasn't there.
I got you.
But this is the point. That value comes from him.
Right.
That came out of him.
Out of him.
Okay, and now I'm looking to purchase that.
Right. Shit.
This. Every kid needs to know how to make a table, make a chair, sing, do hair. We may laugh at these things or look down on them, but when you talk about real economic value,
That's right.
And over a long period of time, the person who can cook and clean, you work forever. Okay, you can look down on Maria if you want.
Right, if you want.
Okay, but no, these are the staples of life. I need somebody to clean my house. I don't want to do it. I got other things to do. Boom.
Service.
Value. And if you come and the things are spitting clean, you can call it whatever you want. You can degrade the work, whatever. That person goes home cutting their salmon, knowing you ain't doing what.
Right.
this is me right now. This is what it is.
Right.
I work for the value came from me, and that's true entrepreneurship, which is also what I suggest in these times as well. America just caught on with COVID, and everybody was out of work. They said, you know, we gotta like this.
Right.
So many people, people trying down all kinds of business ideas and stuff because they say, why do I want to go back to work?
Right.
What is that? Americans are waking up to it, and the thing, what's actually cool about it is that if we really wake fully up, then we're gonna have to realize that if you have a nation of entrepreneurs, the world has to become your customers. So we're gonna have to cool off with this America greatest and all of that. Humble ourselves like merchants have to do.
Ooh, come on now, bro.
And big up the customer.
Right.
You know, tell the customer this you are the thing here, and we made this for
when you. Say make a worldwide clientele, you mean like through the internet, you mean?
All of it, right. Internet, go there as well. African Americans are respected all over the world. America the only place we ain't respected.
I heard that.
Imagine that, America the only place.
I heard that.
We can't get nothing done. Okay, any place, any.
Cool.
Okay, any place else you go, Africa don't like African Americans. They look down, they hate us, okay? They don't. But in that way,
that's the grand. we say the grand.
Africans, you know, I'm just saying.
Have you experienced that?
Yes, I experienced both. I experienced Africa, the most wonderful of people, love, every respect, and then of course you get this dude.
Yeah.
Right. You know, okay. It goes both ways. No, but I say this to say that the world has to become your merch.
Got you.
The world has to become your customer.
Got you.
In that sense, and be an entrepreneur. Be an entrepreneur. Make something. Express something. In that sense, don't rely just upon a job. I like a good job. Jobs are honorable work, especially if you're doing something you want to do. Even if you're doing something you don't want to do, if you're a father or mother who got to take care of a family and you got to do something you don't want to do, that's honorable work.
That's right.
Okay, that's whatever you're doing, that's honorable work. You're doing something you don't want to do, you sacrifice it, but you're going to do it because so we could live. Okay, that's honorable work. But you're never going to get rich. You're never going to be free. You're never going to have a moment's peace working for somebody else. It's never going to happen. Unless, of course, you got that anomaly. You've worked so hard 30 years for some corporation that blew up. Those that worked for Microsoft in the early days. Those that worked for Google bragging. Yeah, Google, their employees, somehow they got them dosed up with something, okay? They love Google, okay? That's an anomaly.
It is.
Okay. Now the rest of us, okay, are working for tyrants.
Trudging
along, and dudes not paying. You ask for something, they acting like you crazy. You putting in hours. No, your life is way more valuable than that, and that's why your question is so potent because it leads to freedom. That economic piece. This was Dr. King's last mission.
Isn't that like with the strike, the
sanitation strike?
That's when he started flipping it to economics.
He started flipping it right there and saying, "No, we got legislation, voting rights, civil rights." He said he called it New Hills of Hope. He said, "Let's climb new hills of hope." New Hills of Hope. It was an "I Have a Dream" speech, and that was an economic piece. That was an economic piece. He said, no, we got to get some money. And it was black business and so on. And another thing, too, is that it's not like black folk don't know this, okay? We've already had, Black Wall Street and Hayti and Tulsa, Oklahoma, these places, and all kinds of other little pockets that racist system, our own betrayal of one another, all of that comes in and destroys the financial situation. So there's one last thing to say on this, and on this is that revolution only works for those that participate. Period. Okay, it's like spirituality. Spirituality.
Oh, that was my next segue.
Segue it.
Y'all got 5 minutes.
Cool. That sounds good.
This Takim's 8:30.
Sounds good.
His brother didn't come up yet.
Yeah. You were supposed to be up at 8 o'clock.
It's 8:20. And I told Hakeem 8:30.
See, he's bugging. Just call someone. I told him 8 o'clock. Maybe he knocked on the door. I told him room 1100, right?
Yes, ma'am.
1100. Yeah. All right. 4 minutes. All right. So, on your quest for service, value, for financial stability, wealth.
Yes.
Reconcile that with spirituality. One of the first things you hear, I heard, money is the root of all evil. All right, so why should I study money or whatever? But now I'm like, hold up, man. You know what I mean? Like I would say about 7 years ago.
Right.
That's when I started flipping the whole militant, anti-establishment to be like, hold up, let's make this thing work for me.
Right.
So how do you still reconcile the spirituality with the financial gain and what it takes to really amass wealth? Like, how do you stay grounded in your spirituality?
You know, this is the key right here. You mentioned that
and you can expound on any kind of spiritual.
Yeah. No. This is the key right here. First of all, the love of money is not. I'm sorry, the money's not the root of all evil.
Right.
The correct statement was the love of money.
Right.
Is the root of all evil. We often say.
We got misquoted.
No. But it's a cultural thing to also say. Money is the root of all evil.
A fool in his money
will soon be departed. Okay, but there's other sentences that go with that as well. You know, so when you say spiritually, in that sense, look, the direct statement is the love of money is the root of all evil.
Right.
And even that's debatable, but
what you'll do for it.
What you'll do for the money is that. But you know, a guy named J.P. Wingate, and I say his name into history as well, he once told me, he was a friend of mine, and told me, it's not the love of money that is the root of all evil. It's the lack of money that is the root of all evil.
How about it?
The lack of money is the root of all evil. I sat back.
Since it got a little juice.
I sat back and thought about that for a minute.
Let me see here.
Bam. Yeah, you stretch that out. You got it. Yeah. Well, you're a little crooked. Yeah, here we go.
That's good.
Nice. All right. So
the lack of money.
The lack of money is the root of all evil. The lack of money makes you do all kinds of things to get money. Poverty is the root of all evil. And people know this. The people, economic people, they know when people don't have, they're going to start scrounging and your whole psychology starts to wig out because you can't eat. You can't sleep. You can't hide. There's no safety when you're impoverished. So to keep a people in poverty is to deliberately make them criminals so that you could now cash in on that. It's a deliberate situation. You know, banks don't want to loan to black people. Housing don't want you to live in certain
disparities. That's right.
These disparities, poor education, healthcare, these kinds of things, they make you poor. And now when you're now in this condition,
you're almost like in a demonized state.
You're demonized, and physically, mentally, spiritually.
Right.
Okay, all the way down. Okay, now we're going to penalize you for being down there. When we're the ones actually putting you down there. Right. And so,
that's the evil shit.
The only thing we have, the only thing we have is our spirit. That's the one thing that has not been broken. The mere fact that we're speaking like this right now after 400 years of terrorism and oppression, that is a miracle unto itself.
That alone, that's right.
That alone, the fact that we're still talking and saying, you know what, we got to get free.
With hope. Right.
We got to get free. We still talking that 400 years, that's a miracle unto itself. They ain't break our spirit.
That's right.
Okay, you tried to. You caught a lot of us.
Right.
But the center of us is unbroken. Here we are talking right now.
Again, the grand scope.
The grand scope, maybe it is. But this piece right here is solid. Right here.
That's
and you know it is. And you're afraid of it.
That's right.
And you're afraid of it. Now come back to the spirit. Here's what we got to realize on a logical level. Because remember, the spirit is logical, reasonable. The spirit is touchable. It's not invisible. It's us that are blind. So it appears invisible. Here's the one key piece right here about spirituality. A lot of people ain't gonna like it. Everybody ain't spiritual.
That's right.
Everybody don't have a soul. Damn, did I say that?
Yeah, you said that.
Damn. everybody does. Now, let me candy coat that statement a little bit. Let me put a little fluff around it. Okay, everyone has a soul, but everyone is not using soul. Everyone does not exist from soul. Now, I will say, I'm
gonna have to agree.
Everybody ain't got a soul. Let's start there. Okay, back in Kemet, only the pharaoh had a soul. Everybody else was basically, you lived, you died, and that was the end of you, unless you had some relation to the pharaoh. And even when the pharaoh died, people went along with him to get that everlasting life. Everybody ain't got a soul.
Wow.
Everybody ain't got a soul. We're told this. This is a Christian myth that everybody got a soul and we all go to heaven or hell. No, we now know that to be false. And so, backing away from that myth, you now come to the conclusion. Who is God? Where is God? What is this?
Let's go with it. Let's go.
So if you look logically, just look at the logic of it all, okay?
Let's go.
The first humans, the first self-aware beings who ever woke up and said, man, I know you. Yo, and I know me. And the first self-aware beings, okay? These beings don't come from other beings. They don't, if you're the first, okay, there's no before you. You're the first. You're the first self-aware being. Where does the first self-aware human beings come from? Nature itself, the universe, the intent of the universe itself made us self-aware. Circumstances, things had to happen. Brain had to get moved. We ate something. Who knows? Whatever it was that made us self-aware. The intent of the universe itself. There's no other intent. There's nothing else happening. Forces that are not human made us human. The first humans, first self-aware humans, are us. We're not just black people. We're the first people.
It's proven, yeah.
Now it's all type of scientific and genetic evidence to prove this. But we still don't believe it. We still walk around like we're the fourth people second or the class, fifth people. Right, yeah. You know, beyond even second class.
Yeah. Wow.
Excuse me. Beyond even second class, we put everyone in front of us. We with all due respect to the Native Americans, okay, this is their land, okay? With all due respect to them, we revere their ancientness more than our own.
You're so right about that.
We'll look at them and be like, yo, y'all go back, and we will respect that. But when we look at our brother and sister, we say, nah, you from the 70s. You know, you from the 60s.
Slavery and beyond.
Slavery and beyond. Right. Actually, from slavery and beyond. That's how I'm seeing you.
Right.
You know, so once you realize, logically and truthfully, you are from the first beings
on this planet.
On the planet. The first writers, language, the wheel, agriculture, astronomy. This is you. This is your natural way to be.
Right.
This is your natural way to be.
Right.
Okay? This is your natural self.
Right.
You don't come from other people.
Right.
Other people come from you.
Right.
Now this is genetics as well, biology as well. They tracing everybody outside of Africa to a couple of women. Genetic Eve, they call her. African Eve.
Right.
Tracing everybody back. So we being the first people created by divine forces. There's no other
unknown,
people.
No other way to
There's no other. It's unknown.
Right.
Let's just say unknown.
Right.
Okay. If divine is too heavy a word, unknown forces make us aware. We the first to be aware.
Right.
In the awareness, it is clear. We built pyramids, mathematics, science, law, civilization. There was no killing, robbing, and hunter-gatherer. No, it wasn't none of that. These were enlightened beings and realized, here's how we got to do it.
Wow.
You come from that. That is the spirituality.
Gotcha.
Not all this hocus pocus.
Right.
There's a certain responsibility that comes over you when you seriously understand I am the first being. I am from the first people. I can't act like this because the first people don't act like that. I'm from the first people. I'm from divine forces. You can even take it as further and say, seriously, where do you start yourself? And this is a spiritual question. Where do you start yourself? Do you start yourself when you come out of your mother? Do you start yourself at the moment of conception? Do you start yourself with your grandmother? Or your grandfather? Do you start yourself with the circumstances that brought your mother and father together? The circumstances, your mother and father could not, without this unknown intelligence, your mother and father could not have come together, either because your grandmother and grandfather, all the way back.
All the way back.
What are the circumstances that's putting people together, moving them in certain ways and producing you? Unknown. Now we are moving like this. Black people moving like this. We can't explain ourselves fully. That's not just because knowledge is being taken from us. We can't explain ourselves fully because we come from divine forces. This language and this talk is never going to explain where we originally come from, ever. English doesn't even have enough words to define where we come from, okay? So this little language we speaking right here, we work it, we try to do what we got to do, but the realm I'm speaking of is beyond words. It's a feeling and a knowing.
And a knowing, that's right.
A knowing. And with that feeling and that knowing, you produce real events and effects in real life, in real physical life. You know, you produce effects. You get what you require when you require it. You know, you don't have to beg and scrape, nothing. You move with the universe. Why? Because I realize the universe made me. This intent made me who I am. You know, what are the things that happen for me to even be KRS-One, just from a career point of view? I can't explain all of it. Sure, it was Scott LaRock. Sure, Jive Records. I can point to this and that, but MC, I'm sure it's MC Shan is a couple others. You know? Sure, it was that. But I could also say, what were the circumstances?
Right.
That chance meeting. Scott LaRock, the social worker. I'm the client in the shelter. Who thought of that? Who thought that up? I didn't think of that. Scott didn't think of that. Who's thinking that? Well, that should show you a presence.
Damn.
Right
the
there.
Spirit. That's right.
Spirit.
That's the spirit.
That's the spirit. It shows you. It's working in your life right now.
As we speak.
As we speak.
Right now.
Right now. The circumstances that brought us together right here. Right here. Right now.
And there's no telling where it's going to.
And where it's going, and there is no telling. And that's the mystery. You revel in the mystery. You revel in the mystery school. You ain't got to know everything.
Right.
Just know the presence.
Right.
Just know the presence. Simone, what you say?
Right there. There it is. Perfect timing. I got it.
Oh, you went right out. Perfect.
Somebody below you helped you get where you are. I remember years ago when Curtis and I always had like a love-hate because Curtis, I told Curtis the other day at the airport, I said, Curtis, you remind me of Dame Dash. And Dame Dash is, he's harsh. The Dame, he loves hard. Curtis loves hard. He'll tell you to jump in the lake, but he loves you. You got to understand that about Curtis. But Curtis gave me an award, one of the first awards I received as a barber, Entrepreneur of the Year at a round table at the Warner Brothers. And he always seemed to be able to open doors for barbers. So in other words, you can't reap something and not sow it back into the land. If you don't plant, there's no harvest. If you don't take what you got and plant it and give it out, you won't have a legacy. Your children should know what you've done. And so hopefully this whole weekend has been an opportunity to document who you are and what you do so that your children and your children's children can look back and say, Daddy, Grandma, Grandpa did this. Because this is what it's all about. Family, brotherhood, sisterhood. And I know if we continue to do what we do, whether it's one customer, whether it's inside the studio, whether it's inside the salon suite, whether it's inside the barbershop, whether it's inside the school, wherever we decide to exercise our talents, we cannot forget our brothers and sisters in this industry. God bless you. I love you all. Continue to do what you do. Continue to be faithful in what you do. And let's make some more money. Let's do it right.
Hey guys, it's Thomas from the Barberstyle Directory, and welcome back to another video. Now this video is going to be centered around one of the most essential parts of a haircut, and that's the lineup, or edge up, whatever you want to call it. This video is going to be very short and straight to the point. I'm basically just going to go over my method of how I do a lineup. Now there are several ways to line up. You can start from the front or the sides, but I'm going to show you my personal method. There will also be a blog associated with this video, so be sure to click the link below, and it will take you straight to our website. Don't forget to subscribe. We're doing a 50K subscriber giveaway, so be on the lookout for that. And without further ado, let's get into the video. All right, so basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna taper down the front area so his hair will lay down. Now you can do this. I don't start a lineup across the front. What I do is, turn your headphones just a little bit. I start on the side. So I make this line and then I make the curve, match it on the other side, and then I just connect it with the front. It makes it easier for me that way. Guys, I won't be doing a lot of talking in this video since the video is so self-explanatory, but I'll just chime in on certain parts that I feel that I can give you guys some feedback and some tips. And I've said this in several videos before, my trimmers are set for all around purpose. So my trimmers, they're not super sharp, but they can do a shave, they can do outlines, whatever you need to do, they're all purpose. I can line little kids with these if I want to. I don't set my blades too close. But they're still sharp enough for me to get that line that I need to. And his hairline has a tendency to curl up, so what I'm doing is just basically tapering his line up just a little bit. Trying to keep those baby hairs, so to speak. And as always, this is the holding spray that I use. Now this is number 3. Like if you look on the can, this is number 3. It's medium hold. And here I just blow dry it in. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start from the center and make my way either right or left. It doesn't really matter. And I'm not gonna go way up here. I'm gonna keep it natural and go straight across. The Slimline Pro, this is pretty much my touch-up trimmer. I don't really use this for the majority of the hairline just because of the power issues, but it's really good for finishing up edge up. Now, a lot of people ask me why I do this, and it's something that you can't really explain until you try it yourself. Whenever you recline somebody back, you really get to see if the hairline is straight or not. It kind of gives you another perspective. Aside from the mirror, you can always use the mirror, but I found that this is a really helpful tool for me to recline them back and line them like this. You guys should try it and let me know what you think in the comments. Also, don't forget to check out the blog associated with this video. Just click the link below and it will take you straight there. And all I'm doing now is just applying some oil sheen, giving his hair a little curl, and we're pretty much done. So thank you guys for watching. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, and be on the lookout for that 50K subscriber giveaway. And I will see you guys on the next video.
I'll never forget this. The first day when we left that meeting, he said, "You better keep up. You better keep up." Name is Tim Grover. I worked with Michael Jordan for 15 years. Everyone knows me as his trainer, but my official title was a sports enhancement specialist. If you walk into a gym and I've worked with you for 2 weeks, you're not my client. If I passed you a ball for 1 day and I shot video of you, you're not my client. I define a client of mine who's worked with me for numerous years. Scottie Pippen, numerous years. Charles Barkley, numerous years. Akeem Olajuwon, numerous years. Michael Jordan, numerous years. Kobe Bryant, numerous years. Dwayne Wade, numerous years. I mean, those are the top individuals. I have others that have had successful careers. I played college basketball at University of Illinois at Chicago. I've always been a basketball buff, so I actually did my thesis on strength and conditioning for basketball players. When I graduated college, I had a master's degree in exercise science, and I always knew I wanted to train professional athletes. The only way you could really train professional athletes was working for a professional organization. I wanted to work more with individuals. So I actually wrote letters to all the players on the Chicago Bulls organization. And back then, there was no email. I wrote 14 letters to 14 different players. There are 15 players on a basketball team. The one person I did not write the letter to was Michael Jordan. I didn't get any response back, but I did get a call from the athletic trainer, Mark Feil at the time, saying, "Hey, we have a client that may be interested in your services. We want you to meet this individual, be at the house at 1 o'clock. So I go over there, I knock on the door, and guess who opens the door? I got a chance to sit with him for 30 minutes, told him what my philosophies were, what I could do for him, and he was looking for somebody that wanted to work directly with him. When you work with a team, you have a certain schedule. You're set on whatever the team schedule is. He wanted somebody that was a little bit more flexible, and then somebody that would focus in on his body, because everybody's needs are a little different. That was my path to him. I said, give me 30 days, let's see what happens. And 30 days turned into 15 years. He had gave me a list of what he was doing before. I said, tell me what you'd like to incorporate, what you'd like to keep out of this program. He goes, well, I want to start fresh. I want to start totally fresh. So my first thing with him was, all right, I don't care how fast you are, how high you jump. I said, none of that matters if you're constantly getting injured, if you're starting to have little nagging injuries. And one thing that he was very susceptible to was groin pulls and ankle injuries. So I said, let's address those things first. The more healthy you are, the better you'll be able to play. And I said, let's worry about being quicker, stronger, faster later. And most people put the concept of we need to make you quicker, stronger, faster first. The quicker, stronger, faster you make an individual, the more susceptible they are to injuries, because they don't know how to handle that extra speed. They don't know how to handle that extra quickness. They don't know how to handle that extra power. When you do those things, You got to learn how to stop too. So everyone teaches you how to go, go, go. No one teaches you how to stop. So my big philosophy was all right, let's deal with the injuries that you have. Let's take care of those things first. And by doing that, the more healthier you get, it's automatically going to improve your game. His obsession to win and to compete on the basketball court and everything he does was the same way that I felt. My obsession to help an athlete get better, to keep them injury-free, to play every single game. And if something didn't work, it was like, I always felt it was like my fault. You know, if he missed a game-winning shot, even though I wasn't out on the basketball court, well, what could I have done better? If he was more fresh, if he was in better condition, or if he turned an ankle, or if he jammed a finger, I'd automatically start thinking in my head, did I do too much? Didn't I do enough? Why did I leave that exercise out? I should have done this. So it's the constant rewind of everything over and over again to do it next time even better. Everyone knows Michael is a huge foundation and fundamentals guy. All the crazy stuff that you see him doing in the air and all the fancy moves, he never practiced those. He practiced the fundamentals because he knew if he could master the fundamentals, master the foundation, those other moves would automatically come. That was the same philosophy I had. We started off with just the basic compound movements that you would see any strength and conditioning individual do. You know, anything from bench press and dumbbell presses to cleans to deadlifts to squats. All the basic stuff to build the foundation first. During the off season, we would go anywhere from an hour and a half to 2 hours. As we got closer to the season, the intensity increased and the time became a little short. It would be about an hour to 90 minutes. And then once the season started, the workouts were anywhere from 30 to 45 minutes. If there were certain things he just didn't want to do, he would always say, no gimmicks. I want proven stuff, I want proven facts, I want proven results. Because that's what he was all about. He was about proving himself every single game, every single practice, that he was the best athlete, the best basketball player every single day. A lot of trainers come in and they ask the client, how do you feel? It's your job to know how the client feels. You should have paid attention to how many minutes he played, how physical the game was, whether they won or lost, what kind of mental state this person is after a win, what kind of mental state is he in after a loss. And back then, remember, a lot of the games weren't even televised live, so you'd have to stay up late. I had to record the games on and then get up early the next morning and watch them before I could see my client. I was as obsessed as he was, but I needed to know. Now everyone, you have the Fitbits that, you know, count the person's step. I would literally write down how many steps he took every single basketball game. I have pieces of paper still now. I would rewind it, watch it again, rewind it, watch again, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is how many steps he took in the first quarter. This is how many he took in the second. These how many he took to the left. This is how many he took to the right, forward, back, all this stuff. So that way I could understand which body part and which angle he used most, which one he used less. And the training programs were totally developed around that methodology. If you look in a game, and you notice that they have a tendency to pull 50% more to the right and only 20% to the left. Well, if you're going equal distance when they're training, it's not going to correlate to the court. He would go so much more in one direction, you didn't want to overuse that side, so you'd put the emphasis there. But that was the adjustments that somebody who's obsessive, you notice and you pay attention to. You're not going to take a superstar who's that good and increase their abilities by 10% during an off season. It's just not going to happen. They're looking for that 1% of how can I get better. Every single year, it has to show improvement. If it doesn't show improvement, then I'm not keeping up with them. So I would tell Michael, I'm going to create more power, more strength, and more force for you. Now it's your job to learn how to control it and what you do with it. That's not my expertise. Whether I worked with Michael or not, he was still going to be the greatest basketball player ever. I helped him stay there a little bit longer. When we first started training him, we always did it after practice. With the amount of minutes he was playing, the physicality and so forth, I was like, Michael, we have to make this adjustment. I said, there's just not enough time. Let's move it before practice. Let's make it the first thing you do do in the morning. After each workout, after each game, after each practice, I would ask him one question. I would say 5, 6, or 7. And he would either give me a number or he would put up a hand. So if he did this, that means be at the house at 5 a.m. If he did 6, it was be at the house at 6, it was time to be at 7. And that's how the Breakfast Club evolved. He invited Scottie Pippen and then Ron Harper, and they would work out every single morning. Big elaborate setup in the basement downstairs. Each one had a little different program because they all had needs that were particular to those individuals. And afterwards, if you showed up for the workout, you got a chance to eat breakfast upstairs. Those guys never missed a workout. They never missed a workout. Because if you missed a workout, the tongue lashing and the trash talking Michael would talk to you at practice that next morning, you're better off making it to the workout and not having to hear his mouth than to show up at practice knowing you missed the workout. I don't consider it tough. I consider it accountability. He was like, if I train this hard, I play this hard, I practice this hard, if I can go 38 minutes in a game and come to practice the next day, be taped up, ready to go, and practice as hard as I possibly can, why can't you? People know the game was so much more physical back then. Nowadays, you can go around the players. Back in those days, you had to go through them, around them, over them, under them. You had to develop all those things. So the Detroit Pistons were his main nemesis, but it was also like he wanted to be known as the most dominant player ever. Michael was up for anybody. He didn't care. Every game, every practice, every off day was circled on Michael's calendar. He would go into practice wanting to destroy anybody and everybody in practice. And he said, the harder I practice, the easier the game will become. He did everything to an extreme so it would actually make the games much easier for him. It worked. Every single practice, every single training session, every single game, Michael always gave you a wow moment. When they won their first championship and they were playing the Los Angeles Lakers, they lost the first game. And I remember him telling me, he goes, we're winning this series. I saw everything I needed to see. Every loss was a learning experience. It was an education thing. He didn't beat himself up over it. Michael C's got this great statement. He goes, I never lost a game. I just ran out of time. He played between 213 and 218. That was his weight. And depending on whether they were going to handle him more physically, whether he needed to be a little bit more finesse, being able to jump a little higher, jump a little faster. So the adjustments were constantly made, but it was more to keep his body at a chronological age that wasn't the same as his physiological age. Now that he was getting up there, 29, 30, 31, I still wanted his body to be able to perform as though it was 2 years younger. As an athlete gets older, there's certain types of muscle fibers that have a tendency not to work the same way. And you have to continue to work those at a rapid pace. So I don't need you to be stronger anymore, because there is a point of no return with an athlete where they can actually become too strong or they can become too big, and it actually has an adverse effect on how they train. So what happened was, as we got older, his weights actually got lighter, but the movements got faster. The idea was, okay, I need you to move this amount of weight from point A to point B faster than you did last year. The workouts became shorter in duration, but increased in intensity. As his star grew, there was less time for me, because there's more time needed for endorsements, different travel, family. So I'm not going to say, hey, listen, I still need 3 hours a day. I still need 2 hours a day. What are the variables? What are the things that I need to keep in? How can I still get the same results in a 2-hour workout in 45 minutes now? Well, as the body slows down, how about if we have the brain to see things faster, to be able to recognize things ahead of time? I can't have you lifting the weight at the same speed, but you have the ability to process information faster because you have more knowledge, you have more understanding. So that's why we started to do different things with lights and objects and so forth. Like when he would be tired, I would give him something to think about, some kind of puzzle to figure out, some kind of light thing to figure out. So that, hey, while the brain is tired, let's challenge it, because if resistance makes your muscles grow, well, resistance makes the brain sharper. I didn't travel with him because I never worked for the organization. So I was not allowed on the team plane. I'd have to book my own flights, have everything set up before he got there, scope the different local gyms and see what's going on. Phil Jackson had told Michael that he couldn't travel with his golf clubs anymore. So it became my responsibility to take his golf clubs. Even if he wasn't going to play, to me, that was part of his training regimen. I knew how relaxed it made him from a mental standpoint. It helped him get into the zone. If you watch the old videos of the Beatles, how people used to surround them, imagine that's how it was with him wherever he went. Individuals would literally hand their children and just say, just touch my baby, because they thought he had this like magical power that were like, it was the craziest thing. And once he was in the hotel, he couldn't leave. So golf was the one place where he could go somewhere. The taking of the clubs was as important from a mental standpoint from him. His mind could literally be off of basketball and the obsession of everybody else around him. And just by observing things and by tracking to see if he played golf, what was his mental state afterwards? What were the results in the game? If he ate this, did he score more points? Did he score less? If he took a nap at 4 and he got up at 5:30, if he took a nap at 2 and got up at 3, what were the outcomes of the game? Every little bit. If he drank a certain glass of wine, whatever, I paid attention to everything and how it related to the end result. The training for baseball is completely different than the training for basketball. The easiest way to give an example is when you play basketball, there's a certain amount of arc that goes on a basketball shot to maximize the space on the rim. When you throw a baseball from right field, you can't put an arc on the ball. It's got to be from point A to point B as fast as you can. So you have to retrain the whole shoulder muscle, what movement it's going to do. So the exercises we did for basketball were not applicable for baseball. The way you swing when you lead with your hips, completely different in baseball when you're swinging a bat than when you're stepping into a basketball shot. The funniest thing was when he got there in the minor leagues, those guys were a lot younger than him. In all the conditioning drills, he was lapping everybody there. He was like the first one done. And Michael always did more. So if you told him, back and forth 10 times, he's going to do 12, he's going to do 13. That's just his competitive nature. He said, I'm not going to let anybody outdo me. During my off time between his retirement and when we started the baseball training, I had already started to put a workout together and started to do my research and homework, saying, if he ever comes back, what's going to happen from a physiological standpoint? What will we have to do in order to get him back? When he came back and he started to play, we had a discussion with him, and I said, Michael, there's not enough time to transition your body, because he came back at the end of that season, and I said, there's not enough time to transition your body from baseball to basketball. For you to be playing at the optimal level that you were before, I said, there just isn't enough time. Now, from a skill standpoint, that's on you. Okay, but I'm just telling you from a performance standpoint, there just isn't. When that happened, I don't remember the day that they lost that game to Orlando. I think it was a home game. We were the last ones in the arena. We're getting ready to leave out. And I said, Michael, I'll see you. He goes, I'll see you tomorrow. So that training process started right away. A lot of athletes mature physically, but they don't mature mentally. Michael's game not only became sharper physically, but it also became more defined and more sharper from a mental standpoint. He knew when to use energy, when to conserve it. He knew how to intimidate the opponent without having to say a word. We talk about this in our book, Relentless. He was known as one of the biggest trash talkers out there. But he didn't trash talk to get into the opponent's head. He would trash talk to get into his own head, because now whatever he said, he had to go out and back it up. So if he went and told you, I'm going to give you 50, that wasn't to put pressure on the opponent. That was to put pressure on himself to say, now I've said this, I have to deliver. Because his expectations were always greater than what anybody else put on him. I actually moved to Washington with him. It was a 2-year period. And they didn't get into the playoffs, they didn't win as much. But the biggest accomplishment, and if I remember right, his last year at the age of 40, he played 82 games. Listen, you want your team to win. You want him to have the trophy, because that's the ultimate prize. But you have to set individual goals for yourself. As the trainer of the greatest athlete, you can't set a realistic goal. You can't set, I'd be happy if he plays 70 games. You have to set an unrealistic goal saying, I want him healthy enough, physically and mentally, to play every single game. A cooler is an individual who's good at what they do. You give them a job to do, they get that job done. Nothing exceptional. There used to be this term on sports, and they still use it now, that that person's a closer, where the closer is they would hit the game-winning shot, or the pitcher that comes in the game, or somebody hits the home run. Closer's an individual that's great at what they do. They produce that end result as long as many variables aren't thrown at them. When I was watching Michael and they would call him a closer, I would just say, you cannot classify him just like everybody else. I have this concept, it's called a cleaner. A cleaner is an individual that delivers that end result over and over again, no matter what's thrown at them. They deliver multiple championships, multiple aha moments, multiple end results. And that's what Michael did. And because he never really stopped, because here's the one thing, his obsession with the game was whenever you said he couldn't do something, it became a challenge to him. It was like, all right, Michael, you can't win a championship leading the league in scoring. Yes, you can. So I'm going to go lead the league in scoring and win a championship. Michael, you can't lead the league in scoring and be the best defensive player in the league. Yes, I can. I can lead the league in scoring, win a championship, and be the most dominant player on both ends of the court. So whatever somebody challenged him about, it was like, I could show you. The way I described him is you weren't going to a basketball game. You were going to a performance. It was like going to a ballerina. It was like going to the opera. If you ever went to the United Center when Michael was playing, people would literally be dressed up in suits, ties. The women would be in evening gowns. And when the buzzer went off in the introduction, everybody was in their seats. You did not want to miss a moment because you never knew what he was going to do. And every single game, every single moment, he never disappointed you. He's the one that set the trend of basketball players lifting, basketball players training, individuals having their own individual. Your superstars, they're not afraid to share their knowledge, their expertise, what they did. That's how I got to Kobe, was through Michael. He was the one that recommended me. He's the one that says, hey, why don't you try my guy? They're not afraid to do that because you know what? It forces them to elevate their game because they know there are no secrets out there. There are no secrets. You look at the top athletes, they'll lay everything out on the table. Receiving the information is free. There's no cost to that. The price comes in is what you do with that information, and most people just aren't willing to pay the price, or they're not willing to pay the price long enough. Michael paid the price all the time, every single practice, every single off day, every single game.
fellow barbers, we have gotten to a place we are not sure that this one machine that all barbers use, that we can depend on it any longer. We found ourselves lost, hiding our Indus masters in our drawers. But what if I told you there was a change? What if I told you there was another side that seems like there can be hope for the Indus masters? What if I told you this is true? Alright YouTube, so basically what we're going to do right now is go into Lowe's and get all the products that you need to make the Indus masters a lot quieter than what they are. So come on, follow me, make sure y'all put your mask on. So this is going to be the first item that you're going to need. It's going to change out the top. It's going to change up the top area where you open up the Indus masters. You'll see that black. In the video, I'll show you guys later. But what I use for this is that I use outlet sealer. It's basically it works with stuff that's already electrical, and the padding is a lot thicker than the one that's in the masters. So this is why I use this. So this is the first item right here. So let's grab this, let's look for the next item. Alright, so the next thing you're going to need is electrical tape. I use the black one. If you have not seen Tito Cut's method of how to get them silent, I believe he used this black tape. But this is definitely still, you need this. This goes for $2.88. I believe this one for like $2 as well. So right now we're at $5. And now we got one more item to get, and once I find that, I'll show you this. Y'all was in this out like 2 times. That's crazy. Yeah. Alright, thank you. Yeah. Alright, so y'all see that I had to get help because I don't know why this time I couldn't find it. But
because you don't know how to look.
I don't. The next thing you're gonna need, honestly, this is probably the most important one out of these two. It is, boom, that's the secret sauce, earplugs. I'm not sure why this foam works the best, but earplugs is the best thing. This is a 10 pair, usually you get from Lowe's. This is $3. I said we was at 5, so this is a total of $8, under $10. You can make your masters one of the silent clippers now by using all 3 of these. I'm gonna go to my house. I'm gonna show you guys exactly how to put all this together to make your masters. The next big thing, this is a problem for a lot of people that has that loud noise with the Indus masters. And these 3 products right here, I'm showing you guys will definitely silence your clipper, all right? So let's get to that. Let's get to the curtain. All right, so I said I was gonna do this at home. However, I did do the video. This is me doing part 2 because I feel like it could have done better. So I'm doing it at the shop, and Here we go. So here's everything that you guys are going to need. As you guys see, these are the things that I bought from Lowe's. These are the tools that you're going to need, and I took off the blade already from the masters. So this is everything that you're going to need to make your masters really, really silent, better than what they were. So let's get right into it. So basically, the first thing you're going to want to do is you want to take off this, if you have this on your masters. If you don't, and then you don't have to worry about that. But you want to open this bad boy up, and the reason for that is you're going to be using this. So let's open this up. Now when you open this up, you are going to have a piece. It's not going to look like this. This is why we're switching it out. And you're going to have a piece that's just going to be like between the wiring and this covering. So what you're going to do is take this off, and you're going to really cut out the same exact thing that's in there and switch it out with this. And if you do that, you'll notice that this material is a lot more thicker. So the vibrations of the masters, and it won't be as strong. It'll be more silent just in that alone. So I think this is a real important thing to do. Make sure that you cut it in the exact way. It has that space and everything like that. So when you put it on here by itself, it should look just like the other one. And just take your time. There's no perfect way to do it, but I just took mine out. I laid it on top of this piece, and I just molded. And once you do that, you'll have your inside piece done. And honestly, that's like one of the most easiest parts. Let me just get this right. Lay this back down. We're going to screw this back in. And this is one of the most easiest adjustments to do. But I did make sure that I did get something that was better between this casing and the wires, just because I feel like the other one's more flimsy. This is more sturdier. The next thing that you're going to want to do is you're going to get your earplugs, and this is very, very important. Honestly, the earplugs is probably one of the most important things about this modification. How you cut these is very important. You have these prongs right here, and that's where these earplugs are going to go. But these are way too big how they come, so you have to cut it down. I'm going to try my best to just show you guys the first time, but it did take me some time to understand how they should look. So I'll show you how mine's look at the end. It's not perfect, but that's how mine's look. See how the difference? You want it to look like that. So this is what I did. Since I know how I want mine to look, I basically almost do like half. So I cut half, and then I work with this right here. Now, of course, when you know about earplugs, when you squeeze them, they stay there, but they do come out. They do stretch back out. And that was the main reason why I even use earplugs anyway, because of the flexibility and the comfort, but they're still strong and sturdy to be used, so when you're moving back and forth, it doesn't cling or hit anything. But it also is flexible to shrink, which is also needed as well. Because a lot of people probably look at this video and say, oh, you're doing a lot of damage to your clipper. But here's the reason why it took me so long to do this, because I wanted to make sure there was no damage to the clipper. So anyway, once you do that, once you cut it off halfway, you are going to try to make it skinnier. So just cut off just a little bit of the edges. Not too much, because you, like I said, you want it to not cling on to other stuff and bang and make that noise. So, like I said, when you squeeze it, it shrinks. So this is like perfect. Mine's can get just like this. I'll show you guys. I just squeezed it and it looks just like this. But when you let it sit, it's going to stretch back out, which you want it to do. And Let me just clean this up. I know. You want this to look just like this. You want it to stretch out. This is a big difference, and it's very, very key. So that being said, okay, so once you got both of them done, I'm just doing one for right now, but once you got both of them done, they look like this. Now you need to find something that's the same size as these prongs, right? So if you guys ever had the Beam Team Cordless Expressor, this is what cleans any like airbrushes. If you have any of that, see what matches up to the same exact size of this, right? And I found it. This basically matches up to this. And the reason why you want to do that is because you want to make a hole in the middle. Now carefully do that. You don't want to be like really aggressive with it, but try to create a hole in the middle. If you find like a safety pins works best too, but I didn't have one right here at the shop right now. So I'm just twisting and I'm going, but don't go all the way to the top. If you can see through, if you can see the metal or whatever you're using through this, then you went too far. You just want to go just kind of close, but not too close, and make sure that you're really creating a hole there, because you want to easily put this on the masters, and then you have your hole. Once you do that, you test it. Put this on top of the prong, and you can squeeze it tight. I know that you don't want it to be too crazy, and I know that this is a perfect fit. Like I said, it looks crazy, but I guarantee you this works. That's the perfect fit for that. So that one worked. So I'm gonna get my originals, and honestly, I can cut this down a little bit, even my own original, so y'all don't look like y'all's look completely different from mine. Okay, so I got these two sitting. Now I'm gonna get this out the way because we're done with that. We're done with the earplugs, and now we're gonna be working on the tape. If you haven't seen Tito Cut's video, he used black tape, and the black tape does help take down the noise a little bit. But if you really want to do like a double whammy, because this is basically what this is right now, is that the prongs is the reason why. It's because this piece right here, the little place where the prongs sit in, is too wide for one, so you're always going to hear a clash of metal and plastic because how strong the clipper is, the motor is. So the black tape, it softens that up once you put the prongs in, that it's not that much clashing. But when you do with the earplugs in this, you should really hear your clipper be silent and not damaging it, because that's key as well. Like, I'm not trying to mess nobody's clippers up. This is just for those that really cannot stand that sound and you want to try it. Just give it a try and see how you like it. I guarantee you, honestly, this is the only way I'm using my masters. Just being honest. So we're going to get the black tape. Get that out the way. Going to get the black tape, and I only probably use about that much. I'll use about this much. I'm not sure how much this is, maybe like 2 inches, but only use that much. Get my scissors, cut that, and now I'm going to tweak this and cut more, but I'm just showing you how I do it. Let me get this out the way real quick. So basically, like I said, Tito Cuts also did it as well, but what I do is I cover the top first, and then I get the corners. And depending on what kind of black tape you got, some's like real sticky and some's not. This one is not that sticky, but I kind of just need it just because of the texture, the consistency. And this one, I can stretch it a little bit. So I try not to keep it, the black tape, I try not to put it all the way up here. I like to not see that while I'm cutting. So what I do is I put it right under that little nozzle, whatever this little bump is, I like to put the, let me see, wherever this bump is, I like to put the tape literally right there. And I try to hold it there. Sometimes it doesn't want to hold. Boom. And then I'll stretch it around the corner. And the reason why I do that is because it is for some reason this tape that I have is stretchable, and I feel like it holds it down better. And I'll stretch it around the corner. Boom. Now, those grooves, you get your thumb and go right into the grooves. Get your thumb, go right into the grooves. Boom. Because that's the main thing that you really want to protect. Now you have all this extra tape, and that's the tape I'm going to cut, because the main thing I cared about is getting the tape in the grooves and letting it stay, and then you have all of this extra right here. I do not keep all of this. I will cut that, because like I said, this is not about damaging a clipper. It's just trying to keep it silent without messing up anything internally. Even this, then I will cut a slit right here, just so I can really bend it down so it doesn't really mess anything up. Like I said, I like to keep everything as is. I'm just trying to add a layer of this tape because it does help silence clipper. Alright, so now that I did that, it's time to put it on the clipper. I know this looks crazy, but I promise you, it works. So what I do is I take it from like this, and I try to make sure that when I press down lightly, it does just sink in, which it does, because if it doesn't automatically just sink in like that, that means you left too much. So now I close it, and you can't see anything. I closed it, it's good. When I let go, it does pop up, which is a good thing. You don't want it to be too much. You want it just right. So when you close it, keep your thumb on that, and then it's time to put the top steel blade on. I think so. Make sure they're both tight. And that's that. Yeah, I want to hear how it sounds. Here it goes. And that's open. And that's closed. You still got the power. You got everything that you want. And I'm telling you right here, right now, if you love the Masters and you want them silent, this will work. So thank y'all for watching this video. I appreciate y'all. If y'all have any comments, if this is something that you're nervous to do and you want me to do it, reach out to me and I'll definitely try to accommodate you, giving you a price and everything like that. But I really felt like this is something I thought I could share with everybody. And yeah, let me know what you guys think. But we got them back, y'all. They silent. Be blessed, y'all. You have a good one. Alright, YouTube, so I know I just showed you guys how I silence the Masters. I know you guys heard how they sound, but I promise you they sound different with, you know, other clippers. It did sound like they sounded real loud, so this is why I'm doing this video, or this part of the video. I have a decibel however you rate the sound of something, I have that. So we're going to do a few of my clippers. Let's do my seniors. Let's hear how they sound and what they get up to. So they're at 80. Let's do my JRLs. They're at 63. Now, let's do the masters. I told you they got quieter. Let's see if they got any quieter than the seniors. Let me see, because I can't see. They're right at 75. They're quieter than these seniors that I have right here. And I promise you, when you hear this in the shop, not much of a difference, and that's the reason why I made this video, so you guys can really hear how they sound to other clippers, because for some reason, I'm not sure why, when you just do one clipper, it sounds when you're just doing one clipper, it sounds like it's just crazy loud for no reason. So let me know what y'all think. Like I said, hit me up and I'll try to help you out if you do not want to do this yourself. Take it easy.
Michael Jordan, a $4 million a year superstar, leaping, twirling, flying through the air like a man unleashed from gravity.
Jordan! Look at that! Holy cow!
I mean, the first time I ever saw Michael Jordan, it was our camp, and I said, I think I just saw the best 6'4" high school player I've ever seen.
There is just no limit to what Michael can do.
Michael Jordan in high school, no luck with girls, got cut from the varsity team.
You think where he came from as a sophomore in high school, not to make his varsity team 3 years, and he's National Player of the Year.
Your tongue hanging out.
Here comes Michael, tongue hanging.
But he has that tongue out so much, I've often worried about somebody coming up with an elbow and just knocking it right off.
Let me tell you a little bit about this guy. He worked so hard. One year he was running a 4.640. From one year to the next, he knocked that down from a 4.640 to a 4.340.
From Laney High School, Wilmington, North Carolina, a superstar. You see the time remaining, 32 seconds to win the championship.
The biggest shot in North Carolina history for a first-year guy to come up.
Arizona, the United States Olympic team against the NBA All-Stars.
If I were going to pick the best athletes I've ever seen play basketball, I think he's the best athlete I've ever seen play basketball, bar none.
There you saw Michael Jordan's tremendous skills as he went past Magic Johnson.
The uncanny ability to be able to create shots and hang in the air. There's just nobody like him.
Damn, man, only Doc has ever did that.
It's no secret or surprise of how great he was.
In my opinion, Michael Jordan has the opportunity to become one of the all-time great basketball players.
Did not lose a game, either against the NBA players in their exhibition series.
We're getting some real competition in this ball.
Flying through the air with your tongue out in front of the baddest motherfucking basketball players in the world.
Michael Jordan, what a play!
Harvard made a nice play. Well,
Kicking shit on a level that they've never seen before.
The U.S. has its 9th gold medal.
As captain of the U.S. Olympic basketball team last summer, he brought in the gold. Jordan says he owes everything to his parents. He gave his gold medal to his mother.
Welcome to the 1984 NBA College Draft.
During the 1984 NBA Draft, the Blazers passed up on Michael Jordan to take center Sam Bowie 2nd overall.
Selects Sam Bowie, University of Kentucky. The Chicago Bulls pick Michael Jordan of the University of North Carolina.
We started practicing our first day in preseason,
And I got a call after practice from an assistant coach and said, "You didn't mess this draft up."
And now the noise factor begins to really increase. Here is the man. They call him Mr. Jordan in Chicago. The standing ovation.
The first time he stepped on a professional floor, all you had to do was look to see. There was an artist at work.
Michael feels that he can do whatever he wants, and you're in some sort of a different zone when you're out there.
I'm not sure people really know how good this guy is. And they usually concentrate on the fact that what a beautiful dunker he is. If he didn't dunk a basketball, he would be as great as anyone that ever played this game.
Can't get at the ball. Jordan to the hoop. King in the air, score! Bullets one time.
I'm surprised at how fast I'm picking up the game.
Brown will put it in. Here's Williams. Let's see if they go for 3 or 2 here. Thomas, a three-point attempt. That's it!
An assassin personified that had that killer instinct. A killer instinct that he came into the league with.
He has the ability to take control of a game, to make the big shot.
Jordan kicks it to Watley. Down to 12 seconds. You see the clock now has been inserted in your screen. Jordan driving. He'll go for it.
The magic of this guy, Michael Jordan, the rookie. I'm out of adjectives already.
I'm going to tell my kids about his sheer will to win, the unflappable, unshakable confidence.
Yeah, he got it! He got it! He got it! Here comes Indiana. Vern Fleming, 2 seconds, 1 second. He didn't get it off in time. The Bulls have won the ball game. The Bulls have won the ball game. Michael Jordan, you talk about pressure.
Since he arrived, the stadium, which used to be 2/3 empty, has been sold out every game.
You can just substitute Knicks right there. It could be Jordan Laws, Lakers, Jordan Laws, Celtics, and everything else. Everywhere you go, you're getting this kind of thing. Last night, your first appearance at the Garden.
Michael Jordan puts on a show.
And he has shot to start him already, although still in his first month as a professional.
Nobody like him. Point blank. I never seen nobody play like he plays.
Game. Moncrief tried to get it away, but broken up by Daly and gets it away to Jordan. Oh, showtime for Mr. Jordan.
He was the first to wear the number 23.
And young Madonna in the crowd.
You know, he had the it factor. There was a James Dean, a Lone Ranger quality to Michael Jordan.
Can he fly or what?
Well, here's one of these nice fancy dunks. Most players really don't have to worry about doing it. Up on the board. You're trying to go one-on-one. He lost the ball. There's the ball away. Laid out for Jordan.
Michael Jeffrey Jordan is the greatest basketball player that I've seen.
Kaboom! And that's what they came to see, didn't they?
He made me want to be an NBA basketball player.
They can still tie it. There's Jordan. The rookie from North Carolina, the rookie is playing like an all-pro.
We all know that Michael Jordan was the greatest basketball player ever.
Nobody that I've seen had the type of mental toughness that Michael Jordan had.
Jumper under heavy pressure. 35 seconds left.
And on the court, it was perfection. The way he wore his uniform, the socks low, the sneakers, sent people into a frenzy. He was the first to do so many things.
And Nike's coming out with a clothing line called Air Jordan.
Oh, yes, his own shoe. They call it Air Jordan.
It's as hot as a Cabbage Patch doll right now. The endorsements are fast and furious.
Jordan's getting rich. His Chicago salary is reportedly more than $500,000 a year.
Coke and McDonald's for $800,000.
North Carolina to the height of superstar.
He doesn't wear one white glove. He wears strange-looking sneakers, and he soars through the air.
There, Jordan goes in for a shot.
NBA survey says Jordan is a key reason overall league attendance is up more than 7%.
What more could Michael Jordan ask for? In less than a year, he's been named Collegiate Player of the Year. He's won an Olympic gold medal.
Turned into Captain Marvel again. Well, he's got him standing in the aisles already.
Set the NBA on fire, and he's been picked to start in Sunday's All-Star game.
He participated in the in the dunk contest.
Yeah, three times.
He was the first.
All right, here's Michael Jordan of the Chicago Bulls. One of the hot candidates for Rookie of the Year honors as he slams it home.
He wants to indicate where he's going to take off on this dunk.
Last effort of his semi-final round. Now here's Michael Jordan of the Chicago Bulls.
You can fly, can't you?
Well, look, I said to so many people that we're fortunate in our lifetime to have seen a Michael Jordan.
Here's Jordan down the middle, all the way!
Rather than be born 30 years from now and only hear about the legacy.
Look at this crowd! Look at this crowd up on their feet! He went right down the middle on Artis Gilmore, slammed it over the top of the bench.
Timeout taken by the bench.
People think that Jordan gets mythologized out of proportion. In fact, if anything, he becomes underrated over time.
Jordan driving!
Michael Jordan is just this ultra bad mother.
Basket! Michael Jordan with 43, and the Bulls have a 5-point lead. That is it.
This year, it's not lonely at all. Chicago has virtually doubled its attendance.
Because there's a whole generation of kids now who's going to swear by LeBron James. Because if you're watching LeBron James, it's hard to imagine that anyone was ever better than that. But kids, I'm here to tell you there was someone better than that.
Jordan just rocked the cradle for his 10th point, and the Bucks are going to call time. Here's a kaboom.
Highlighting NBA news, the Chicago Bulls in an unfamiliar spot. They're still on top. 3 games into the season, they won again tonight. What's interesting about last night was the fact that star Michael Jordan was injured early in the game.
Out of a total of 64 games, Michael defied the recommendations of his team doctors and management, came back and led his team to the playoffs.
Air Jordan is no longer Time Jordan. The Chicago Bulls are in the playoffs, and there are no restrictions on Michael's playing time.
The only question that remains is Michael Jordan really back?
When you think about Michael, you know, scoring 60 in Boston Garden in the playoff game.
To me, he was the first athlete who had great fundamentals. Most super athletes depend on the fact that they could just jump over you and run by you. But he took it technically.
This is game 2 of our best of 5, first round. Chicago had a 12-point lead in the first half of the game against the Celtics. Hits the jumper, but Bird played pretty well defensively against Jordan there. Michael Jordan has 8 points and is the game high scorer. Going baseline. Michael Jordan, 21 points.
I mean, against the Celtics, and that at that time, who had one of the best teams ever.
1 second on the clock. So now we'll see how Chicago responds to that knockdown punch. Jordan trying to use his quickness, and it works. Michael Jordan with 44 now in the ball game. Jordan cuts the Celtic lead to 2.
Larry Bird said God in shorts waxed us when Michael Jordan dropped 63.
And a foul, late sweep. A foul against Kevin McHale has been called by Middleton with no time showing on the clock. He can tie it up here and send the game in overtime. No time remaining. This is pressure.
People calling him God.
It moved Larry Bird to say, that's not Michael Jordan. That's God disguised as Michael Jordan.
Jordan with an all-time record 63 points in a single playoff game.
Jordan was always good enough. Yeah. He scored 63 points in a playoff game.
Yes,
yeah. And I think he played with us for.
I love it. You know, everyone's picking us to do somewhat bad, and it takes all pressure off this team.
Watch Gino get ready to hit it all the way down the court. With Michael going, maybe?
Yep, there it is. Michael Jordan on the breakaway. For Jordan, it's a
and when they started trying to crown him early on, he didn't believe in that. He felt I didn't belong, and I felt like I had to prove myself. Just like when I was at North Carolina, I had to prove myself.
With the drive. Plays it in.
League's leading scorer, Michael Jordan, averaging 37 points a game.
Boom, perfect timing.
This guy's the best defensive player in the league. He's the best offensive player, and he's the best competitor.
By Jordan, the ball loose. Theus gets it. Theus on the dribble off to the right, takes it in, and Jordan steals the ball.
9 times first team all defensive NBA.
Here's Michael Jordan on the drive. In on Joe Klein all the way. A spectacular play by Michael Jordan.
Just got posterized.
Slam dunk championship, Michael Jordan, Dominique Wilkins.
Just, you take this for granted now, but just the dunking. And just him being in the slam dunk contest, wearing his shoes. Everybody wanted those shoes. Everybody wanted to see him dunk. That's like all you cared about.
Dominique versus Michael in the dunk contest was like Hagler, Hearns, Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier.
From high above the rim.
Well, now Jordan does have his first taste of pressure in the slam dunk competition.
Michael said, oh, I got one better. I'm going to kick my legs out.
Here's a heavyweight fight. This is what everybody was building up for.
I'm predicting a 50 on that. Be hard not to give him 50 on that one, Steve. That was impressive.
They both got 50s on their first dunks.
Incredible. Would we call it a make good? I mean, that's a two-hand windmill with authority. Now for Michael Jordan. Here's the story. Wilkins finishes with 145. Michael Jordan needs a 48 to tie, a 49 to win. And Michael is backing all the way to the middle of the back.
Michael, he understands the moment. He walked down, he took his time.
48 ties, a 49 wins. Well, the crowd lets you know what they think of it. 50. They gave him a 50. They gave Jordan a 50. He defends his championship.
My lifetime, a moment or history, I look at what we call the shot.
We have had three-point drama here in the final minutes of the game. An irregular timeout. Pippen brings it across, defended by Harper. 11 seconds to go. In the middle of the floor. Jordan has it. Jordan puts up a jumper and hits with 6 seconds to go. This tells it all. Cleveland has the ball.
The greatest clutch performer in playoffs history has to be Michael Jordan.
Gets the ball back, drives to the hoop, lays it in with 3 seconds to go.
What I've always said about Michael is he never feared the consequences of missing.
Here's our story here at Richfield Coliseum. One of these teams will advance to the Eastern Conference semifinals against the New York Knicks.
And I'll tell you an interesting story about the greatness of Michael Jordan.
Doug Collins began to say he wanted to pass the ball to Dave Corzine, and that's when Jordan slammed his fist on the clipboard and said, "Give me the effing ball." As the Bulls break the huddle, Jordan whispers to his teammate Craig Hodges, "I'm going to make it."
The Bulls have 3 seconds to try a shot. Zellers has Jordan. Jordan.
Fist. Cavs coach Lenny Wilkins could hear Jordan yell, go home," to Cavs fans nearby.
We're going to New York, baby.
All right, and the song was called by Anita Bailey.
That was get the ball, Michael. Everybody get the out of the way. Go to the basket.
Just how famous he was. And Bird was famous, Magic was famous. Michael had a different level of just, when he walked in, it was like a hurricane. Just every eye in the building was always on him at all times.
Sounds like you're describing Muhammad Ali, you know.
It was like Ali.
Michael Jordan is a phenomenon. All these kids standing, taking pictures and like reaching out to touch him. It's like, I compare it to biblically about people reaching out trying to touch Christ's garment.
This month's Fortune magazine did some number crunching to calculate how much money Jordan has generated in his career.
Show me the money aspect of Michael Jordan Incorporated.
Show me the money.
His cologne has reportedly raked in $155 million.
Michael Jordan was the one who made fans watch, and Michael Jordan was the one who made fans buy.
No one moves more jerseys than number 23. He's also the world's highest paid athlete. He makes more than $30 million a year just doing TV commercials like these.
Hello.
Pressey looks to bring it in. He comes into contact.
He was born with killer instinct because you can't learn it. You can't create it. You can't teach it. You can't coach it. You're either built that way or you're not.
The game's over. The Bulls win by 1, and still Milwaukee is turned away.
The fact that he could fly is really magical on television, and it brought people who were not basketball fans in just at the sheer majesty and grace of his movement.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
We had dethroned the Celtics. We had dethroned the Lakers. And we thought that we deserved a little bit of respect as a champion.
Who in God's name would stop Michael Jordan? First of all, the game was far more physical when Michael Jordan played.
Dantley knocks him down, and Michael's up ready to go with Dantley. What the heck is going on?
You saw him in the gym. He came back a little stronger. Shoulders were looking bigger.
In their time?
Right.
There's no hand checking now. You touch them now, it's a foul.
You really had to rip somebody's head off and throw it in the stands for you to get a flagrant foul.
They just don't want to see that in our basketball game.
He never complained. Rick Mahorn and those guys, Kevin McHale and those guys, beat him to a pulp.
And he still averaged 30.
360, tongue moving.
The Pistons with the indication that it is all
The
over.
decision was made just to walk off.
If you had it do over again, would you shake hands with the Bulls?
Absolutely.
The Detroit Pistons heading back to the locker room. Their season has concluded, while the Chicago Bulls advance to the NBA championship round.
Compliments him, but not a perfect team. He carries this team. Rarely do players carry teams to wins, much less championships.
You're not going to avoid the Magic Michael thing.
And we got out on him about 12-2, and I said, I'm gonna really rattle his chain. So I went over there, tapped him on the shoulder, and said, hey, man, if you don't turn into Air Jordan, we're gonna blow you out today. Jimmy, his eyes got big. That tongue come about right here now, it's way out. He's looking at me.
Stripped by Jordan. There's Jordan. Over Scott. Jordan scored the 46. That was the one loss in the series. Jordan again. He has 20.
Michael has a streak in him competitively that I've never seen in anyone before.
I think Michael Jordan had the perfect body. It's long, it's lean, he can run,
I agree with you.
Everything was perfect.
The look away to Livingston.
Jordan.
Michael Jordan in 1991 came down on us with the right hand, tongue out. He switched in midair to the left.
Spectacular move by Michael Jordan. That's 13 consecutive.
And I was just stunned, and all of us were stunned to see him hang in the air that night.
And the Chicago Bulls have won their first ever NBA championship.
Incredible. There'll never be.
The moral is you should not talk trash to Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Portland and Chicago. It was almost inevitable. For the Bulls, there are great expectations of a different kind. This team has its championship. Now it seeks its place in history.
All right, Mike, this is a series that features two of the NBA's premier players, Michael Jordan and Clyde Drexler.
Two superstars, the Jordan-Drexler matchup.
Michael never played with a player that would get double teamed. So you had to carry that offensive load for not just a season, an entire career, and then on the other end be first team all defensive play. There's no one going to ever be like that, these super teams. Nobody will ever have that burden put on them.
Something was given to us by the notoriety, by the media, by the fans, that superstardom. And we have to protect it because everybody's coming in trying to get it.
Superstars love this situation. This build up to be Jordan versus Drexler. Michael Jordan saying, okay, come on, you're in my building.
Jordan with the steal. In commenting about the comparisons with Clyde Drexler, someone said, how about three-point shooting? Jordan made the point, well, I have not chosen to shoot three-point shots. As if to say, what if I wanted to go that route? Well, he has chosen to look for the three here in the first quarter. It's unusual to see Michael bombing away. That's his third three-point attempt.
Jordan made only 27 the entire regular season.
That's his fourth three-point field goal.
And the aura of being Michael Jordan.
Jordan. Yes! That is an NBA Finals record. 5 three-pointers in a half. Drexler for three, air ball.
Greatest competitor, the scariest competitor I've ever watched in any sport.
You see that look? Michael indicating he can't believe it. The Chicago Bulls have won the NBA championship for the second season.
Considering the relative youth of their nucleus, they could be in position to extend towards a dynasty.
He is not of this world, and there was an otherworldly aspect to Michael Jordan that he did things that nobody else could do.
For more than half a century, the U.S. was so dominant in basketball that its collegiate players were all that was needed to win the gold.
And here's the frosting for the USSR. They win it 82-76.
Those other countries were using pros, playing against 18, 19-year-old kids. That is really unfair.
Loss after loss for U.S. basketball at these tournaments. And what was once a golden tradition has paled into something less brilliant.
Just moments ago, the Dream Team boarded the bus outside their hotel along the Ramblas.
I kept thinking that the attention would dissipate. They're going to play the first game. They're going to win by 60.
There's nothing like that ever. And even in that, with all these guys being tremendous competitors, I have to say Michael was probably the most competitive in that whole group.
A 6'6" guard, Michael Jordan.
The guy on the bench is taking pictures.
What may well be the best basketball team ever assembled.
Curtinitis, but Mullin reads him so well, and watch out. So suddenly the lead stretches to 15. Oh!
Prior to the U.S. beating these teams by 60 points, they pose at midcourt.
It's a watershed moment in the history of sports, not just the Olympics, not just basketball.
Never before and never again will there be such a team.
Yes, look at these numbers. 31 straight points at one stretch, 46-1 run by the United States.
It gave birth to international stars who had nothing to do with those games in '92, but who took so much from it.
Ahead to Scotty. Throws it back to Michael. Caught on one hand from 16 off the board.
He's just being told by Bruce Alexander, you have a delay a game. Now, if you step over, I'm going to have to call it. Rodman will defend on the inbounds. Pippen will toss in. B.J. Armstrong is on the floor for the Bulls. The inbounds are Cartwright to Jordan. Time winding down. Michael for three. Yes! A winner! Unbelievable!
What we're talking about here is arguably the greatest player who ever lived, really indisputable to most of us.
Knicks beat the Chicago Bulls last night to even up their playoff series, one game apiece, and somehow the Knicks managed to contain Michael Jordan to just 15 points.
And Jordan upset because he was quick, looked like he got scratched by Starks, and he was very upset about it. And they continue on. Jordan wanted to go at him, and they're trying to calm Starks.
We just fell apart.
You think you're
going home for this race? Do we have a choice?
Can you recover?
Yeah, we don't have a choice.
When you mention the teams Jordan went through, those Knicks especially, I mean Mason, Oakley, Ewing, Jordan's going to the hole against them.
Oh, what a move by Jordan! It counts, and the foul.
There's some football being played.
Yeah. In the 90s, in drove, you get chucked with a forearm.
All that running through the paint.
And a foul! Oh, did he show the rookie something, Jimmy?
Michael Jordan finding it home.
He duplicated what he did on the offensive end on the defensive end.
And then you couple that with all of that athleticism, then his confidence skyrockets.
By Rivers, and now Jordan with some words for Rivers.
He talks a lot of trash, and he had everything came together.
Sat out Thursday night with a bad throw. Here's Jordan. Jordan with the steal. And then it's stolen by Starks. McDaniel chased by Jordan. It's a clean block.
Whose game is it? It's Michael Jordan's game.
And it is Chicago going on to the NBA Finals.
Homicidally competitive. Like really, like almost you could say he had a problem. He was so competitive. His entire life just revolved around beating other people. That's how he measured himself. That's how he measured everyone he played with.
And why did they call him the Black Cat? Because he was smooth. Trademark gym shoes, still top sellers to this day. Bald head, tongue wag.
I think we've gone through a lot. Me personally, I've gone through a lot of ups and downs, but to cap it off this way means a lot to me, believe me.
I hate to make you look ahead, but you've talked about retirement in a year or two. Could you step aside if the streak is still intact?
No. Yo, my love is strong for this game right now. That's how I'm looking at it, and I'm going to be here as long as my love is strong.
Last night, we began the show with the disappearance of Michael Jordan's father. Tonight, the worst fears have come true.
James Jordan was found dead, victim of apparent murder.
What is still unclear and will be for some time is what effect this tragedy will have on Michael Jordan and his future with the Chicago Bulls.
In a matter of moments, Michael Jordan is expected to officially announce his retirement.
It's a very bittersweet day. There's a certain sadness because the greatest athlete to ever play a team sport is leaving the game. I can only imagine what it was like seeing Babe Ruth, because I think this man, I used to say, was the Babe Ruth of basketball. I've now come to believe that Babe Ruth was the Michael Jordan of baseball.
When Michael Jordan first retired from the Chicago Bulls in October of 1993, following his father's murder, the sports world was shocked. 4 months later, Jordan dropped another bombshell. He decided to pursue a career in baseball.
And then he goes to play baseball?
Everyone's like, wait, he's gonna play baseball?
So many Hall of Famers like, this is my chance to get a chip.
Jordan, if he had retired, wouldn't he have gone to 8 straight NBA Finals? One could argue that.
Yeah, of course, we all believe that.
35 seconds away from the Knicks dethroning the Chicago Bulls.
To the 1994 NBA World Champion.
The NBA tried to plan for his retirement, tried to promote other players, like the Lakers' Shaquille O'Neal. But the shoe company Reebok recently canceled Shaq's shoe contract.
What is the NBA without Michael Jordan?
I think the NBA without Michael Jordan is in deep trouble.
Just being given an opportunity is something that I can feel very privileged about. I mean, the White Sox gave me an opportunity just to go out there and see what type of skills I have. And
would you like to see him come back?
Yes, I would. I think that he would be a good addition to this game.
Michael Jordan announced today he's coming back to basketball.
Jordan returns to the NBA on NBC at noon Eastern.
Yes, that was 636 days ago, so 21 months after his last appearance in an NBA game. Only 5 months after his number 23 was raised to the rafters in Chicago, Michael Jordan has returned, and he's wearing number 45.
A lot of special moments in NBA basketball. Usually the opening game of the season, the playoffs, 7th game of the series, the finals. I don't know about you, but I got the goosebumps for this one. This is very special.
The moment is nearly at hand. Michael Jordan's return to the NBA.
And there it is! Michael Jordan!
Whereas Jordan is the undisputed GOAT. Like there's, really no debate.
Make a wish. Count to 3.
Welcome back, Michael Jordan.
You know, he's the greatest that's ever played.
Greatest who ever played.
Yeah.
You go right there.
No question about it.
Jordan for the win.
He's just a superstar. Like you said, Bill, he was a celebrity. He wasn't a basketball player. He was a celebrity.
And I'll tell you, as a kid growing up, in high school, I can't even describe what that was like at the time.
We put it on prime time, but Michael brought it to a whole nother level and took it international.
It's the magical, mystical Jordan Road Tour 1995. The Bulls are 2-2 since his return, and one of the most asked questions in America, most often asked, is how is Michael doing? How is his return?
Jordan wanted to go at him, and let's try to calm Starks down.
However, Starks told me moments ago the Knicks still plan to have him go one-on-one, no double teaming. He wasn't intimidated before, and he's not now, and he says he's eager for the challenge.
Moments away from tip-off, there is John Starks. He's been a little bit of a slump lately offensively, but he does play Michael Jordan very well. Viewing early in the game, Kukoc on the run.
Ezekiel 25:17. The path of the righteous man is beset.
Look out. Starts out on fire. Michael is 4 of 5.
For he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children.
What else? It's 20 first quarter points for Michael Jordan.
Look, I know what it must seem like to a younger generation. Guys, it's ridiculous. No matter what LeBron does, if he's not perfect, then he's not Jordan. Yeah, Jordan set a standard of near perfection.
and I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger.
And did you ask, is he back?
Those who attempt to poison and destroy my brother.
55 points.
There were times where you could make a legitimate argument that collectively a team may have been better than the Chicago Bulls, but they didn't have MJ.
And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon you.
Michael finds the open man. Whittington with a jam. 3.1 remaining.
To take the game 20 years into the future where he has no fucking peer. There was no arguments about who the best guy in the league was.
The Chicago Bulls were an unstoppable force during the 1995-96 campaign.
That 95-96 Bulls team is the greatest professional sports team I have ever seen in any league at any time.
In Michael Jordan's first full season back, after giving baseball a try, the Bulls won an NBA record 72 games in the regular season.
When they terrorized the playoffs.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Flight 23.
It was a wrap for everyone in the league. Didn't matter who you weren't getting anything when Jordan was around.
Jordan just looked over at Spike Lee and waved bye-bye. This one ends appropriately enough in front of New York's most celebrated fan, Spike Lee.
And through most of the country, really, is that these NBA Finals loom not so much as a competition as a coronation.
You know, with 72 wins, you know, all the consecutive winnings, games that we've won, but by no means do we want to do all that and then be the team that lose to the Seattle Supersonics in the finals.
And Marv, he has come all the way back to best player and MVP status.
And then he played a 63-win Sonics team and beat them in 6 games. No one ever took him 7 games in the finals.
The Bulls were able to complete the dream season and win the franchise's 4th NBA title after defeating the Sonics in Game 6. Michael Jordan, once again named Finals MVP, his 4th MVP trophy in his many tries.
Watch this, I'm gonna fly through the air. How about that?
So he just puts it in one hand and takes it down the lane.
Career high, 67 points, and you folks were here to see it.
He was the first guy that would literally fly through the f***ing air, slamming in dunks, where you would see it on the highlight reels on like ESPN, you would see it on the news, and people would just be standing there shaking their head.
Maybe it was an innocent question from Michael Jordan. Is it Byron or Brian Russell? But it drew Russell's fire. Brian responding, is it Michael or Michelle? Ooh. Now, on the one hand, you got to give Brian props for not backing down, but on the other, yo, B, that's Mike.
We're down to 5. Jordan putting moves on Russell. We're down to 2. Now to 1.
Hasta la vista, baby.
It's all over. The Chicago Bulls have won at the buzzer.
There is a big story going around this building right now. Michael Jordan is sick and missed the shoot-around.
He'd walk in the arena suited and booted when you didn't have to come in suited and booted.
3-piece suits, tie, knotted up, showed you how to be a professional.
He is suffering from flu-like symptoms. Made his way onto the court just moments ago, and as you see right here, looking a bit shaky.
19,100 fans in attendance, and the 600 million watching around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
Yes. Not bad for a guy playing with flu symptoms.
And the Jazz not able to get to their offensive glass. Ostertag was great. Karl Malone's got the 3 fouls.
I mean, it was the man could hardly walk. He could hardly breathe, and he elevated himself.
Jordan to the cutting Longley.
If you give up, then they give up. You know, so I didn't want to give up. You know, no matter how sick I was, or how tired I was, or how, low on energy I was.
tied the game.
Like the things that he does over and over again is like Michelangelo repainting the Sistine Chapel over and over again.
Near exhaustion, ready to fall over. He's got his team tied now.
When they called a timeout, how he came out of the ball game and plopped on the seat, and that's what he did. He just plopped down.
He won't even take the Gatorade.
He doesn't want to waste any energy. No high fives, no lifting water to his mouth. He is exhausted.
A heroic performance by Michael Jordan.
I mean, as long as he plays the game, he's going to amaze us no matter what.
Yes! They lead it! 38 points for the Kings!
Leaning on Scotty as they walked off the floor. I'm not sure he had full mobility.
Looks like he's a boxer just hanging on along the road. Performance by the flu-ridden Michael Jordan. A performance that I think will go down as one of the greatest of his career because of the situation. It is all over. The Bulls have won the title by defeating the Jazz 90-86. It is Bedlam here at the United Center.
Max, from a physicality standpoint, he was actually an underdog from the position of getting beat up. Jordan ruled.
Michael Jordan with the takeoff and the crush.
The one time we played the Bulls, we get off the bus before the game. Jordan parks inside his Ferrari. We're getting off the bus, and he's smoking a cigar.
Before the game?
Before the game. Yeah. And he's like, who's going to check me?
Michael shakes the finger, and he finally got his dunk on Mount Macumbo. Rebound Cartwright, off to Jordan. Michael Jordan, power jam in Barkley's face.
I can't stop this feeling deep inside of me. Jordan, tongue out.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome once again to Bulls basketball, playoff basketball.
In his heart, Michael already knew that these would be his last games.
And he just got better and better. I mean, he was, I've never seen a guy that I thought was as good as anybody I'd ever seen. 5 years later, he was 10 times better, and 5 years later, he was 10 times better.
Game 6 in Utah. For the Bulls, a win would mean a championship. For Michael, it would mean the cementing of his legacy.
Inside, they've already begun the chant of beat the Bulls. Jordan for three.
Got it. What you do has to transcend the generations in order to retain your place as the GOAT.
Here's Michael. He's got 21.
Michael Jordan always took his game to another level in the playoffs.
Jordan pulls up.
Like we've never seen before.
And connects. 25 for MJ.
6 titles, 6 finals MVPs. That means it was all about you each series. You were the mismatch.
He's still Michael Jordan. Whatever he has lost, through fatigue, through age, through whatever, has only brought him somewhat back to the field. He still leads the field.
He became the most dangerous man alive.
Cross-court Stockton, a three! It's there!
Those 2 three-peats that Jordan has, those are hard to compare anything to.
None of us ever saw what he was going to do, and we thought he was going to be great.
Pippen into Jordan. Michael working on Russell. Brings them to within 1. Michael Jordan with 45 points.
6 NBA Finals MVPs without ever allowing a Game 7.
Here comes Chicago. 17 seconds.
Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player I've ever seen. Better than LeBron, better than Kobe, better than everybody.
Jordan, open. Chicago with the lead. The Chicago Bulls have won their 6th NBA championship, and it's their second three-peat.
He was, without a doubt, the greatest basketball player of all time, and he still is.
That's all, folks. That's my line.
Mom, can I have these?
Honey, don't mess with their display, okay?
But blue is my favorite color.
These are for adults. Let's wait until after your turn and then we'll go to the store, okay, and get you a blue one.
Okay, Mommy.
He was the most amazing thing you had ever seen. He was this blur in the ring that just came in and destroyed anything.
No, he's just a bully. That's all
Fine.
he was.
And it worked.
He was like the human pit bull.
Against Mike Tyson, who is described as 5'11", looks closer to 5'10" because of the squarishness of his build.
He disposed of Hector Mercedes inside a single round. And the question that most of the ringsiders are asking is, can he do the same thing again?
I'm not from here. I'm from the dirt, hard-boned, segregated ghetto.
His life was very, very sad. Very poor kid, lived in Brownsville, really rough neighborhood. He stopped going to school around age 7. He was constantly getting evicted. His mother would different kinds of men in order to keep a roof over their heads. While Mike was in the bed, like inches from him, his mother had sex with a man.
Got into robbing people when you were 7. You really had no supervision.
Mike Tyson was sent to the Tryon Youth Correctional Facility in upstate New York after growing up as a mugger and predator on the streets of Brooklyn.
At 12, Tyson was a tough young mugger.
I got into trouble, and I went away to this reformatory upstate New York, and then I met a gentleman named Bobby Stewart that was a boxer.
Tyson told Stewart that he wanted to learn how to box. Stewart then brought Tyson to a gym above the police station in Catskill, New York, to meet Customato,
who was a legendary fight manager and a legendary trainer and a magnificent man. He taught Mike from the age of 13 to the age of 19 how to control his emotions.
We saw Mike Tyson's professional debut. Hard to believe it's just about a month ago.
In watching the early Mike Tyson fights, he seems to be like an unstoppable force, uniquely devastating, uniquely offensively capable.
Down goes Singleton again, a left hook this time. This boy is tough. Trent Singleton in all sorts of trouble. We're already in round 1. The referee humanely has seen enough. Tyson shrugs almost as if disappointed that the fight is over so quick.
Customato had a tremendous influence on Mike Tyson.
I met this white guy, he was strange, a little odd, and he started saying things like, wow, you could be the greatest fighter ever lived.
Early in the 4th, can Tyson finish this? I think so. I think so, that's enough.
When Customato trained you, you were fierce.
That's it. See, ain't no way he's gonna hit you then, right? And remember, it's always good to throw the punch where you could hit him and he can't hit you. That's what the science of boxing is all about.
He's wearing the white trunks with green trim. He is undefeated in 3 professional bouts, all victories, all knockouts. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand for Mike Tyson.
You would get into the ring and people were scared of you. Were you channeling the anger that you had from your childhood?
I think a lot of it had to do with that, and I realized that every fight was a decision if I'm going to go back to that lifestyle or not.
Like a steam hammer. The legs have gone. This is all over. Yes, it is. I don't believe it. That's well inside a minute.
Tyson was like a sponge. He just absorbed everything that Cuss had to teach him. The head movement, throwing the punches with bad intent.
Cuss took us to the gym and pointed to a young boy who was hitting the heavy bag very ferociously and said, "That's Mike Tyson. Not only is he here, but he will undoubtedly go on to become the youngest heavyweight champion in history."
Look at the size of him. He looks like the Incredible Hulk. He really does. In that case, I'm glad I'm not Michael Jack Johnson. I'm glad you pointed it out because down he goes, the left hook.
He looked unstoppable. He looked like a different planet of ability.
I'll tell you, Michael Jack Johnson earned his money the hard way tonight. Well, there's not much to say about that knockout except to watch.
But he was far more than a big puncher. He's a very good boxer.
It's a big win to let everybody know that Donnie Long is back.
Those fresh youngsters, only 19 years of age. Long is 27. Oh! That's it! Wow! The left hand puts him down. He collapses, and this one is over as the doctors rush into the ring. Forget what the press releases say. He's only 5'10". Some would have you believe he's 6 foot. He is not a big heavyweight. He's only a kid.
He had this body that could really fool you into forgetting that he was still a kid who had to develop.
Left hook. Good night. What a great shot. Okay, look at the stats. 10 fights, 10 wins, 7 inside the first round.
I want to do something that no fighter ever done. Jack Dempsey broke people's eye sockets. That's, to me, man, that's a high. It's to see that guy did this.
When he was being trained by Customato, he was living the complete total existence of a man hell-bent on becoming the world champion.
The help that Cuss gave Mike was not only in the ring, but out of the ring.
Being part of Customato's family was therapeutic. It gave him direction, it gave him order, it gave him care, loving.
Tyson's teens were spent in the D'Amato family. Cuss eventually adopted him.
There's only so much punishment anybody can take. That is the limit of Sterling Benjamin's endurance.
You have a sledgehammer, man. When I go down there, I feel it. You ready to hit hard? It's the hardest I ever been hit.
It is the hardest you're ever.
The hardest on my whole career, man.
But it's getting harder and harder now to find anybody who wants anything to do with them. I mean, no fighter wants to get run over by a truck.
One of the things that's always fascinated me about you is this ability you have to intimidate opponents. A lot of them seem to have been beaten before they got in the ring almost, or when they caught your eye when they got in the ring. Are you aware of that?
First punch he threw. Oh, my.
Mike Tyson, when the bell rings, he conducts himself as if someone stole something from him.
He was so short, and he had this crazy style of bobbing and weaving and ripping ridiculous power and speed punches.
Mike Tyson, without a doubt, one of the bright stars in the heavyweight picture, now goes to 11-0 with 11 knockouts. It was the first punch thrown in the fight.
If you look at early Mike Tyson, the way he was running his way through the heavyweight division.
But he was far more than a big puncher. He was a very good boxer. He could jab, he could move, as well as punch. So he was virtually the complete article. And he had that knockout punch in both hands. And of course, when anybody goes to see heavyweight boxing, that's what they want to see. They want to see people get knocked out.
And God forbid, if anything happened to Cuss, we're all professionals, and we're going to continue. And the outcome is going to be the same.
Then in 1985, Cuss D'Amato died.
He was like my father. I never really had a father figure.
The late and legendary trainer Cuss D'Amato was the only real father figure Mike Tyson ever knew.
The death of Cuss D'Amato was clearly a huge issue.
Well, when Customato died, I think, is when it all starts really going to crap for Tyson.
What led him to success was having a very strict mentor/coach, Customato.
Fight number 13 for Mike Tyson. We're back in Latham. It's the same Mike Tyson. It is not the same camp. This is his second fight since the tragic death of Customato on the 4th of November. Oh, he's shaky. He's so shaky, and we're only in round 1. And this is a good fighter. I can hardly believe what I'm seeing. As the left hook, which is fast becoming a Tyson trademark, sends him down.
So now Mike Tyson is 13-0, all of his victories coming by knockout, and no bout has gone past the 4th round.
Every fight is a 30-second assault. Those 80s fights with Tyson, where he would just show up and look at people and they would melt.
If you blink in the first round, you'll probably miss a Mike Tyson fight. The crowd chanting the next heavyweight champion, Mike Tyson. You definitely are going to hear more about him.
And the next thing you know, Mike Tyson was like the hottest up-and-coming fighter.
Mike has an ability to slip punches that has not been seen in the heavyweight ranks since Muhammad Ali.
And down.
He went out there and everybody up in the first round.
It's the way he ran through the division. He changed the whole thing.
A double right hand to the body and the chin. Down goes Lorenzo Boy.
But here, the spotlight falls most directly on 20-year-old Mike Tyson, whose public appeal grows every time he fights.
He was a special force.
Most scariest fighter on earth.
A terrific uppercut.
You got knocked the out.
Razor is down. Joe Cortez moves in to have a look. And he's going to stop the fight. It did not last 20 seconds.
He will have a shot, it appears, at the heavyweight title.
He is the WBC heavyweight champion of the world.
When you would enter the ring, already popping sweat, black shoes, no socks, black trunks.
They don't know now. There is electricity in the crowd. I've got goosebumps. On the line, the WBC heavyweight championship of the world.
As soon as you stepped in the ring, the other guy across the ring, what were you thinking? I mean, because he was thinking, oh, that's my ass.
Any question from the champion or chief sergeant? All right, let's get it on. Come on.
He absolutely destroyed it. He knocked him all over the ring.
Pound for pound, Mike Tyson, the greatest fighter of our era. Don't forget it.
Tyson already off his stool, his perfect perfect. This is round 2. And he went down! He goes down. He should be able to get up from this. His legs may be shut. They are! As Trevor Burbick falls back in the rope.
Mike is a boy prodigy. He's 20 years old. He is quite an incredible force in the heavyweight division, but he's just a boy.
It's all over. We've got a brand new heavyweight champion of the world, Mike Tyson.
In a devastating second-round knockout, Mike Tyson, age 20, became the youngest heavyweight champion in boxing history. His managers, cornermen, and friends ran to congratulate him. Tyson kissed Jim Jacobs.
20 years old. After less than 2 rounds, you're the heavyweight champion of the world.
But in March of 1988, Jacobs died, and Tyson lost his second father substitute. Before Jacobs was buried, Don King made his move.
And that created the opening, the opportunity for Don King to move in on a very confused 21-year-old kid.
Boxing complex of promoter Don King has become a home away from home for heavyweight champion Mike Tyson.
In 1988, once Mike got married, Robin, Gibbons, and Ruth, of course, were very interested in taking over Mike's career.
They moved into a grand New Jersey mansion.
But as soon as she got married, she called up and said, she's Mrs. Mike Tyson. I'm taking over. I want to see all the books and all the records.
I happen to know Robin Givens Tyson.
And I just want to leave you with this. I've seen a lot of different things. She is one hell of a fine lady.
How does a woman who went to Sarah Lawrence and Harvard Medical School wind up falling in love with a guy who's a graduate of the School of Hard Knocks?
God, I want to know too.
Double, and down he goes.
The winner, and still the undisputed, undefeated heavyweight champion of the world, Iron Mike Tyson.
Greed reaches at the deepest core of people. It reaches deep at them, and they're fighting for me and stuff and all that crap, and then that made it easy for Don King to sneak in and...
It was reported to us here in New York that Robin and Ruth were at the bank already claiming Mike's account.
No one can challenge Mike Tyson right now. You could take anybody out.
There was a lion in the front yard, loose. Wow. He was on the steps like this with a heavyweight belt.
What? What? What?
How come nobody wants to get out the car and play with my cat?
The title brought fame, money, and temptation.
$4.5 million on automobiles and motorcycles. Once crashed your Rolls Royce and told cops to keep it.
Pretty much, he was on coke all the time. He would walk around with a brick of coke as his personal stash.
Tyson reverted back to what he thought he was at heart, which was just like this dirty ghetto person that just wanted to have sex and do drugs.
Ladies and gentlemen, the undefeated man who brings the jigs, Michael
This heavy metal sound that you hear is Mike Tyson about to make his way in, I believe. The sound is deafening here in the arena, so I won't try to yell over it. All I can say is the heavyweight champion is about to make his appearance in the ring. Everything that Tyson does is intimidating. There he is. He comes out. He doesn't wear a coat in. He's worked up a full sweat. I want to tell you, the electricity in this crowd is awesome.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, once and for all, let's get ready to rumble!
There he goes! I don't think he'll get up from this! Mike Spinks is laying flat on his back. It's all over! Mike Tyson has won it! Spinks almost fell back, bro! A dramatic first-round knockout for Mike Tyson! Unbelievable strike! It came in the first round!
How many people could handle that, too? I mean, you're the money, the fame, at that age, you're the champion, the baddest man alive.
It's my belief Mike really turned into the Mike we know today, as his marriage to Robin Gibbons came apart. So did he.
In a nationally televised interview, Robin Gibbons told Barbara Walters that Tyson was a manic depressive.
He gets out of control, throwing, screaming.
A charge that would later prove groundless.
He shakes, he pushes, he swings.
But when I look back at it now, I can't believe I sat there and didn't say anything.
The soap opera marriage of boxing champ Mike Tyson and actress Robin Gibbons is coming to an end.
So she brought a guy home to see her into my mansion in my car that I'm not allowed to be at. You want to know who it is? Brad Pitt.
Brad must have been smoking a joint, or he must have been drinking something, because he was real close to me in the car and he had no idea. He didn't see me. But then when he got out the car, he saw me.
Oh,
Tyson's in Japan to defend his heavyweight boxing title against James Buster Douglas.
Within 2 hours of the champion's arrival here, Tyson Mania was in full cry.
I'll leave it at this. He clearly was very distracted coming into the fight. Stressed out beyond comprehension. I wonder why that is. He was 37-0 at that particular moment in time. He was fierce, he was menacing.
Before the fight, rumors had swirled about Tyson's mental and physical state. He'd been knocked down in sparring.
He stopped moving his head. He began to accept clinches. He started to jab less. You could see that under Don King, not only did his character and morals decline and erode, his boxing technique began to decline and erode.
You begin to file through your memory for the biggest upset in heavyweight championship fight history.
Douglas insists that he's going to shock the world in this fight. If he should upset Mike Tyson, it would make the shocks in Eastern Europe seem like local ward politics.
Like when you're fighting at the real top level of a sport, if you start missing training, you start taking drugs, start sleeping around.
They had neglected to bring a standard piece of equipment called an end swell, an ice-cold steel press used to reduce the swelling around the eyes of a battered fighter.
They were trying to put icy water into a latex glove to hold against his eye. And suddenly it became clear they didn't have a cut man. They didn't have any equipment.
Mike Tyson had actually won the fight in the 8th round when he dropped Buster Douglas, and that count was excessively long.
And there's a right hand uppercut, and down goes Douglas. As suddenly as that.
Can he beat the count?
He got a little overconfident.
That was a long count. Buster Douglas should have been counted out. He should have been counted out.
Still wobbly. Let's see what Mike can do to finish. And the bell ends to save Buster Douglas at the end of round 8. What an uppercut by Douglas, and down goes Tyson.
It was the beginning of the end of Mike Tyson, the Mike Tyson that we knew.
It's over.
Mike Tyson has been knocked out.
So at the peak of your career, you were convicted and sent to prison for rape, which you write and you talk about in your Broadway show that you did not do.
The name is Desiree.
He's dumb. You saw what Robin Givens got out of him.
He's someone that, he has so much money, he's always throwing it around. I might as well get a piece of it. You know, that's how people looked at it.
Serving a 6-year term at the Indiana Youth Center, Tyson was back in the setting he knew all too well.
Everything his adopted father, Cus D'Amato, had tried to prevent had come true under the tutelage of Don King.
They've destroyed the greatest fighter I've ever seen.
The debt is paid, the prison term over. 3 years ago tomorrow, Mike Tyson entered an Indiana penitentiary.
Tyson went straight into training, and the fights came back.
Yes, Tyson is back, and with him comes the attention and excitement that only a superstar can generate.
Through all the upheaval, Tyson remained the sport's most famous and infamous figure and its biggest box office draw.
Now, if the former champion is to climb the mountain one more time, that journey must begin tonight in impressive fashion.
Protect yourself at all times. I expect a tough, clean fight. Any questions from McNeely's corner? Any questions from Mr. Tyson's corner? Let's get it on!
Seconds into the first round.
He's hurt this time, Steve. He's very hurt. He can barely stand up.
And that is it. Just like that, it's over.
The convict was still a draw. His very first fight after release won him $25 million.
How much money do you think you spent on drugs? I mean, you're an incredibly wealthy man.
I don't know. I spent enough. Most of my drugs are free, you know, but yeah, I had fun with drugs.
He fought on coke. He used a fake dick to pass drug tests.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson.
And here he is, the walking powerhouse, Mike Tyson, who says his objective simply is to throw punches at all times. A very loose-looking Bruce Seldon, a very serious-looking...
I unified the championship again when I beat Bruce Sheldon. I fought him and beat him in a 1-round knockout. And I had 2 belts on my waist. After being out of prison out of 11 months. I really thought I was somebody special then, because no one's ever done that, not even Muhammad Ali. And then once again, I let everything go away, and I believed I was God. I believed I was great. I didn't believe I had to train for nobody. I thought everybody was afraid of me.
Apparently, Holyfield kept headbutting him over and over again. The ref didn't do anything about it.
And no one warned him, no one took any points for him. What am I to do? This is my career. I can't continue getting butted like that. I got children to raise, and this guy keeps butting me, trying to cut me and get me stopped on cut. I gotta retaliate.
So Tyson got really dazed and confused, and finally, he snapped and bit his ear.
What happened here?
He got bit, I think.
I kept on saying, I want to get him back. I want to get him back.
Evander Holyfield, look out! He's pushed right here, above us by Tyson.
He got bit in the ear.
Oh my goodness, he's got a bloody right ear. Holyfield bit by a dirty Mike Tyson.
So we go back in, then all of a sudden, you bit this ear.
Mike Tyson has bit Evander Holyfield for the second time, and it is all out for.
Mike Tyson will fight again, and you'll pay to see him. But this time, you're going to pay twice as much.
My style is impetuous, my defense is impregnable, and I'm just ferocious. I want your heart, I want to eat his children. Praise be to Allah.
Tyson goes down for the 3rd time in his career.
There's a lack of a challenge then. There's a lack of a goal. There's no more mountain. So now it's just chaos and cocaine and women, and then eventually the wheels fall off.
I was madly in love with Customato. It became, he broke me down and rebuilt me back up, and I became totally loyal to him.
And hell-bent on becoming the world champion.
Remember, from the side, you can let that punch go at the
Stewart has stated categorically that he knows he needs to keep throwing punches to try to keep Tyson occupied. If he stops throwing, he'll be dead. This could be quick.
I was afraid of a 30-second soundbite.
This fight is over.
Tyson was exceptional. To use the word animal might be the disrespect, really, but he certainly was in the ring. I mean, he feared nothing.
Mike permits himself to be pushed around. He is one person in the ring and a completely different person when we go out.
Look at you scared now, you hoe. Scared like a little white scared of the real man. I'll you till you love me.
By the looks of this guy, this is not consensual sex we're talking about.
Kevin told us this guy's going to be champion as long as he wants to be champion, and it's obvious he wants to continue being champion.
Heavyweight champion of the world.
What will people remember about Mike Tyson 50 years from now?
50 years? I don't know, that's the most destructive, ferocious fighting machine that God ever created. Yeah, that's what I think.
It's the 10 Cut Commandments, boy. What's up, world? You're now tuned in to Barber World TV, the podcast. I'm your host, Kamal Nuru, a.k.a. Zoe Mega Millions, the blade to your fade, the ends to your bands, and the cheers to your shears. My special guest today is Mr. Dante Stevenson, a.k.a. Dante Financials. What's up, brother?
Man, what's going on? I'm glad I'm finally able to make it here, man.
No
Listen,
doubt.
It's a pleasure, for me to be here. I'm in the seat for the legend sat in, and I'm sitting with a legend. So it's great, man.
If you're not a legend yet, we're gonna get you to legendary status. The barber community can help get you there.
Man, listen, I'm not a legend yet. I got a long way to go. I'm still taking baby steps, man. I'm still taking baby steps to get there.
So tell our audience where you're from.
Originally, I'm from Brooklyn, New York.
Okay.
Brownsville.
Brownsville is hard.
Yeah, it is hard. So it's hard, but you get used to it. I look at it. Brownsville kind of shaped me to be, I guess, the person I am today. And from living in Brownsville, I live quite a couple places throughout the city, but I guess I want to say my second home is LES, Lower East Side.
Okay, that's all good. You coming out of flavorful areas.
Oh yeah, man. Listen, it is what it is. You just gotta make it do what it do. So
no doubt.
So
Dante is a little bit different. I think part of his name is self-explanatory. Dante Financial. Tell us, what brought you to the barber community.
What brought me to the barber community? First off, I was a custodian for 14 plus years for the New York City Board of Education.
Okay.
3 days, in April 2015, I was in a car accident.
Wow.
Yeah, drunk driver who had just got out 2 days before for drunk driving.
The system is broken.
Yo, they seem like they let the bad guys run free, but then the good people, they didn't want to kill or lock them up. But that's a different story. But after that car accident, I had 6 herniated discs, 4 on my back, 2 on my neck. So I was at a dilemma. Do I still want to be a custodian, or do I do I want to do something different?
What year was this about?
2015. So
yeah. That wasn't that long ago.
No, April 2015. And what's funny, because what sparked the interest also was I was watching a Breakfast Club interview with Dame Dash.
Infamous.
Yeah, and that right there, because I always knew I wanted to be great, and I always knew I wanted to help people. But I didn't know. I figured by me being in the school systems, being a mentor to a lot of the kids, I figured this could be my goal. But then I look at it like, for me I have 2 kids, one on the way at the time. So I was like, all right, the money's good, but I'm killing myself. Do I want to be like
physically?
Do I want to be like other custodians? I still want to hold my kids, run with them. And I was on. I had 2 daughters. I have 2 daughters and then one on the way, another daughter. So I'm like, I need to keep up with these young dudes because I'm gonna have to put hands on them. So I'm like, yo, do I want to beat my body down, or So I was like, you know what? Let me exit while I got the chance. So I started looking like, what can I do? I didn't go to college, finish high school, so my options was kind of limited. So I started looking through like loan offices. Then I came across New York Life. They said that they was hiring financial service professionals and life insurance. I'm like, you know what? Let me try. So
is that the one with the Snoopy logo? Is that New York Life?
I think that's MetLife.
Oh, that's MetLife, right?
Yeah,
right,
MetLife,
okay.
MetLife.
Okay.
Yeah, but I had an interview with MetLife, Prudential, and New York Life, all at the same time. So I decided who I started looking, bringing my options. New York Life said something that you would get a stipend every month. So I'm like, you get a stipend every month?
With the training?
Yeah, so I'm like, so let's go there. And the vibe felt good. But after you get on New York Life, you give it the company, it's not what it say, what it say to be the training. There wasn't no paid training. It was paid training based off performance.
Okay.
Learned that out after. This is coming. So much I learned from the transition from being a worker to a business owner, self-employed person. That was the first step.
Right.
First step was don't always listen to what they say because, it's corporate.
Right.
So it's corporate. So I didn't know how corporate runs. I didn't know how the city runs because I'm a city worker. I was a city worker.
Fine print. Read the fine print.
You think you just signed like, yeah, man, because your manager tell you, you good. Like, all right, so you know what? And I consulted my wife about it. She's like, oh, let's go with it. They're giving a guarantee. And every month, depending on if you have a bad month or not, you're gonna get this.
Right.
That was what I was taught. So I chose New York life.
Okay.
And coming into the financial industry, they tell you that you need to work with people that you can relate to, because in the financial industry, whether it's life insurance, investments, a lot of the business are people who you can relate to, people who you have relations with.
Right.
So I'm like, I know custodians. My wife is a nurse. I know some nurses. I don't know too many doctors or lawyers coming from Brownsville and Lower East Side. So I'm like, and it has to be legal money. So I'm like, yo, who could I talk? Who could be my third market? Because they say you got to come in 3 markets. You know what? Every time I go to a barber, he tell me his life story.
Yeah.
So I chose the barber route. So
who was your barber growing up?
Oh man, I had so many.
One that stood out, maybe one that you stayed with the longest.
My guy, Josh and Leroy Pearson out of Brownsville.
What was the name of the shop?
Exclusives.
Exclusives. Okay.
Exclusives on right on
Shout
Muddy
out
Gaston.
to Exclusive. We got to give all the barbershops a shout out.
Man, listen, you know what? With barbers, I love them. I love them because you know what? They are unique, y'all are unique individuals. As I learned through this process, barbers are not like everybody else.
Nope. We are of the community, for sure.
Definitely, but the funny thing, a lot of barbers don't realize that. A lot of barbers don't look at you are the community. A lot of barbers just look at this as this is a hustle.
They use that terminology, that bothers me. I don't think it's a hustle. You can be a hustler in the barber.
Yes.
As a barber, you can be a hustler, which means that, you get the job done, you get in there, you get to work on time, you work a little harder than everyone else. And you use all your attributes to bring you that money. But it's not a hustle. It's a licensed profession.
Say it again.
A licensed profession.
And you know what I like? That Curtis Smith said. That's my guy, Curtis.
Shout out to Curtis.
Yes, man. Listen, through this journey, before I even tell you the story and go back to how I became, how I got back to the barber industry, just where I'm at now to where I was at 3 years ago, the individuals that I had a chance to meet, sit down with, let them do my bed, who I had a chance to conversate with.
Right.
It's amazing. It's amazing because a lot of your favorite celebrities, basketball players, government officials, I sat and talked with. I sat and had a conversation with. They know who I am. So for me to be this dude out of left field coming talking about life insurance, retirement, I sat with the best of the best.
Right.
And to me, it's a blessing. Like the feeling, it's kind of like having I'm not gonna say it's really on that level, but it's close to the fact that it's close to, like, how you have your kid and you that new feeling.
Right.
It's just the fact that I sat with individuals that's role models to millions of individuals, kids, adults. And for me to say I sat with an individual like yourself that cut legends, like, it's like that feeling nobody could take away.
Right.
It's an amazing feeling.
It's invigorating when you meet good people.
Man, good people, bad people, people's people, but it's definitely a great feeling to be talking to and meet and greet people. But going back to New York life, now what happened with that? How I jumped into that? Like I said, I picked 3 markets, and the reason why the barber market stuck out more because it was a bigger need.
Yeah,
it was a bigger need rather than the custodians and the nurses. And even though they have benefits, here's the thing with corporate or any of these agencies. They don't give you the right benefits. You might get good health insurance, but you might have a bad life insurance.
Right.
You might have bad life insurance, but you might have great retirement.
Right.
It's never they give you great all across the board.
Right. Is that expecting too much?
Yeah, I mean,
you gotta do something on your own.
I'm like you would think, like you talk to anybody that have a job, a city worker. Oh, I got benefits. All right, cool.
They always talking about their pension.
Yeah, the pension is good, but here's the thing: you still get taxed. You could do your 20 years, and they still gonna tax you before the retirement age. So you might think that you're doing great, but they still gonna take that 33 and a quarter and or 33 and a third %.
So tell me what is it that you're doing to help barbers?
Structure and respect.
Okay, what do you see that the barbers are lacking?
Structure and respect.
Like, give me some details.
Details? What they lacking? For me, traveling all across, I could say the world before was just East Coast because I now I'm partner with Major League Barbers, so I'm everywhere now. So
shout out to Nori and Major League Barbers.
Oh man, Nori, man, listen,
my brother.
Man, that event he had the other day was amazing. That's one of the best barber events I've been to since I've been in this industry because you felt the love in the building.
Right.
But what I'm want to bring to the barbers, the awareness that, yes, it's a cash business. Yes, a lot of barbers claim 30, 40, 50,000 on taxes. I said, but that's not what you're really making. That's not what you're really making. Because for me, going all across from shows to shops to schools, excuse me. I had a chance to look at, talk to barbers, how much they charge. I really kind of had an idea of the price scale.
Right.
So going off of this, just going from, like I said, shop to shop and just getting a price scale, I put together a salary breakdown.
Okay.
Of the funds that barbers, it's not, for one, they not calculating their income, and two, this is what they not realizing what they're making a year. Let's just start off with a week. 50. Let's say you a barber, you charge $25 a haircut, and you cut 50 people a week, 50 male heads.
Right.
That's $1,250. Then let's say you have 25 students. Student could be anywhere from pre-K to college. So let's just say that's $20 a cut and you do 25. That's $500. Beard service. Let's say you do 25 beard services a week at $15.
Well, usually some shops do, but on average, the price is all built into one. We won't usually add up beard services. Usually, I know some shops, maybe the upscale shops will separate and say a cut and a beard, but most shops, let's just say the average price for a service for an adult male these days is between $20 and $25 because we don't usually separate the beard, only in certain shops. The majority, it's built into the price.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying from what I had experienced, like I guess people were really trying to break down everything. I guess this is the new way where people. Yeah. I guess.
I mean, maybe you spoke to some of the guys that's high on the food chain, but to me, like a barber might do 50 to 60 cuts, no matter a mixture, 50 to 60 cuts a week.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So it wouldn't be like 50 adults and another 20 teenagers, and then, you know what I'm saying? I mean, a good day is anywhere from like 5 to 10 haircuts. You might get from 10 to 15 on a weekend. Maybe the barbers that are more in there might do 20. You know, the Thursday, Friday, and Saturday is going to be your busier days, but you might cut 5 heads on a Tuesday or Wednesday. You know, we're talking averages here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I was just going on average, just a breakdown, a breakdown on the income that they not realize what that they're making.
Right. Well, you also got to factor in if they do chair rental. So if they made $1,200 and their chair rental is $300 or $250, you got to subtract that.
Nah, but I'm telling you, cash, being that you spend more than when you bring in,
right?
Then let's just say most people have 100 clients a week. Like I said, because you probably could bust 3 people out in an hour. Some barbers, depending on the service.
I'm telling you, averages. It's gonna be 1 person per hour. Some guys, that's just if you have it. Now, somebody whose flow is crazy, they might do 2 people an hour, but that's not the norm. I'm telling you the norm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
those people that you might have been talking about might have been selling you wolf tickets. You know what I'm saying?
Not even saying because I spend a lot of time at different shops.
Yeah,
so.
But the average, you ain't doing 3 haircuts an hour. That is not the average.
I never say that. I'm just saying not haircuts. I'm just saying service. It could be
services. You ain't doing 3 services an hour. You know, no.
I'm just going off from what I have saw.
Well, let me tell you, I've been in the industry since like 1988.
All right.
As a barber and as a multiple shop owner. You know what I mean? And those numbers are maybe for the exceptional barber. That's not the average. I'm just saying give or take. Like I said, let's say you have 100 clients a week. Right.
100 clients. This is what it breaks down to. 100 clients. 100 clients a week.
Okay.
50 here, 25 there, 25 there.
Right.
But now you add the tip money. Let's just say everybody gave you $5 tips. That's $500.
Everybody don't give you tips.
Tomorrow, no, average out. I'm not saying everybody.
The average tip is not $5. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna let you finish with your numbers. But I'm just saying the numbers are inflated. So bring those numbers down. From what I'm hearing, the numbers are inflated. So whatever your total is, bring that down to half. That's more realistic. It ain't 50. It ain't 100 clients a week. Let's say 50 clients a week.
But now, are we talking about regular barbers or barbers that's professional?
Even professional, regular barber. Now, ain't nobody cutting 100 heads a week unless you exceptional. You know what I'm saying? The average barber is not cutting 100 heads a week. Think about the hours in a day. An average barber, let's say he works 10 hours a day. That's a barber that works a full day. It's a 10-hour day most of the time. And let's say he would have to be booked up damn near most of the day to cut 10 people in 10 hours. You know what I mean? That is not the average. Now, those numbers could get to that on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. But Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
I know those are the slow days.
Yeah. So, but if you did 10, 15, 2 of those days, say you did 30 Friday, 15 Friday and Saturday, that's 30. Even say that's 45 if you did it all 3 days. But those other days, you might do 2, you might do 5, you might do 6. So the average is nowhere near 100. You know what I'm saying? You might be in the 50 to 75. There ain't gonna be no 100.
I'm just going. I'm just going off individuals that I saw and also my clients that I have.
Right. Okay.
So this is going off of. This is not going off for every barber. I'm just on the average of the people that I came in contact with.
Okay. So let's go through the numbers.
All right. So on a total week, just cash off of those numbers I said, it's about $2,600. It might seem high. But this
Barbers is not making that kind of money. Let me tell you.
This is the breakdown. I got to remember, everything is cash. We're not talking about after they pay their bills.
$2,600 a week. They're not totaling $2,600 a week.
This is what
the top barbers is totaling. Like, unless you charge $50 a haircut, the top barbers might be totaling for the week $1,200 to $1,500. That's the top barbers. The average barber will probably be totaling $700.
Now is
to 1,000.
Is that after they
No, I said totaling. I didn't say after they rent. I ain't say after they rent and nothing. I'm telling you the real numbers. I don't know who you talking to, but I've been doing this a long time and I know what barbers make. You know what I mean? Maybe I don't know where they cutting in California somewhere, but I know barbers could attest to this. You might want to toot your chest out and say, I'm taking $2,600. That is nowhere near the average.
Okay.
You might be a celebrity barber if you making $2,600. If you making $2,600 a week, why would the owner charge you $200 for the chair? That don't make no sense.
See, a lot of barbers I speak to, either the chair, either they owners, or they.
I've been the owner.
I know.
I never made $2,600 in 1 week cutting hair.
Let me ask you this.
Including the tips. Including selling T-shirts on the side or whatever.
Let me ask you this. Do you so you keep up with your money? You keep up with your clientele?
Yeah. I used to do it manually.
Yeah.
I used to do appointments, and I put how much that person paid and plus the tip. You know what I mean? Of course, I used to do that. But even those people who might come in initially and they're gonna rent, and I put them on commission 50-50. You know what I'm saying? Until they're ready to rent. You know what I'm saying? I know what the numbers are, and I know which shops do better than what is better, and I have great locations for my shops. And then these dudes ain't making no 2,600. I don't know where them dudes is making 2,600, but I need to go open a shop over there.
I'm just
And we're in New York. Yes, there's a lot of barbershops, but things are known to be expensive here. So it's not like we cutting $10 haircuts. You know what I mean? Trust me.
I know, but like I said, this is just a breakdown of what I came across.
Okay.
What I came across. I'm not saying you're wrong at all.
Right.
Because you were owner of 7, 8, 11 shops. But of what I came across and what individuals tell me and what I have saw, this is kind of, I'm not saying this is full 100% accurate because everybody's different. Every situation is different. I'm going off of what I have came across, my clientele, and the individuals I speak to on a regular.
Okay.
This is what they tell me. This is what I saw off their books.
Okay.
But a lot of individuals might not count it. Okay. Reason why? Just they don't look at this like they don't look at it like they making a lot of money.
Barbers make good money.
Now let me ask you this: would you say, do you feel a lot of barbers make 100,000?
I think that the top barbers could make 100,000. They could, but I think the average barber maybe makes between 30, 25 to 50. The average barber.
Now is that just okay? Now from what you're saying, is that that's where everything with tips and everything, or that's just what they put?
Yeah, I'm including tips. I'm not. Some people don't get a tip. Not everybody tips. The great guys. Most people don't tip $10. The average tip is going to be between $2 and $5. You got some exceptional people that's going to do 10, and ultra exceptional people that might do over 10. But on average, let's say the average, so to average out those who don't tip and who did tip, let's say $5.
Okay. And that's where the average of $5 come from. When I said before, if it wasn't, because I know everybody don't tip, and you might got some people that might, depending on the person, might give you a $20 tip.
Right.
So it averaged out. Now off haircuts for the year, I'm say in 50 weeks, about 62,000.
Okay, that's cool. I think guys could do that.
Guys are doing it.
Yeah. I mean,
guys are doing it.
That's more realistic.
But that's just haircuts. Because I know guys that's doing this. I know guys done told me, yo, bro, I done made almost, I made 99,000 off haircuts, or 97,000 off haircuts.
Right.
Now I ask you, does that include tips? Nah, I don't count my tip money.
Right. And where you meeting these guys at the hair shows?
The hair shows. I'm going shop to shop.
Right. Okay.
I know certain shops don't do. Certain guys may not do that type of numbers.
Right.
So this is not for everybody. These numbers are not for everybody. These are for the guys that have that, who cheer spins on the regular.
Right. But I mean, the guy who's just an average barber, he needs the help too.
He do need that, but I'm not focusing on it. I'm going the numbers.
The numbers you're going off is barbers that's doing numbers. Okay.
Yeah.
What are you helping these barbers do with the finances?
I have this system. It's called the DF system.
The
DF Dante
system.
Yeah, Dante Financial System.
Okay.
It's pretty much taking your first haircut of the day and putting it away.
Okay.
And now I just
that's what a lot of old school barbers suggested.
For one haircut a day?
Yeah, one haircut a day. Put it away.
Oh, see, a lot of barbers I spoke to before I mentioned this say what? For what away?
It's a different era though. I think barbers from the past were good with their money. And barbers from the past went to school to learn how to cut hair and you wanted to be a barber. These days, a lot of barbers, you've seen the multitude of shops. And I mean, back in the days when I was young and had to get a haircut, it was an all-day event. Now there's a barbershop on every block, which means that everybody wants to be a barber now because they don't have to go to school. There's nobody checking to make sure they're a barber. And if you do go to school, and it depends in the area. Some states you have to go to school. But there's so many pocket holes where people just, I'm a barber, and start in their house and then get in the shop, that you have all these people that didn't learn. Part of your course in barber school is the business of barbering. So if you knock out half the barbers who never went to school and don't have a license, they don't know the business of barbering. They just hair cutters. And there's a difference between a barber and a hair cutter. You know what I mean? So those are the people that never heard of put one haircut away a day.
Matter of fact, this salary breakdown is for, I forgot to even mention, when I mentioned Curtis, it's for the image consultants.
Okay, well, that's different.
This is for the image consultants.
Okay.
Because barbers are just more than just a dude that cut hair.
Yeah, but they don't know that. And you're not more than that if that's all you do.
But I'm going to say every barber is some type of mentor, therapist.
Could be, yes.
Big brother, uncle, cousin. Like, they play a role.
I agree.
And they play a huge role with our community. And not just here in the inner city, talking about all over.
Right.
Barbers are the community.
Yes.
Barbers are the community, point blank, period.
I mean, what goes on in the community is reflected in the barbershop.
Yeah. And so with that being said, so why is it in the barbershop we talk about everything and its mother except for finance? The only time we talk about finance is either somebody owe me money or bet, now Bitcoin.
Or if somebody financial is in the shop. Someone with knowledge is in the shop.
Yeah.
We'll have that conversation.
But how often do the barbers they hear them, but are they listening? No.
Yeah, most of the time. I mean, you know, it's a lot of banter that goes on in the barbershop.
I know, man. Listen, I know I spent a good enough time before me coming in as a professional and me being in here as a professional financial service.
So the Dante financial system is to save one haircut a day. And now, so what's going to happen with that one haircut?
That one haircut.
The money from that one haircut.
That one haircut is, I have launched a website, just adding the finishing touches. Now the website is going to allow barbers to put that one haircut. And with that one haircut, if they have a bank account, I'm going to take the money from, well, not me, but the company. Yeah, you could say me. I'm going to withdraw the money from the bank account and hold it to the end of the month. Because if you try to put, if you try to tell a barber to save X amount of dollars a month, it's not gonna happen. Most barbers can't save because the quicker they get it, the quicker they're gonna spend it.
I know barbers that don't even have a bank account.
I know them too, but they might not have a bank account, but they have a PayPal. Some do.
Some do. Yeah.
Some.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
but you have to have a bank account to have a PayPal or a PayPal card.
Yeah, but here's the flip side. Some barbers might not think like, oh, let me get I got a PayPal. But not knowing that you still need a bank account.
Right. Okay, so you have a website where
they can sign
you're
up.
They'll sign up and give you access to their checking account.
Yes.
So how will you know if you're taking one haircut, or is it a set price you're going to take each day?
I'm a set price.
Okay. What's that set price?
The set price is including transaction fees, $27.
$27.
Yeah, and that's
how much of that is the haircut money? 25?
25.
Okay, I understand.
15 is going to go into a Roth IRA.
Mm-hmm.
5 is going to go into a 412 E3 defined comp benefit plan, which is a tax-free retirement bucket for them. And the other 5 is going to go into life insurance.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of it's giving you what you need.
Well, what kind of life insurance would it be?
Term
life.
About 20 years, depending on their age and ability, because they're gonna have the ability, because in the finishing process of adding link. So let's say you're a barber that's 35 years old and you come back healthy, you might be able to get $1.5, $2 million. Because
of insurance.
Yes.
So I mean, they have term life policies that's like $100 a month. They,
Yeah.
Well, I would say you're doing this for the barbers who they're not gonna do this on their own.
No.
You know what I mean? You're making it an easy vehicle for them to have the fortitude to, they don't have the fortitude to do these things, but can afford to do these things, and you're just doing all the legwork for them.
Yes.
That's good. That's well. So how would devil's advocate? I don't know him. I don't want to give somebody access to my account. How do you deal with that? What's your response to that?
You don't want. All right. If you don't want to, it's not my loss. Like, no disrespect, you got to look at it. This is not about you anymore. If you got a family, you got a wife and 3 kids. This is about your family. It's no longer about you. Same thing once you have kids. It's no longer about you. It's about the kids. By buying your kids Nikes, Jordans, True Religion, that's not helping your kids.
Right.
That's just helping you look good, to make sure, to let the world know that you take care of your kids, or you dress them nice. If you really want to take care of your kids, have the proper insurance. You can have the proper insurance for a cell phone. You can have the proper insurance for a car note. I mean, for car insurance, for even renters insurance or home insurance. But why not about your life?
Right. And what about those barbers that might want to put more? Is there
they could put more.
opportunity to put more?
Yes.
Like how that will be all worked out on the website?
Either on the website, or depending on what they're trying to do, they could just reach me, because it's gonna have all my information directly. So if they want to put more, then we talk and see what makes sense for them. Because before, when I was trying to go one-on-one, it's working, but it's not reaching everybody. Right. I can't be in 52 states trying to, I can't be at everywhere at one time. So I figured, let's do the website and let's try to do it like this. The reason why this is coming about now, because corporate America, of course, don't want this to happen. They have structure, they have a system in place. It's been working forever, so let's just rock with it. And plus, corporate don't like the beauty industry. Corporate don't like the beauty industry.
Why? Because they feel like they can't tax them or something? Why do you say that?
Because most individuals in this industry are irresponsible.
Well, I wouldn't say that the people in this industry are irresponsible.
I said most. I didn't say
no. Period. I'm not defending it in that way. What I'm saying is that I think most individuals are irresponsible, but everyone else works in a system that does all the work for them, and they still pay for it. Like someone who works on a job that get medical, dental, retirement, 401k. It's not that they're responsible. It's that their job provides all these things and takes it out their money in advance. They still do all the work for them. So it doesn't make them more responsible. It just makes independent people have to be responsible.
Matter of fact, let's do one even better. Let's X that out, that equation out.
Okay.
You know how many people that has jobs still get more life insurance or another retirement plan?
Yeah, some people, but not money.
But for the most part, I can't tell you the particular number, but for the most part, people that have jobs, they get it, and a lot of them do get other life insurance policies, and they do keep it. But from the numbers that I have seen, and from my personal experience, when I was working with New York Life, I was with New York Life for 2 years, about 2+ years. And the turnaround, because barbers tend to think, I can't even say barbers, but I'm African Americans rather choose cable over life insurance,
because they don't
see the value.
See, but it's all about education. You understand? Now, if they were educated about how important it is, I mean, even down through their parents, if they were educated, then they would understand these things. You know what I mean? And even those who have jobs and might get it on their own, that could be because when it's given through your job, it's not that much.
Yeah, and you get it through your job, it's not guaranteed they're going to pay out.
Right, and it's not that much. You know what I'm saying? And then they might have been introduced to it through their job by saying, hey, what is this coming out on my check? You know what I mean? So, but I do understand, and
I'm telling
all
you,
those things I have in place. I've had them in place since I started my business in 1996. But I'm an entrepreneur. You know what I'm saying? I'm not your average guy. I don't think like the average guy. So all these things I had in place, even a 529 plan for my kids. That's my daughter's going to school. I use it my son. You know, so, and I tried to educate my barbers, and you could even give them the information.
Oh yeah.
But you can't get them to do it. You know what I mean? And I would even give numbers to the people who helped me out. You know what I mean? The people in those industries who helped me set up my things and say, hey, you need this, you need that. Of course, I want to share the information. But what you're doing is great. I mean, for those who don't want or who are afraid or who are not organized enough to do it on their own, you know, they could just... Now, what insurance company is in... which companies are you using?
First
to fulfill these things.
Before I answer that, I left New York Life last November.
Okay.
It's going on a year.
All right.
Went independent.
Okay.
Because the reason why I went independent, one, from every day having to, or every other day having to go back and forth with management. Oh, why don't you find a new market? You know, the barbers, they working, but you could do better. Go find doctors or lawyers, you know. Throwing hints, you know, saying stuff like that. You might need to change your market, you know. You know, because it's all about, in corporate, it's all about numbers. It's all about performance.
But the barbershop industry is the numbers. Now,
It
converting them over may be a different challenge.
That's
but
what it is.
The numbers are real.
That's what it is. But with me, I'm going to say July 2016, I was at the Universal Barber Show. I had a table last minute. I seen the flyer, make the calls, got a table. After being at that event, I didn't get one client, but I said I made a vow that I'm married to this industry.
Right.
Nobody's in this industry. I seen there was no other financial tables. No other financial guys there.
Right.
I said, you know what? This is home. This is home. This is what I was born to do.
Yeah.
This is where I need to be.
Yeah.
So
The need is there, and the market is wide open.
And from there,
so they don't see the potential, but you do.
Yes. So from there, I did the exotic events in Newark. Then once I went to IBS, and I had a chance to talk to DL. That's when I met Sefro from Scissor Salute. Pretty much, man, I can name a lot of dudes there that I met and that I'm cool with now. They do because they seen the consistency of me being show after show after show after show after show.
So what is your setup like at the show? What's your presentation at the show?
Most shows before, I just go to the network.
Okay.
Because I find that when I had a booth at the shows, life insurance. Nah, I don't want to look. When they turn out the way, they turn out the cheek. They like, yo.
Yeah.
Nah, man, listen, I gotta go. So I'm like, I just go there and network. And depending on the show and depending on who's going to be there, I normally already strategize who I'm going to sit down with or who I'm going to attack. I don't want to say attack like that. Approach, yeah. Who I'm going to approach. So I already have a game plan. Every show I have a game plan on who I'm going to talk to or who I need to talk to. Because at every show, there's always at least 3 influential people there in the industry.
Right.
If I don't talk to all 3, I'm talking to 2.
Right.
I'm not leaving to, like I said, I'm not talking to 1, I'm talking to 2. That's my goal. That's my mindset. Because I didn't come here to be popular. I didn't come here to be buddy. That's cool and all. I came here to change the mindsets of barbers. The reason why I want to change the mindsets of barbers, because about, I'm not going to say the number, but it's a very high number of people that live below poverty. That don't even have or don't know what a network is. The network consists of $6,000 in your bank account or a life insurance policy. And I feel that barbers are matter of fact, barbers are role models. Are your everyday role model. You know, you got Jay-Z, you got Diddy, you got
right, but we get in your ear once a week.
Once a week.
We got 30 minutes to an hour to
forget the 30 minutes to an hour.
Influence you every week, every other week.
Nah, forget that. Let's just talk about the barbershop talk.
Yeah.
The barbershop talk plays a key role in our community, especially with the youth.
Mm-hmm.
They pick up on things and like, oh, most kids that's from most kids' first role models, if it's not their dad, it's their barber. Because how cool he is, how the way he talk, his swag.
And moms definitely, I've seen moms bring their sons who don't have a father in their life to the barbershop and felt that was very important so they could see what a male role model looks like, or they could be around the male energy.
And I was one of those, come from a single mother. So I seen how important a barber played in the community. Like, because to us, like I said, you you are the closest thing to a Jay-Z or a Diddy that most people will ever meet.
Someone that worked hard in something they could aspire to be, a business owner.
Yeah, but the fact that most barbers don't feel like they business owners. They just still feel like that this is a trap, like this is a hustle. It's all
we got a lot of work to do. That's probably what this show is about. And it's not, there's enough shows with designs and enough shows of people with doing tricks and putting up 1 million haircuts a day. But there's a other side of the barber industry that makes you a barber. And that's the type of people I'm trying to have on the show to teach the other thing. That's why there's no haircuts going on here. We're not talking per se about a haircut, a hairstyle, or how to do it. We're trying to talk about the other things that the barbers are missing on this show. And that's one of the main reasons I wanted to have you on here, because that's a big part that's missing. And I know it. I've watched barbers, you have to prepare for your retirement. And this is not like a regular job that they're going to do all the work for you. You have to do the work for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You are independent. There's pros and cons of working for yourself. You know what I'm saying?
And the cons is you responsible for everything.
Yes.
Everything. And this is why, not only that I feel this is, like you said, this is important for me to be on here, but I'm bringing a different element to the industry. Not just from retirement. I just added my guy John, Truthful Taxes. He's a tax expert.
Right.
So he's on the tours talking about why you shouldn't lie about your taxes.
Right. Because you're going to need to show that money when you want to buy a house. Do anything important. You can't get an apartment if they say you don't qualify, you don't make enough money. So if you're lying on your tax returns, you can't get that apartment you want. You can't get that car you want. And if you don't pay your taxes quarterly, then your Social Security and stuff don't go to your taxes.
And a lot of barbers think, I get Social Security. How do you get Social Security if you don't pay taxes?
Right.
And you know what's funny? Because most barbers, Mike, from going back to numbers a little, make over $5 million over a 40-year period of cash.
Yeah, I would agree to that.
Cash.
Yeah.
Cash, not $1 went to taxes.
Yeah.
And you trying to say you can't save, what, 10% of that?
A lot of people not. They can save it,
if
but
they want to.
They need possibly a formula.
Oh,
they need someone to make it easy for them. They need someone to do the work like everywhere else. And if you got to pay a little extra for somebody to do the work, so be it.
And that's why this formula came about, because it's just, it's not going to get any convenience than this.
Mm-hmm.
It is not, because
what's the website?
The website, it should be up in say about a week or two. Well, it's somewhat up now because I was showing individuals at the Philly trade show. Is DF Financial Group.
DF Financial Group.
No, I'm sorry. It's DS Financial Group.
DS
Financial
Group.com or
.org.
.org. Okay.
Yeah, Dream Secure Financial Group.
Dream Secure Financial Group.
Because this system is not only for barbers, it's for entrepreneurs. Because as an entrepreneur, there's no benefits.
Yeah, for self-employed people.
Yeah, so what I wanted to do was create something that not only for this industry, but like I said, I not only did I want to tackle the barber industry, I just felt like I'm gonna tackle the whole beauty industry because the whole beauty industry is lacking the same thing.
Yeah, the stylists have pretty much the same issues as the barbers.
Hairstylists, the money they
make even more money. But I tell you what, them women probably gonna listen quicker than the guys.
Oh yeah.
So you might want to spend a little time with them.
Yeah. but here's the thing.
And they communicate with one another.
Oh yeah.
You know, they will bring their girlfriends, and it is, you know, the numbers, you know, it might be good to get your numbers up.
Oh man.
Well, you might need partners now.
Oh man, listen, yo, I have hairstylists, that's clients. One of them, I'm gonna say 2 of them in taxes. Every time I taxes tips, $100 a week.
Because if you're doing a service that's $100 or $200-$300, your tip have to reflect how much you can't give a $5 tip for a $200 job. That, you know, it's just the numbers is not there. But usually, like if you go to a restaurant and the bill is $100, you can't leave $5. You got to leave at least 20%. Which is $20. So it's the same reflection. If someone does a service for you that's $200-$300, man, you got to give them like $30 or something tip. You know what I mean?
You know what it is though? Because women, you know, they appreciate the service.
Yeah.
Men,
I guess they care about their look more too.
What? Man, listen, you be surprised. Men, man, you know, there's a lot of cheap guys. There are a lot of cheap guys.
They don't appreciate their barbers the way they should. I'll say that.
They don't, but then they will go spend.
Right, which means they're not cheap because they will spend money on things that they think they value more.
Think that would get them to that next level with a young lady, not knowing it's that haircut.
Yeah, that's the beginning. That's the
it's
foundation.
The haircut.
Between that, even if you ain't got no game, if you looking good, the girl might step to you.
You know, man, I done seen, and from me before I was married, what a good haircut would do.
Oh yeah,
what a good haircut would do
for sure.
Like you could look your worst, but as long as your haircut is on point,
yeah, that's what they're gonna see. Most people look at you.
They look at the face.
They're gonna see your shape up. They're gonna see your fade. They're gonna see your beard scruffy or your mustache trim. You know, yeah.
It's either you got to have either your face got to be on point or your feet got to be on point.
Yeah, they look up and down.
Then they look up. All right, so if the down look crazy, they give you. But if down look crazy, then look up again. You know what? He probably got a job.
So, are you going to add to the services that you're providing?
Oh yeah, but to add to when I will add for the service, you have to be a licensed professional. If you have a license, you're not going to get the good stuff.
Oh, okay. So you are also pushing guys to get their paperwork, get their L's, as they say.
Because most barbers that I have as clients or that I run into make over 100,000. So it's kind of like you make over 100,000, mostly in cash. You need to have your paperwork together.
Right.
You need to have your paperwork together because you barbers scream, oh, we want respect, we want this, we want that, but how you gonna demand it when you're not trying to
respect yourself?
Thank you.
Respect your profession.
Come on, look, I'm not even a barber. The most haircut I ever did was on myself, and I'm horrible. That's why I pay now,
right?
to get the beard done.
Right.
So if I appreciate what you do, and you don't appreciate what you do, it's a problem. It's a problem, but either way, I'm gonna still appreciate what you do, and hopefully, in due time, you appreciate and know your value. I just want the barbers to understand that on paper, this is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Off the books, it's $1 trillion business. It's $1 trillion. You got to think about all the barbers that don't claim taxes.
Yeah, it's a lot. I mean, I think it will. I would suggest barbers that you do. I'm not saying you got to claim everything, but it's gonna catch up to you if you don't.
Keep your receipts. That's what I'm gonna say.
It's gonna catch up to you if you don't. And most barbers, the reason I don't want to pay because they're paying taxes out. But that's why most barbers don't want to pay their taxes.
But here's the thing: if you keep your receipts, let's say you make $110,000 and you keep $70,000 in receipts, what do you think the government's gonna tax? Not the $110,000.
Right.
They're gonna tax on the $40,000.
Right.
Especially let's say you got a wife and 2 kids. Guess who's getting a tax return?
All right.
They only
whoever claims the kids, you can fight over that too.
Oh yeah, man, listen. But you gotta look at it. Most barbers
they get claimed on their wife's tax return.
Yeah, matter of fact, yeah, you're right. Barbers get claimed, like you said, on probably on a old lady return that he don't make it like
stop at 5, as they say.
Come on, man. Listen, you making more than your old lady. Your lady bringing in 35 on the books.
Barbers do brag about how much money they make.
But then say
and
here,
you hear them
say
say it all the time, but they don't be paying their taxes on that money.
What you think is going to happen now with this new booking systems that barbers are using?
Yeah, because your income is recorded now.
Everything on Facebook, everything on the internet is recorded. It don't matter that lifestyle. Like you could take 1,000 pictures in front of your Benz, Bentley, Range, whatever you have. They watching.
And I don't use that, but when you use those apps that you can pay on the apps, do they have to send you a report at the end of the year?
See, they're supposed to. I don't know who's really doing it, or if they are doing it, they only do it at a certain amount.
Okay, because I'm not sure.
Yeah, so I talked to a couple of them, and some of them say, yeah, we give it, but then you got to within a certain amount. But I know people. In fact, I met a hairstylist one time. She said, like I forgot what app she was using, or was it on her website, whatever. But just off hairstyle, she made $90,000. So I asked her, how much of that you claim for taxes? Why are you claiming none of that? I'm like, you do know that the government sees that, right?
Yeah.
What you mean? Like, this is out there for everybody to see. Once you put anything on the internet, everybody sees.
Using Swipe or any one of those things, Square, there's proof of income.
Yeah. So she was like, she had to look. I'm like, you better go find an accountant or a tax person.
Find a way to write off as much as you can write off,
but you got to keep the receipts. If you got the receipts to back it up, it's over.
You can only write off so much, though. You know what I mean?
Depending. See, I'm my tax guy. He could talk to you about that. I'll bring him by another time. But just if you have your receipts and it's vouchable, they legit receipts and it's your receipts. Because some people try to use other people's receipts.
Yeah, but even still, like you can't write off everything you made, or they'll say, "Why are you in business?" Yes, you can claim.
You can't write 100,000.
Right.
No.
You
I'm saying
you can claim meals and you can claim equipment and supplies, and uniforms, but there's only so much that you can claim. You gotta pay taxes
or claim. We ain't gonna say pay. You claim.
Yeah,
claim because depending on your situation, your lifestyle,
right.
You might get some money back.
Yeah, but usually they don't.
You'd be surprised.
Unless you got kids.
Yeah,
because you got to realize
well,
every haircut that someone cuts, there's no taxes being taken out of.
Because you know why? Because it is already being taken out of.
No.
You to some degree, from
you
the
have
client?
to claim it. No, I'm saying the cash. When you're collecting cash, there's supposed to be taxes on that cash. So when you're collecting cash, your taxes are built into that cash, which you have to give that back to the IRS.
But here's the here's the flip side. Because I know I'm on the spectrum of telling people to claim taxes. But here's the flip side. That money that you as a barber is getting, 9 times out of 10, is after tax money. So it's the flip side. Because I thought about this not too long ago. I'm like, it could go either or. But at the same time, this is why I said, you know what? I offer tax-free and tax defer. I give you the best of both worlds,
right?
Because here's the funny thing with the Roth IRA or traditional IRA,
right?
Whatever you contribute, you can write that off at the end of the year as a tax exempt.
Right. And you max out at 55 or 65?
55. 55 under 55.
Yeah.
55 under 55.
Right.
But here's the thing. Look, you could write off your retirement. People that got a job can't write off their retirement. So look, you gaining interest on your IRA, and you also writing it off. Look, it's a tax write-off.
Right. I understand what you're saying.
And then here's another vehicle that people don't even know that is the most sophisticated vehicle and the most conservative vehicle there is. Life insurance. Life insurance, I feel, is the best retirement for barbers. If let's say you don't even use my system, life insurance is tax-free withdrawal. I just had a discussion the other day. Some guys had to say, you can't take the money out. You can take it out as a loan at retirement.
On a whole life.
Yes.
But not on a
No, not a term.
Yeah.
Most companies, the companies I deal with, being I'm independent, for every dollar you put in at retirement, let's say in 25 or 30 years, you're going to get $4 or $5 back tax-free.
Yeah, they do have the term with return too. I've
Yeah,
heard of that.
but your term policy would be more expensive because
just like a whole life.
But all it is you're not gaining interest on the money that you put in with a term.
Yeah,
you're just getting your money
but
back.
You got to realize though, how are you looking at it? Because insurance is to take care of people if you die early. That's one way to look at it. Your family got money to survive if something happens to you before your time. But if you get into your 70s, you know what I'm saying? It ain't your job to take care of nobody no more.
Oh, no, but see, this is why I guess insurance companies or financial service professionals or investors or people like myself tell you get like a 20, 30-year policy. You convert as much as possible. Convert from term to permanent. So when you're at retirement age, yeah, you might be paying a little bit more, but that whole life policy, that permanent, well, let's just say permanent insurance, because you have index, you have universal, you have whole life. Let's say that permanent insurance policy that you put into, that you convert your term into. Yeah, it goes up a little, but look, you build it for your retirement. That's your tax-free retirement bucket. That's the money.
Well, usually when you're going to get money at the end, it's usually expensive, not a little bit more expensive. Because I remember I had a whole life insurance, and it was like $250 a month, and I was like 26 years old.
You know how much money you would have had? You still have it?
No, I don't have it.
If you had it now, you know how much money you be sitting on right now?
Yeah, but the market crashed and all that.
But here's the thing.
Times it was.
Nah, but here's the thing. When the market crashed, your money don't crash. Your money don't crash.
Lose money in the market when you got that.
No,
not your initial.
No, that's why life insurance is like the turtle doing a race. It grows slow. No matter if the market goes up and down, up and down, up and down. Your money don't go up and down with life insurance. It stays the same.
That would lead you to not continue paying it when it's that expensive.
That's why it has to be within your lifestyle. That's why with my system, trying to get people like, to put your tip money or away. That's what I first started. Put your tip money away.
Right.
Oh, I could do that. But then you realize people spend. I done tried different avenues of getting individuals to understand. And I think right now with the DF system through the website, I think I have something that's more convenient. That is convenient.
Right.
It's super convenient.
It is. If for you to allow a certain amount to come out, does it come out daily, monthly, weekly?
Daily.
It comes out daily, and you don't have to do anything, and you can watch it grow, and you can know that you have these securities. I think it is a good plan. I mean, I would agree.
And it comes with a business receipt program.
Right.
To keep up with your receipts.
Right. Oh yeah, that's good. So tell people how they can get in contact with you.
You can get in contact with me. My phone number 347-720-7463. Email. Man, I just got a new email. But my original email is Dante DONTAYSTEVENSON BBA@gmail.com. Instagram Dante_financial DONTAY_FINANCIAL.
Right. So this is something where you need to come back. You know what I'm saying? Because we can't cram it all into one interview. And when you have the site up and running and you start having your stats, your statistics, I want you to come back and even if say someone wants you to come and speak to their shop, that kind of thing can happen as well.
Oh yeah,
you know?
because you know what? Before I had
You do it for free, or do you charge to come and speak?
Before I was doing it for free. Now for a whole shop, charging $250.
$250 to come.
Yeah,
speak to them.
yeah. Because you know why? Because what I'm giving you and what I have right now, I know the value of what I have. Before, I was just trying to figure stuff out. Like I was still getting clients, but it was hard. How can I like every night? I'm losing sleep because this is my baby. I need to figure out how can I get the barber beauty industry to understand about finance. How can I make this convenient as possible to give them that security?
Right.
Because let's go back way back. When you first started, how many people really approve you of being a barber? Not just saying you, but just people out there. A lot of people say, "Why would you become a barber?" It's no benefits. There are benefits, and I'm showing.
I've lost barbers. They stopped being a barber because of the benefit. I've lost barbers because they said, I don't have insurance and I have a family and I need security.
That's that. Yeah.
I've watched barbers say that, and I've told them though that all those things that you are going to get at a job, you could do those things yourself
and get them better. Because like I told you before, with
the education got to be there though. The education piece is there. So you're right when you say, how can you get barbers and stylists to understand the importance of life insurance, a 401 retirement fund, and what's the other?
412E3.
412E3. You have to figure out a way to, and don't get me wrong, I'll help you. You know what I mean? I mean, the community of barbering should help you because we're helping ourselves. You know what I mean? And yeah, that's the problem, to get them to see that this cost is more important than some other things you're spending some money on.
Come on, one haircut a day.
It's discipline.
Yeah.
It's discipline. It's discipline. And when things come out your account, you tend to keep it rolling. You know what I'm saying? When you have to manually do things yourself, that's when you fall off the map. But when it automatically comes out, you don't think about it as much. But also, then that means they have to have a bank account and they got to put the money in their bank account. That's what I tell barbers too. I said, when you go to get an apartment and you want me to write a letter, you rent a chair. I can't prove what you make. I can say, I would think he makes that, and I could tell him how much rent you pay for your chair. But I said, if you want to prove to them how much money you make, then put that money in the bank, and you could show them your bank statements that at the end of every week, I put 600 or 1,000 or whatever. That's your proof. You know what I mean? So it's just important to have a bank or something similar to that to show your money.
You know why? You know what else? Why barbers don't have bank accounts? Child support.
Yeah, but trust me, I got like 60 barbers.
Oh, I know.
And
that's their favorite excuse.
But no. The child support statements come to the barbershop. But it's not a lot of barbers on child support. I would say every other year or two, maybe one or two statements might come in. That's not the big problem to me. I don't see that as a big problem. A lot of barbers don't owe child support because out of 60 barbers, I would see a lot more statements coming for the child support, but I don't. So I wouldn't agree that a lot of barbers owe child support.
Oh, no. I'm telling you the excuse they give me.
Oh.
That's the excuse they give me. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that a lot of barbers are
Well, guess what? If you don't pay it now, you're going to have to pay it later with penalties. So you might as well pay it.
But then, because you know.
And you could get a lower rate being that your money fluctuates.
But say that again?
You could get a lower rate of like. It's hard to prove what you make as a barber. So barbers have went in there and negotiated a lower money. And it's different if you work for, the city or something and know your money right there, and they take your money off the rip.
I seen dudes work for housing come home with $23 a check from child support.
Yeah.
Because you know what it is? They say that, barbers say, I guess they say because they don't want to get a bank account because of child support. Right. They say that because if the bank, well, let's say the judge see what they're actually making, they feel like they're gonna be.
But they don't have to report all of it.
Right here,
you know what I'm saying? Even if you put, even if you make, say you make $1,000 a week and you put $500 in the bank, you still not reporting. I'm not suggesting that you don't report it.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying you can control what you report. You know what I'm saying?
I get it, but then like I said, I guess that's the excuse. But then I tell barbers, you know what? You do know life insurance. The government or any creditors don't have access to that.
Right, they won't touch that.
They like, what you mean? Like, exactly what you mean? Exactly what I said. They don't touch
need a
that.
checking account to put automatic payments to go to the life insurance. So your barbers, you got to get a checking account. Let's stop the game.
Yeah, because in order to have that respect and bring that structure, you need that bank account. Because this system, my system is a proven system. Right. It's a proven system. I stand behind it. I stand behind it 1,000%. Because I'm one haircut a day. One haircut a day keeps the GoFundMe away. That's what I say on my Instagram. Because how many people right now? GoFundMe is the #1 life insurance company.
I know,
and it's not even regulated by the SEC.
It's pathetic almost. And you know what? You could get life insurance for somebody else. If you got a brother or sister, they ain't got their stuff together. You can get in. You can pay their insurance for them. They don't have to sign off for it and all that. Yeah. And then you could also get burial insurance, which just covers the burial, because that's what they're usually raising the money for, and the GoFundMe is for to bury them. So you could get a $25,000 policy, just burial insurance, but prepare for the worst, but hope for the best.
Absolutely, but you put your family in a financial risk by not having life insurance. Multiple ways. One. If you don't have life insurance, who's going to continue to take care of your family? Right. Remember, you created a lifestyle for them. You created this certain lifestyle. So for God forbid something happen to you, and now that lifestyle that you created, now they're gonna go from what, like 50 Cent, Give It Start Trying. How his mom had him on, looking nice and stuff, but then once he died, he went to go stay with his.
I mean, if you don't have property or something, that helps lift your family up. I mean, people have a $500,000 $1 million policy and had a couple kids, and everybody walk away with $100,000 or something like that, $250,000. You helping the next generation lift up. They could use that money to buy a home or start a business or something, and it's your job to lift the next generation up.
Yeah,
they say the people who remember you is the people you left some money to when you die. Man, if you leave something for your grandkids or something, they'll never forget you.
Man, could you imagine how many kids is not talking bad, talking ill will towards them, but you know how many kids probably they ain't forgive their parents because they ain't leave them anything.
But they probably ain't know no better. Their parents ain't know no better.
Oh, no, they don't. They don't.
And then the kids might not know any better.
They don't, though, but as they get older, like, damn, why my moms ain't never leave me this, or my pops ain't leave me this. Like, come on.
Especially if you ain't got no property, then at least you could have some life insurance.
Matter of fact, the term is the cheapest form. Right.
Get in there with term.
Yeah, because you could get it. I try to tell people, especially in this industry, if you don't have $1 million term policy, like, you're working backwards.
Right.
Because $1 million term, because normally the way life insurance works, you need 20 times your salary.
Yeah.
20 times your salary. So you making $75,000, you need about 1.5.
Right.
1.5. And that's tax free that your family and hopefully your significant others good with money.
And if you started young, your payment will be cheaper.
Maybe $40,
$50. Yeah. So the young barbers, start it now. And it won't change as you get older. You'll be good. Start it now. It's cheap. You're young. You're healthy. Your life expectancy is yeah.
And here's the other thing. As a young barber, you got the option to retire in 25 years or 20 years. This is another reason.
If you prepare.
But this is why the DF system is intact too, because let's say you're a barber. Like the DF system is for individuals, one, that want security, and two, if you want to retire in 20 years, you can and start something else new.
Right. Well, we got to wrap it up because the cards are full. We must have been way over an hour.
Well, I think we did. we did, but I didn't even get started yet.
That's why I say you got to come back. It's a lot. We got to get to the details.
Oh yeah.
Well, thank you, brother.
Anytime, man. Thanks for having me, man. This might be my second or third home. You might see me quite a few times. You're gonna get tired of seeing me on here because the information is that good. I need to share it. I have to get it out. I have to get this information out. Gotcha. If it's the last thing I do on this earth, besides be a good father and a good husband to my wife and kids, I gotta get this information out to these people. Right. It's a need. It's a must.
Yeah. I've been cutting these heads for years. It made me a master. There's rules to this shit to get money faster. A cut by cut booklet for you to get your game on track, not your lines pushed back. Rule number uno.
No doubt. Barber Time all the time. We're here down at Barber Time HQ. And I'm here for one reason. I want to shout out Battle of the Barbers Africa. My man Wall Cuts doing a great thing over there. You got the Barber Shutdown Boy. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but either way, y'all go shut it down. To all y'all contestants in there, do your thing. Don't be shy. Bring out your swag. Bring your confidence. Most of all, bring your skills with your clippers. But we're going to hold it down for you. As soon as this new site's up, it's a social media site. It's also bringing it to the TV. It's going to handle all the swag of the barbering industry. So y'all be ready. All the time, all the time. Let's go.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? This is Reggie Winston. If this is your first time to the channel, I want to say welcome. Thank you for clicking on this video. If you're coming back from some other videos, you've been rocking with me for a while, I just want to say welcome back. Here at this channel, man, together we make barbers better. And in this video, we're going to talk about doing this bald fade. I'm going to walk with you through this whole process of this fade before we go to the shampoo bowl. This customer is getting a bald fade, and we're going to give him a service called Beard of the Gods. So if you haven't already, please subscribe, hit that bell notification, stay in tune. Those videos will be coming out. The shampoo, finishing up a fade, and the Beard of the Gods. As you see here, man, I'm going to start with my Wall Legend. It's a 1919, but I got a Legend blade and the blade slide on it. So it cuts a little closer and it has a longer fade range. I have it in a closed position. I started at the hairline, and I'm going to work my way all the way around, going under the occipital bone, right above the ear, not too high above the ear, and to the top of the C, or the bottom of the chair leg. I like to call that there. So I just clean it up a little bit. I did one pass all the way around. And again, always make this line here as straight as possible or as clean as possible. You don't want it jagginess in this line that you're putting in. This is your foundation. Make sure your foundation's good. Trying to clean up on the neck a little bit with this same clipper close. We will be making our way back around with a outliner blade. But yeah, I'm just trying to make this thing look really nice and even and clean all the way around. So you see there, I'm looking at my reference points at the hairline, trying to make sure my fade is balanced. I'm standing behind him in the mirror, looking at what he'll see in the mirror, spinning around. Everything looks pretty balanced to me. I did see a little spot there I want to touch up, so I just went ahead and touch that up really nice. All right, now I got the outliner blade on my detachable clipper. Cuts closer than a 000. I want to get this thing nice and clean. I do like bald, but I don't like it where it hurts bald. I don't know if you have ever had a haircut where things seem like it hurts. If you have that, have had a haircut like that, put that in the comments. When they use the actual trimmer or edge up trimmer to bald it out, and that thing just like, man, it's got super bald and it kind of hurt. I don't like that. Anyway, I'm using this smooth blade. It's an outliner blade from Andis that you can put on detachable clippers. Save the life of your trimmers. Put this outliner blade on, get things bald, all right? and it's a whole lot more smooth than a trimmer. So you see, I'm just turning around, just making sure I got balance. I grabbed that 1919 with the Wall Legend blade on it. Wall, please make a cordless Legend. It's my favorite clipper. Anyway, open it up. I'm starting on the beard first. Go ahead and blend that in a little bit. I'm using the middle of the ear. Then I go up a little bit on to the first line I put in. And I'm going to go up about 3/4 of an inch. And I'm going to work that all the way around. 3/4 of an inch to an inch. You know, it can vary. And this is going to be like a medium high fade. Not a low fade, not just strictly a medium fade with a tight blend. It's going to be a little bit of a stretch blend, but it's going to be medium to high. I'm using my reference points. I'm checking to make sure things are straight. I'm also going to make sure this line I put in is not jagged. This is on my second pass. I already went from one side of the hairline to the other side of the hairline, all the way around the head. Now I'm walking my way back. And you see I got a little jaggedness in there. It's okay. I can fix that. Perfect. Let's close it down just a tad bit and reduce the travel. Travel is our vertical strokes from down to up. We're not going to go as high with it closed down a little bit, and we're going to work in just in this section for now. Do it for good video purposes, so you can see me closing my blade down and just working in the zone. I just close it down a little bit more, and I reduce the travel. And I'm going to continue to close it down until I get back to close, all the way close, and I'm going to get that bottom line out. And here, man, you don't have to put a lot of pressure on. You can just kind of feather it around and get a feel for it. You don't have to beat somebody's head up, man. And I can admit, sometimes I get a little aggressive. I get a little heavy-handed, but you don't have to be that in every stroke. So already, man, this side is already getting faded out of that bottom line. Get back to this little side over here, sideburn. I like to go ahead and try to knock out the sideburns while I'm cutting, so I don't have to go back and do it. Same technique, just reverse it. It fades up instead of fades down. All right, let's get around this occipital bone area, the back of his head. I close it down a little bit, reduce my travel. I'm gonna keep closing it down and reducing my travel. We'll move out this to the side so you can see. Still a little small C stroke. Not just bumping the line. I'm trying to create a little graduation with it. Now I'll continue to close it down, work side to side. Still at the back of the head. And I'm getting that bottom line out. I put that line in with the clipper close. I can get it out with the clipper close. But you do need to work your way down. And one thing you might not notice sometimes is I'm using my left thumb on his head to pull and stretch the scalp a little bit. You might not notice it, but please try to use that technique to help with your fades. Use that thumb to stretch the scalp. And never put the comb down. We're getting that taken care of. All right, let's go on and move around. All right. See the little fine detailing, little stuff I want to get before I move all the way around. But let's get it. All right. We're going to open our way up and reduce a little bit and do our strokes. I'm going through this pretty quickly, working just one pass at a time until I get down to the bottom. And what you didn't see with my left thumb is me adjusting the lever on the clipper. See a little dark area near that top line there. I know I did that with a no guard open, so I know I shouldn't go higher than that line with the lower level on my clipper. That's why I like working with these lines and putting this bottom line in there. As you see, this clipper open, and I'm gonna reduce it to about halfway. And then I'm going to reduce it all the way to clipper close. And we'll have our beard, the line started for our beard. And we'll have the line in there for our actual haircut. The fade is already, the bottom line, the bottom level of the fade is already in there. Same with the beard. Cool. I just want to verify both sides are still balanced. When he look at it in the mirror, I want to be able to make sure that he see what I see and I see what he see and everything looks good. We're going to do a 2 close against the grain on him. I kind of wish I'd have did a 1.5 against the grain at this point, but we're cool. But we're going to do this 2, and we're going to follow it up with the 1.5. And some areas we'll hit it with the 1. But this allows me, this is my first time ever cutting his hair. Cutting against the grain allows me to see what's going on. As you notice, he didn't come in with a whole head full of waves and he won't a waver. So this really doesn't matter if you go with or against the grain on him. If a customer said they want you to go with the grain, you never cut their hair for the first time, educate them, let them know you can use a larger guard to see exactly which way their hair flows. Some people will claim that you cut the waves out. You really can't cut waves out against the grain with a large guard, in my opinion, from my experience. I'm going all the way around the hair. I want to see if you have any undercurrents, see if there's any problem issues that we're going to have to go back and make adjustments for. And you see me cutting and combing. I start on the top of his head and I work my way all the way around. It's important that you learn systems, and systems help you be more efficient. Systems help you be more consistent as well. All right. So I had enough of that 2 close. I went ahead and grabbed, which is a 1.5 now. I'm going to go with the grain, just try to smooth this stuff down. I got a good understanding of the way his hair flows, the whirl in his head, cowlicks up front. I'm working and like overlapping myself, just trying to make sure that I cut every piece and everything is even, there's nothing sticking up. Smoothing it with the grain. Smoothing it with the grain on a 1.5. I really only need to focus on the top of the head and just at the ridge, because we're going to fade these sides. Don't get caught up in trying to smooth down the sides with a high guard if you're doing a fade. I'm just going ahead. I want to go through it and just to see what I see with his hair. Be straight honest with you. This is basically a waste of time with this guard on the side of his head. If you want to be more efficient with your time, don't even be concerned about smoothing on the side with a high guard. For video purposes, this is my first time cutting his hair. You get to see the work. Pay attention to the rhythm. Pay attention to just the flow and everything. And the system, it works. I'm in his whirl area. Here you have to be really careful. I always like to go against the grain with the large guard, like I said, so I can see it and I can see, get a better view of how this thing flow. I'm going to take that same 1.5 and I'm going to start the process of sculpting his beard. As you saw, I did a C stroke down and I'm going to come back up with it the opposite way and create a little C stroke there. Let's go ahead and taper his hairline. You see he got a peak right here in the hairline. Let's taper that down. So I went first with a 2 close against the grain. I'm going to start tapering it with this 1.5 close against the grain. And then we're not going too far into the haircut. We're just going, about 1 inch beyond the line. I still got that 1.5 on. I'm going to work my way around this parietal ridge. I did a 2 on top, so this 1.5 close is going to really blend in really well. And like I said, it was a 2 closed on top. 1.5 is going to be closed as well. We're going to work our way all the way around this haircut. Pay attention to the strokes. Pay attention to how far I go up. I'm putting slight pressure on one side of the clipper. The left side right now is kind of off the head. The right side is more on the head. That's going to help create graduation, especially with the flow of his hair. Cutting and combing, brushing and blending, whatever you're doing, whatever side you representing. Let's get it done, y'all. All right, we continue to come back around. This is a second pass with that 1.5 close. All the stuff I couldn't get on my first pass, I came back and got. I did see a little stuff, so I just wanted to run through it one more time. 2 passes is usually all you need. Let's go ahead and switch that out to that one open. We're going to reduce the travel. We're not going to go as high on the head. But we're going to do 2 passes and work our way all the way around. And if I'm not mistaken, we will be using this to taper down the hairline a little bit more. As you see, just like we're cutting grass, we're kind of overlapping the last section we cut. We're using that as a reference to know where to stop. I travel. I got all the way to the hairline. Keep that chair spinning. Keep working in one direction. The only thing is with this hair, it wraps. So you kind of have to cut it. Sometimes you have to stop going in one direction and cut it against the grain and go back in the direction. I finished that one pass with a one open almost. Well, it's one open for sure. I just finished that pass, the second pass. I seen a few pieces in the back that needed a little bit more attention. Let's close this thing down. Excuse me, before we close it down, let's taper out the front line. We've reduced the travel there as well. And what I like to do, why I like tapering out the front line, it helps that hairline be more crispy and last longer so he don't have the lip. I know I did a 1.5 with the grain. This is that one open. I'm not going all the way to the middle of his head. I'm going kind of just in the front, and I'm even smoothing that down a little bit. You see me flip that clipper over and get that taper game back in there. Shout out to my man Wes James, hair clipper flipper. I'm applying, bro. You see me. That's that one open, one close. We're going to taper out that beard into that bald. Let's scoop that thing out this way too to help with the sculpting of it. He don't want a straight down beard. He want his beard to bloom out on the sides. One close. Let's start getting this line out. Started in the front hairline again. Notice the system. We start on one hairline, work our way all the way around the head. As one pass, we also reduce the travel, meaning our vertical stroke from down to up has been reduced. So we're not going too high up on the head with a lower guard than we already put in. This is fading down, and we're fading down to marry it to the section we put in first. Let's work our way back around this head. And I only comb just to get the hair to lay down for me so I can cut it better. See me flip that clipper over again. Let's move this thing with the grain on the sides. Remember, I did that 1.5. I told you it really wasn't necessary. This one is a much better choice on smoothing it down on the sides. We want this haircut to be smooth and well polished. That's why we're going to smooth it with the grain after we cut it against the grain. Up here in this little area near the hairline, I noticed there was a little bulkiness. So I wanted to smooth that down as well. Especially right up there in the front of the hairline in that corner. But let's go ahead and smooth this thing all the way down, all the way around the head, and really help this hair lay down. The better the better you do on this part of the process, the better the haircut will become and the easier to finish it. Like I said, we're going to shampoo this after we put the fade in. The fade should be like 85 to 90% in there. When you come back from the shampoo bowl, you should just have to polish and edge up. And when I say polish, anything that's sticking up and any pieces and any dark areas in that fade. I said it before in another video. When you're polishing, you're looking for chocolate chips in the cookie. And you want to just get out the chocolate chips. You don't want to affect the whole cookie. You just want to get out those dark areas. You see, I just touched the beard again. Worked on that beard, trying to help go ahead and blend that in. I do not want to have to come back and do this. I see a lot of barbers have that hard line in that beard and they have to come back and go through the guard systems again. While I have that guard on my clipper that one time, I want to go ahead and knock out all I can with that guard. Especially right here on the side of the head where the fade is going to be. Still see a nice little line. That's still at one close. I just want to get a little bit out before I go to my next guard down. If you can guess it, please drop it in the comments and just let me know what guard is next and what position should that guard be in. But we fading down. We did a 2-on-2 close against the grain on top. Then we did a 1.5 close. Then we did a 1 open, 1 close. This is still the 1 close. What's next? If you said half guard, you are correct. This is the magic guard. This is the money guard. It's going to help get this fade in there, and it's going to get that bottom line out, and it's going to help marry the top with the bottom. So I really reduced my travel on this. I'm trying to be gentle when I cut it. I don't need to put a lot of pressure in it. I'm combing just to get the hair in the direction it's supposed to flow so I can cut against that direction and really, really put a nice fade in there. This fade is working out. Yes, you do see a line. We're going to get that out later. But like I said, it only needs to be about 85 to 90% in there before we go to the shampoo bowl. Like I said, I reduced the travel even more. We're just focusing now through that line area where we did a no guard open and a one guard close. We worked our way all the way to the front hairline on the other side of the head. Now that would be one pass. Now we're working our way back. All right. Let's get a little close up on that, man. As you see, I'm attacking those little dark areas. I'm putting a little bit more pressure on the right side of the blade than I am on the left side. That's kind of like it's almost a two teeth. It just kind of helps create a little more graduation than just putting the whole blade up there, and less graduation, or it cuts more hair than a two teeth system. It's just a touch, man. As you get more reps in, you'll get a better touch. I took that 1.5. I took the half guard off, and now I'm going in with no guard open. That was what the line was put in there. Two teething and putting more pressure to one side of the blade. You can do the left. I like to do the right because the hair usually wraps counterclockwise, and using the right side and creating a little lift on the left allows me to create some graduation. But we're going in after these chocolate chips, and we're going to get this fade, like I said, about 90% done before we go to the shampoo bowl. When he come back from the shampoo bowl and I need to do some more work, I don't want him to have a lot of loose hair clippings on him. But yeah, man, it's looking really good. You see, I'm just stretching that skin still with that left thumb, and I'm really getting in there using the corner of my blade of my clipper to get out these lines. And I'm creating W's. I'm creating W's because all we do is win. If you can remember that, man, you're going to ace this part right here, man. Create W's. A faded scattered lines. If you create W's like you're drawing with a pen or a pencil, you will create scattered lines, and you will chop up that fade, and you will notch cut this fade into his head. So yeah, still stretching that skin with my left thumb and using the right side of my blade, creating W's. You don't create W's in the same spot. If you can't think of W's, just think of the heartbeat. We're creating a heartbeat. I don't know the exact technical term for it, but if you see a heartbeat drawn out or on a chart, that's what we're doing with our clippers right now. Up and down, side and to the left and right. Sorry about the focus here, man. I was focused, but the camera wasn't. But you still see the work I'm having to put in. I see a slight line right there when I just reduced the head. We'll get that a little bit later. But I'm pretty much happy right now with where I am with this fade. If I wasn't going to shampoo him, of course, I wouldn't leave that line in his head. But I'm about to shampoo him and get him right. Yo, this is Reggie Winston, man. Thank you for checking out this video. Together we make barbers better. Please consider subscribing because we have more of this coming. We have this might be a 3 or 4 part series. We're definitely gonna do the beard of the guys. We're gonna talk about the shampoo process and everything. I really appreciate you. Thanks for liking these videos. Thanks for supporting the channel. Thanks for sharing these videos. We're growing. We're trying to get to 10,000 subscribers right now. I need your help, so please hit that subscribe button and please share this video. And if you got a barber friend or anybody that's a barber, considering being a barber, that want to learn some skills, so get their barbering to the next level, please send them my way and tell them to check out these videos. If there's a way I can make these videos better, holla at your boy. My name is Reggie Winston again. Hit me on IG, and I will see you in the next video.
Hold on.
So you're saying you only have $7?
$7? Yeah, $7 shave club. I got you, man. I get paid today.
You ain't got shit. You ain't got no job, nigga. How you gonna pay me?
My name is Mike. I own Perfection Styles. It's been a long, long journey to get here. But some bullshit.
My name is Lawrence, but everybody either call me LA or Larry. I've been coming to the shop forever.
Yo, who cut this, man?
Mr. Perfect. Mr. Perfect cut this.
Hey, yo, Shot, this is the illest, supposed to be the illest in,
illest nigga in the press.
It's the illest in the shop. This is what I got to go back. Hey, don't we charge extra for repairs?
Nah, you get your money back and gotta give it to the person that
you get your money back?
Just transfer the account from you to him. Being as though, you know, I'm not working right now, it's a release, I guess.
You're not gonna defend me, man.
What do you mean? Defend you with what?
Defend
you
what?
what?
Gonna defend me, man.
Yeah, my name is Roland, aka Mr. Perfect. I bring a different element to here. My style of cutting is really different from what they're traditionally used to, and my customers really appreciate that.
Mike, let me show you what I asked for, though.
What? Oh.
Let me show you. I got it in my Instagram what I asked for.
What did he ask for?
Hold on, let me load this shit up. He gave me, it's the same thing, but it's just closer on the side.
The little boosie is what it is.
It's the little, he gave me the juvenile.
Yeah.
He gave me the juvie.
As a barber, he's a rookie. He's fresh in the barbershop. He doesn't have too much knowledge of what goes on, how to actually manage in the shop. He can cut. He has some things he has to learn as far as barbering, but it's hard to teach someone like that.
That's what it was. That's what I asked for.
Oh, with the part on the side.
No, I ain't want no part, though.
The curls on top.
Yeah, because you know I got that good shit.
Yeah. He ain't got no good shit.
No, he said, he said, cut your hair. He said, cut your hair like slicing butter. That's what he said.
He trying to get that tip about that.
There's no steroids.
Cut your hair like slicing butter.
I had my hair like this, and it touched his balls. He was like, "Hey, you better watch out." I said, "Man, what you been massaging? If it's free, I'm massaging for it. If it's a free cut, I'm massaging for it."
Roller likes to do that, likes to lean all up on his kid.
Hey, yo, Miz, you gotta fade that MP out the back of that joint.
What's the MP for?
You know, let you know Mr. Perfect cut.
My name's Larry, everybody call me L. I've been here for 3 years. I'm the asshole of the shop. What was his nickname?
What was his nickname? Hey, what's
he said
his
he don't
nickname?
know.
What's his Oh, he ain't know? What's that?
My name came from my customer saying, man, this was a sharp cut. It's perfect. So, it made sense to me. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to use that as my trademark.
He said, man, I ain't never heard of that. Wait till I tell mommy. Wait till I tell mommy you down at the barbershop calling yourself Mr. Perfect.
We have a lot of competition in the shop, which is good. You really need that kind of atmosphere because it tightens up your game. You know, they say that iron sharpens iron. So if you don't have haters out there, then there's no fuel to drive you.
Hey, yo, I'm gonna stop talking to you because I don't want you to keep sweating.
Larry and Roland have a long-standing beef. It started back before Roland even started working here. Yo, I'm glad you're here. Listen, man, it's been a crazy argument as to who's the illest.
These two twins come in. I said, y'all got 20 minutes to finish a ball fade. I'm a judge who the best is, and we're gonna solve this, end this for all right now.
I ain't worrying about nothing.
Any new barber that comes in, L automatically tries to pick them apart, chew them apart to see if they can last. And that's kind of my incentive to him to see if they can last under the pressure in the shop.
Clippers down.
So me and L had a competition.
We made it to Queens, bro.
I think we made it to Ben Franco.
Yo, happy part.
That don't look like nasty. Nah, that ain't nasty.
It look like nasty.
We got little imperfections here. Let's see.
I gotta take him back to my man L. L might have to tighten him up, man.
First of all, it was fixed. It was First, it wasn't even my customer. Listen, that's your customer, man. So
now you
of course
make-
it's a buyer.
now you making excuses?
He ain't neutral. That's your customer, man.
It ain't neutral.
You
ain't never said a twins.
That ain't fair, man.
He lost. I won.
Nah, he said, he said,
I'm the prop,
because
right?
you know what he said the first thing he said. I gotta go.
See how choppy that is? And then you see he got a half a sideburn. But this is my head. But then you see this line right here? Look like he got a helmet on. You know what I'm saying? Then I had to mess around and fix the one that he messed up. I'm trying to give you some knowledge, right? If you don't want to take it,
listen,
look.
You
can't
look.
take what you're trying to take. This is
I can take it all day.
You mean to tell me this sideburn cool?
If I had more time, man.
If you had more, if it was a fifth, we all be drunk.
Listen, that's your customer. You know your customer's head, though. You know his head.
Roll it.
That's why you
Stop
say you are a barber.
You are a barber.
All day, but when you really know somebody's hair, you know how to cut. First of all, he puts his hairline all the way back here. I don't cut like that. I don't cut it.
You want to say push yourself?
Look at how you got this boy. Hit this. Hold it. I can feel the hair spray right now.
Now look at his.
You pushed it all the way back here.
You did this.
No, I never touched the line. I just went. Look. I just seen when you had previously cut it at, but you cut all the way back in there. That's what you did.
About 12 more years left to have hair. That's not professional. Mr. Perfect, it's not professional. How you gonna sit there? I gotta pick it out. I gotta cut it again. Go ahead and say it. I ain't worried about nothing.
Listen, bro.
That's not professional. He's very, very difficult to try to explain something to. He'll listen, he'll act like he's getting it, but in the end, his way is definitely better than yours.
You can't cut with me.
I just did.
That's your customer, though. That's what I'm saying.
Why you feeling so passionate?
It really doesn't count when you have your own customer and you cut them than someone who's neutral. That really wasn't a neutral ground. So he did win the competition, but it doesn't mean that he's better than me. He's only 8 years old. He got a hairline like he's 13.
But he got a hairline like you.
It's the same hairline.
He got a hair.
It's the same
This
hairline.
ain't the same hairline. You know anything about cutting hair? All right, look at my man's front. Don't open your mouth. Don't open your mouth.
I'm not saying that.
Look, does this front look even or straight? Tell me what you see.
Pretty damn straight to me.
You got pink eye. Nah, I'm just messing. But you see how this thing comes down right here? Don't say nothing, bro.
I'm not saying that.
Your time's over. You can leave.
It's a little bit far on this end.
Yeah.
Yeah. A little bit deeper.
Yeah, but that's
what I'm
how
saying.
Right here. It's right here from his eyelid, right there. You see that? You see this? You see my finger? I'm not moving my finger. I'm not moving my finger.
Don't touch the kids.
I'm not moving my finger right there. Look. I'm not moving my finger. He got his shit.
That's nice, man. Everybody said it's nice except you. Go back to the other side. I fixed both of the kids' heads up, and that's what I do. So I guess I'm Mr. Perfect because I had to fix his mess up.
Roland needs a lot of work, so that's what that proves. So maybe Roland now be a little more humble. Everybody at the shop is complaining that it's slow today. So I asked them, well, what are y'all willing to do to go drum up some business? Because I know what I'm willing to do.
I got something I've been saving for moments just like this.
Here we go.
I got, no. See, I got something.
What in the hell?
Hey! What is it?
What is it?
It's a good idea, but all I know is I'm not wearing it.
You couldn't pay me to put that suit on. I'm talking about if you had $1 million, you know, yeah, you could pay me.
Yo, are you too fly for this?
Too fly for that.
How you too fly to be sitting here with no customers, too?
You too fly to make money.
When they get it, but I'm not putting that shit.
Stand up, El. Yeah. Matter of fact, El the right parade.
Yo, man, you better get some flies. Where you want to go?
Man, that's a walking flyer right there.
You gotta be kidding me, Mike. And man, I understand. I'll take one for the team, but fuck that. I'm not wearing that suit. Nah.
Yeah, you trying to get money or what?
I think I'm gonna have to hit the block again.
Hit the block to do what? El, you 50 years old.
Man, I'm not wearing that, man. What am I doing with this, man? I can't fit that.
It blows up. You don't have to. But it's the eye. The eye.
The eye.
You're the shortest.
Now I'm a midget. Now I'm a midget.
That's the height.
Man, don't stop lifting it up.
It's right into your eye.
You worried? We the same height. It fits him. Look.
Looks like a microphone. Or the dude from,
I
that's
can't
what
see. Ain't nobody gonna see it's you. Look.
You sure they ain't gonna know it's me?
How they gonna know it's you?
They gonna look right in this little window.
You can't see that.
You see this little window?
Everybody see
Get
you.
the fuck out of
How you gonna see through that?
Only one that can fit in this suit that I see working here is L. So I'm gonna see if he's a team player like he talked. I'm gonna see if he's willing to do this or not. And honestly, I really don't give a shit if he is. He's the only motherfucker that can fit in it. So L, you wearing this suit.
Bend down, bend. All right, there it is, there it is. It's blowing up, baby. There you go.
So I put this motherfucking suit on, cause this fat nigga can't fit it.
You good, baby?
Bullshit.
You good?
It's coming, Larry. Hold up. It's almost there.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, baby.
Almost there.
There you go.
Yo, man, this is some bull.
There you go.
Yo, bro, you could have sit your big ass in this, man.
It's
a giant
See my finger?
Go pick up. Oh, you good, man. I told you I got you. Come on, man. Come on, man. Can you see? Can you see? Turn. All right, turn. Can you see outside? Yeah. Come on, go down there. Come on. Walk sideways. You good? I'm with you.
You can't beat me up. You can't beat me up.
So I'm coming to the shop today and I see this big clipper outside. So I go in closer to see who's inside of this suit, and it's L, literally sweating his ass off.
Yeah, that's L? This looks terrible, man.
That was crazy.
Yo, man, let's knock you
Come
out,
on,
man.
man. Stop, man. Come on.
Come on, man.
Come inside. Turn inside.
Yo, man, I'm sweating like a pig, man.
You know how many people called since you've been here, man?
Yeah, tell me how many, Mike.
Sideways.
Man,
Relax, man.
this was nonsense, man. I did my duty, man.
Watch your head, man. Watch your head.
You dump him off tour, Larry? Hell, you dump him off tour?
How you getting up? You good?
Shit.
Here, there it is. There it is.
That was some bullshit.
There it is, baby. You made it, baby. You know how many people called since you've been out there?
Tell me, Mike.
Look at my phone.
It's still slow, Mike.
Look at my phone.
Mike.
Look at my phone. Yo, who is that in the suit?
Where the people? His joker back here eating.
Man, relax, man.
Yo, man.
Roland, tell him how many people called, man.
A lot of people, man. I told him you just got off tour.
Yo.
You know what, man? I'm
We
gonna
was
go
on
change
tour
my
with the
drawers,
circus.
'cause my drawers
Change
is
the
wet.
drawers?
Don't you put that on. Go to sleep in that tonight.
Yo.
I don't care. I love you. I little kid.
My name is Cat Daddy. I'm a barber down at Perfection Styles. I've been cutting hair for about 21 years.
Girl, I really love you. Yeah.
My man Soul Brother came up in the shop.
Oh, I need you.
And we call him Soul Brother because he called everybody else Soul Brother.
Don't you know? I love you so. I'll put this right here. All right? I got it in my hand. It's gonna bounce in my hand.
My first encounter with Soul Brother was he came in with a radio.
And a roach dropped out of his radio on the floor.
So I was like, yo, man, you bringing bugs in the barbershop. He turned around, looked at it,
picked it up and put it right in his mouth and ate it. Unbelievable.
That boy got talent. Don't hurt him so, bro.
That's enough right there.
Extra Beats. My name is Shaheed. I've been cutting hair for about a little over 20 years. I've been with Perfection Styles about 3 years, I would say.
What's up, Sean? How you feel, baby? Good seeing you.
One thing about me is, I'm a no-nonsense type of guy, you know what I mean? You're not going to just say anything and just fly it over, you know what I mean? If you coming at me about something that I'm real passionate about, it's always going to be a problem. You going to the fight party tomorrow? Might as well come up and chill with us, young man. Down Berlin.
Make sure you tell people they $20. Tickets to the fight.
We all in here, just grooving, cutting and everything. So I look outside, I see a tow truck, and they looking at Shaw's car.
Yeah. Why are you looking at what's going on? What's up?
I got perfect time.
Told my car away. You ain't talking about this. Yeah, you told my car away. Shit.
Shot was hot.
They claiming I'm behind or whatever on payments, and I'm like, I'm knowing that's not true.
That's a mistake. My shit is paid. What are you talking about? Who sent you here?
My uncle, Jonathan.
Nah, you ain't not. My shit is paid. All my shit is insured, paid for. You're not telling my shit away.
Look, man, I'm just doing my job. That's all.
You're not telling my shit is paid for. All my shit is paid for.
It is paid for?
Yes.
Shaheed and that Shelby is not something you want to be trying to take from him. Like, he loves that car. He don't drive it in the rain.
Let me go check. Just hold on one second.
Yeah, you gotta check your shit.
What are they trying to say?
Yo, what's up? Yo, what happened?
Yo.
Hey, what the fuck just happened?
What
up, Pooh?
It's fucked up. I don't know niggas.
I'm sorry, we got a mistake.
All right.
Mistake.
Yeah, I know you got a mistake.
So sorry about that, bud. So Shy gets on the horn to his mom, and like, yo, mom, you ain't make the car payment. Oh, said, oh shit, your mom make the car payments?
You hear what I said, Mom? Somebody just trying to tow my shit saying my shit ain't paid. You already knew it was paid for, you know what I mean? I don't know, they had the wrong number. It's straight.
I understand, Mike. I got the, Oh, man, stop bitching, man.
I'm just calling to make sure I don't know what was going on.
Yeah.
I knew it more than likely had to be a mistake, because Shy ain't going. He would have been flipping had that car got towed. We would have had to call the police had they took his car.
You was about to cry, because I know my shit paid for.
Look, I wasn't going to cry. I was going to be sitting there. I would have been crying. I probably been on the floor.
I'd have dropped that nigga before he put my shit on the bed. How about that?
Just got that motherfucker clean, too?
You ain't touching this shit. Shit got real in 60 seconds, man. I'm trying to
think it was less.
Yeah, that was less than 60 seconds.
You see it still sitting there, right?
I don't know.
All right,
They might put a picture there. Now I'm calling that dude back, tell him to come and take it.
He come take it. He
Say
gonna take
something,
an ass
say
whipping
something.
with it.
I call him up. Come
He
take
gonna
this
take an
something.
ass whipping with it.
Nah, I would have helped you, Sean. I would have helped you.
I know. I got all my niggas in. I don't want to worry about you. You know what I'm saying? That's all right. I called the person with all the receipts. You see, I got right on the phone.
Right on the horn. Yeah.
Good thing they answered that phone.
So I wasn't too worried about it, but I was kind of surprised, you know what I mean?
So we get ready to go to the fight party. It's crazy in here. We chilling, we having a good time, we drinking. I don't even drink like that. I don't even party like that. But I'm hyped for this joint. The shop is getting together. Everybody from the shop is gonna be there. It's definitely gonna be something crazy to pop off here tonight.
Tonight, it's gonna go down. We got this fight party, Mayweather is fighting. So we're gonna have a couple drinks, we're gonna go out. I can't wait.
So we show up at the party, it's packed. Man, they laid a red carpet out for us. My boy Khalid did us dirty on the price of them tickets though, but it's all good, it's all love. But yo, he laid the red carpet out for us. We had a ball in there.
I showed up a little late, but it was cool. Perfect timing for me.
now this is the time for us to really unwind. So I'm really looking forward to this night. I'm looking forward to going out there, having fun, meeting people, and just having a good time.
I'm fresh, in my mind and how I'm dressed. In the mirror like, oh yes, you know that they want nothing less. My apologies to the girls that follow me like they obsessed. They want that butter love, but they too close. Give them a hug and then I'm like, next. I'm moving on with the music on, I'm truly gone like yes. Can't lose it all, just prove me wrong, and the crew's strong like yes.
But hey man, we all out here perfection style. Let's go back in here and see what's going on. Shout out one more time, bro. Perfection style.
Very rarely get a chance to all just vibe, get fly, get fresh.
This is a reward for yourself. When you work hard, you also should play hard.
Get this right. Yo, I want everybody to know this is my man, Mike Campbell, owner of Perfection Style. Yo, listen, Perfection Style. Yeah, it's always me. Listen, this motherfucker is smooth, the coolest motherfucker you ever went to.
You need to say this.
What's going on, guys? Sean Couture back with another video. I'm in Tampa, Florida for the Barber versus TV battle, guys. It is Bossio Cuts versus 360 Jeezy, guys. You already know, both of the best barbers on YouTube. Battle's gonna be absolutely crazy. I'm gonna bring you guys with me for the whole trip. So I hope you guys enjoy this. Let's get right into this video. All right, y'all, Dre just picked me up. Got some Starbucks. We both looking crazy. We're gonna go to the shop. What's your location?
Northdale.
Northdale, Headlines, and I think he got a couple more clients, or one more, I think. We're gonna do some haircuts and make some content. So I'll probably show you guys a little bit, cutting his hair, him cutting my hair, but if you guys wanna check out the tutorial, I'm gonna at least do his as a tutorial. I think he may record mine, I'm not sure yet, but
it depends on how it comes out.
Depending on how good he does, which he says he can't cut straight hair, so we will see. But see you guys when we get to the shop. Oh, a little slope. I'm about busting my ass. Oh, Neon Dre. Neon Dre. Hey, get it? Oh, you right. What are you doing, Dre?
What am I doing? I really don't know.
You trying hard on this one?
I can't record Dre anymore, bro. He won't let me. No, it was just yesterday.
Dog's here too.
What's up, bro?
Man, hello.
Hi.
How are you? Good.
How's the baby coming along?
Big dog. What's going on?
What's up with you?
See you, bro.
Ward?
Hey, man.
What's up, bro? I didn't know y'all was coming. All right, y'all, we step outside real quick. I was going to introduce y'all to my man, Mini Weather. He got a YouTube channel as well, so if you guys don't follow it, I'll let him introduce it and tell you about it.
What's going on, y'all, man? I'm Christopher Miniweather. My channel is Dead Stock Barbershop. We do everything from haircut tutorials, product reviews, financial advice for barbers. That's something that's huge that we sleep on. Yeah, man, it's just the love, the passion. I've been cutting hair for 20 years. I've been licensed for 10, and I just want to share all the game that I paid for, give it away for free. So
that's what's up, guys. We got the same idea here. I met him probably, what, a year and a half ago? Shoot, it might have been 2 years now. 2 years. COVID got us messed up. But yeah, we linked up, I think it was Orlando or Connecticut, and just kind of, we both on the same mission, kind of been through the same path. So y'all definitely check him out. We on the same, kind of on the same page here. So if you like my content, you're definitely going to enjoy his, and he also brings some other stuff to the channel. So definitely head over and check it out. All right, y'all, just got to the hotel. Man, I don't know why. I guess this is Florida weather. I was cutting Dre's hair. I got super hot. I came back to the hotel. Man, I got to chill out. I turned the air way down. It is hot in Florida compared to Kentucky. So anyway, guys, I'm going to chill here for a little bit. Dre's going to pick me up here in a minute. We're going to go back
hang out with everybody tonight. I did not get a haircut, as you can see. We just kind of hung out a little bit. Took a little bit too long on his haircut. We didn't want to rush it, so I will get a haircut tomorrow. We're gonna go hang out with the guys tonight. Get Beamed is in town. A bunch of the other guys are in town. You already saw some of them. We're gonna go maybe do some bowling, do a couple other things, and then tomorrow I'm gonna get a haircut, and we are gonna go to the versus battle that you all want to see. So stay tuned for that. But let's head to bowling.
I hope you hit a gutter. I hope it goes in the gutter. Come on, Jason.
He lost. He just needed one pin and he ain't hit none.
What are you laughing at?
He said underdog. He said underdog season anyway. Was that a ball? Underdog season. Come on, now. Talk about Hey, that's crazy. That was crazy. Oh. Like this. He's trying to make fun of my people. You know what to say.
I'm here with my buddy Dre. That's how he says I vlog.
What's that that you said?
What on the?
No. You said it was something. Yeah, on the
we
academy.
was talking and you was making fun of me.
Yeah, it was something you said your dad said.
Oh man, it was like hooligan, but it wasn't Yahoo.
Yahoo.
Oh man. Anyway, y'all, we are headed this. What day is it? Sunday morning.
Beautiful Sunday morning.
Oh, it's 75 in Florida. These guys got me really thinking about coming down here. It's pretty nice.
It's lit.
We heading to the warehouse. What we got? We got to pick up
Cut
some
my
stuff.
legs off and call me shorty.
We gotta go to the warehouse and get some stuff for Bazio for the battle, and then we still going to brunch.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna go to brunch, and then we're gonna go hang out at the location of the battle. I might cut Bazio's hair, I think, and then Dre still gotta cut my hair. So I might end up not getting a haircut again.
I brought my scissors.
Oh, he's got his scissors.
Scissors.
All right, so we're gonna go to the warehouse, head over there, get some breakfast, brunch, and then go cut some hair. What's that K for?
Clutchington coming soon. Hey, put your gorilla glue on that. Man, about to get a lace mark.
All right, y'all can see we are getting set up for the battle. Well, we're not. I'm not doing nothing. I'm just hanging out. But I don't know what kind of footage I'm going to be able to get. It's going to be super loud in there. I don't know where we're going to be standing. A lot of you guys probably watch it live, but I'll try to get what I can. Definitely get the before and afters and stuff like that. Try to catch what I can. I should be able to stay inside, I think. So as you can see, still haven't got a haircut. That's what happens most of these trips when I plan on getting a haircut. Usually works out that I don't, but I did get 2 videos out of it. Got to cut Dre and Basio, and got to cut Basio for the live, so that's pretty cool. So, Bean, what you know about it? Hey, hey, hey! Come on, man! Come on, man! Who this hopping out this thing right here?
Man.
All right, y'all, I'm here with Jeezy. The verse is about to start. Jeezy. Jeezy, how you feeling, dog? You ready? You ready for this?
I'm a little nervous. You know what I'm saying?
There's gonna be a lot of people here, bro.
It's gonna be a lot of people on the live.
It's gonna be live and a lot of people here.
And then I'm filming it. That's all that pile of pressure.
You filming it for YouTube too? Damn, that's tough.
Yeah.
Double pressure. We were just talking though. Us YouTube guys, we film it all the time. You know what you get when you film it for YouTube.
Listen, this is what we do day in and day out, time after time, minute after second. You know what I'm saying? I'm being with the bars right now.
That's right. Beam with the bars. Beam right here too. Y'all ain't seen all these people in the same spot. This stuff crazy right here. This stuff crazy. I ain't even supposed to be in this room, y'all. With you two and the guys in the room, I gotta get out of here, y'all.
What's going on? This is your boy Papito Blessed and Angel Ross. This is the season 1 finale of Barber versus Team B. You guys want to get this started or what? Y'all ready? Yeah. Coming all the way from Bakersville, California. Did I kill it? Bakersville, California. The hottest, the most viewed barber on YouTube. The king of YouTube. Yeah. The boss of YouTube. Yeah. The main man of YouTube. Yeah. The CEO of YouTube. Check this out. I practice 360 Jesus. Introducing second, the hometown hero. Yeah. Straight from Tampa, Florida. Yeah. The most influential business barber in the industry right now. A barber business mind like no other. Yeah. Not only he'll teach you how to cut hair, he'll teach you how to better your business. He'll teach you how to own property. He'll teach you how to have your own product. He'll teach you how to do a class. He'll teach you how to do your own product. He'll teach you how to standing at, I'm 5'9" and I know he's 5'10". From Tampa, Florida, the one and only, the boss, the owner of Tomb 45. Mr. Chris Basio. We got 360 GC. We got Chris Basio, okay? 2 YouTube stars going head to head to show you guys that they don't only do videos for YouTube, they actually work in the barbershop and they kill it with everything they do. So we are about to get, y'all ready for the battle right now? Yes, sir.
All right, y'all, it's dark. I'm tired. It's been a long day. I know we stand on our feet all day, but I normally have some time in between cuts to at least sit down for a minute. So we were here for like 8 hours. I've been standing. The battle is over. You guys leave in the comment section down below who you think won. I got to go with Bazio, man. That much harder cut, blurry fade on that difficult texture. I'm going to show you guys the final vote at the end of the video, but you guys comment down below real quick who you think won. I appreciate you guys watching this video. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'm not real great at this vlogging stuff, but I've been trying to do more of it, and this was something I definitely wanted to show you guys. So if you guys like this video, smash that thumbs up. Leave a comment down below, like I said, who won this battle. Make sure you guys subscribe. I got some more content coming. Like I said, I cut Dre and Bazio's hair. So if you guys want to see that tutorial, make sure you stay tuned for that. And I'll catch you guys next time.
I have to go outside and take a phone call. Sit in the chair, let the barber hook you up. Here's your tablet.
Thanks, Mommy.
Right. Great job, Josiah. Tell the barber thank you.
Thank you. See you next time.
No problem. Thanks.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? This is Reggie Winston, and together we make barbers better. Thank you for checking out this video. This is part 2 of the series, Bald Fade with the Beard of the Gods. Here we're taking it to the shampoo bowl. I did not want to omit this process. I do like to take my customers to the shampoo bowl. I take them to the shampoo bowl after I pretty much get my fade like 90% in there, and I knock down the bulk. This helps remove all the excess hair and loose clippings and things of that nature, and allows me to lay the hair down so I can see. While at the shampoo bowl, I'm going to put the hot towel over his face. This is a little bit overkill considering we're doing the Beard of the Gods, but if we wasn't doing the Beard of the Gods service, which will be coming up in the next video, so make sure you hit that subscription and bell notification so you can check out the videos. But this right here is just kind of overkill because we'll be doing a deep cleansing of the beard. But if I wasn't, I would do this hot towel right here at the shampoo bowl. We're going to rinse it off. I checked the water, make sure the water was to my liking and to the customer liking. We're going to rinse the hair. And I'm going to use some products. I'm going to use S-Curl products throughout this entire haircut. As you will see, grabbing this S-Curl Charcoal Mint Shampoo. Really good shampoo, gentle to the skin, gentle. It's a real gentle shampoo. It's a 2-in-1. This is good for daily use. Doesn't dry out the scalp too much. As you see, it lathers pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and lather that in there. And I'm going to really use the fingertips to really clean the scalp and get the dirt and grime off of it. And like I said, man, this water and the shampoo is going to break the H bond in the hair. It's going to make the hair more elastic, meaning I can stretch it and I can manipulate it better. I like to also use this scalp scrubber, man. You can get these things from Beauty Supply. We sell them at our barbershop for $2. After using this a couple times, man, customers fall in love with it, and this is something they demand or request when they're getting a shampoo. As you notice, I'm using a circular motion all around his head, the top, sides, back, the corners, the crown, all these areas where it's possibly could be itching and, you know, have dirt and buildup. Test the water always, man, before you put on the customer. And you always angle it down. So I'm rinsing it from the hairline down to the back of the bowl. Never let this thing stick up in the air. And we'll follow this up with the generic conditioner. With the S-Curl system, they do have a leave-in conditioner. I still like to use a regular conditioner before I put the leave-in conditioner in. Conditioner helps coat the hair and seals the hair back up and make it manageable and soft. If you like this content, man, please like below, man. I'm really just trying to expose you to something that's going to elevate you as a barber and make you better. And it's going to give your customers a better experience at the barbershop. All right, I'm back at the chair now. I'm going to put some of this lusters. This is some lusters. Spritz. Yeah, Spritz. It smells good. Does a wonderful job. I'm also going to use this S-Curl Natural Wave Butter. It got shea butter in there. This is a really good wave butter to put into the scalp. As you see, I'm using a wood stick instead of using my finger in there. I want to make sure that it stay clean as well. Sanitation is key. Emulsify it in your hand and spread it evenly throughout the hair. You don't want to just put big clocks on the top. You want to kind of pat it in there. Start from the crown and go to the edges. And it's like a rapid motion. You go all the way around the head. So yeah, this is part of that process, man, that's really going to help the customer enjoy the haircut and the service. So we're just going to continue to rub it in real well. So I'm going to grab this Lustrous S-Curl Game Changer brush. This is a really solid brush. It's an oval shaped brush, medium density on the brush bristles. It is boar bristle. It's not a hard brush, not a soft brush. It's right there in the middle. So I can really move and manipulate the hair really well, and I can help lay this hair down. The more you brush it, the better it absorbs the product into the scalp and into the hair, and it's going to create more shine. And you get to see those waves pop. And while I'm brushing, I am blow drying the hair. I'm blow drying in the direction that I want the hair to fall. And once again, start from the crown and brushing to the edges. Really just trying to stretch that hair and help them waves pop immediately, man. And as you notice, the hairline, I did taper that down. I explained that in the last video, but it's really going to help out. I didn't want to omit this, man. Before you get back to cutting someone, especially after they got clean hair, you got to clean your tools. You're going to brush off all the excess hair and gunk off the clippers and spray your clippers down with Cool Care or any other disinfectant that is recommended for clippers and tools. So I'm cleaning off all my guards and everything, man, with a nice brush here. And I went ahead and threw away my old comb, the comb I used previous before I went to the shampoo. I got a new comb, so I'm not putting dirt back into his scalp. I really want y'all to really pay attention to those things. All right, let's get back into the haircut, man. I see some spots, man. I grabbed the one guard, and I'm going to go through this haircut and really polish this thing, man, and really try to get any lines I see out of this fade. A fade is scattered lines, so we got to really make sure that we scatter these lines. Working around the head with the same guard, and I'm just going in. I'm putting more pressure on the right side of the blade. If I see areas where I need to put a full blade on, I will, but I'm putting more pressure to the right side. And I'm cutting against the grain. I'm just going through it. I'm going to take my time and really try to polish this fade in real well. And I tell people all the time, you got to imagine this fade is supposed to be a sugar cookie. If you see any dark spots, which would be like a chocolate chip, you got to go in with a surgical maneuver to really get that chocolate chip out without destroying the whole cookie. As I'm watching this video, man, look, I know some of y'all probably looking at it and judging my haircut. Hey, I can always do better, man. Never get into that zone where you feel like you got to keep cutting all the time, man. Sometimes you just got to make a haircut good enough for the customer to really appreciate it and want to come back and spend money with you. I'm just speeding up the video now so you can see me get through the process. I'm opening and closing my guards and really just trying to hone in and make sure that this blade and this fade are one, and I make sure this fade is blended well. Spin it around a little bit. I see some light areas, I see some dark areas, but hey, you'll see the end result of this fade. And right now I'm just smoothing it with the grain, just trying to make sure I'm making this thing blend well, yo. Let me know in the comments below, man, what y'all think about this process. Have you used a process similar to this? This is fading down. This is going back after the shampoo. Let me know if you do the same thing, like cut the hair down, bulk down, get the fade in there, and then shampoo it. I would like to know those things. This is the half guard. I'm going a little bit below, man. It's a little bit more fine tuning. But But yeah, let me know, y'all, what y'all think, man. And by the way, man, check me out on Instagram, Reggie_Winston. I got a podcast, the Better Barber Podcast. I'm on all platforms. We're going to start recording again soon, so we're looking for more guests. All right, we got the polishing in. I'm going to use this pencil because I want you to see where I'm putting the line. This pencil also gives that really crispy effect as well. But this is my first time cutting this gentleman's hair, and I want to agree on the hairline with him. So before I just go in with trimmers and start cutting, I'm going to use this pencil to establish where we're going to go with the trimmers. This is like that measure twice, cut once situation. I know you heard that in woodworking class. But yeah, we're really trying to be light with this pencil too, but make it so he can see it. Make it so you can see it. I want to make sure that our foundation is strong before I put any enhancements on it. I don't consider this pencil as an enhancement. I just consider this pencil as a guideline. But I want to make sure my edge up is solid before I put any enhancement on it. You know, I taper down the hairline. I really brushed it down on top and on the sides. I'm just going to go through and make sure that we put a solid foundation down before we put any enhancements on it. And I like to do this side over here overhand like I'm doing it so I can keep contact with my pinky and my ring finger while drawing the line. This allows me to stay a little bit more stable and draw a better line. I'm gonna spin it. I'm going to verify it in the mirror. And I always say verify it in the mirror because that's what they're going to look at as soon as they get in the car. They're going to look at the mirror to make sure their haircut looks good. So why not do it in the mirror so you can see exactly what they see? All right, so as you saw, I started in the middle of the forehead. I went to the sides. I got the top line done. I got the chair legs, or the vertical lines done. Now I'm going to go ahead to the mustache, get this pencil right because the pencil does get dull. But I'm going to start with the mustache, and I'm going to marry it from one side of the from the nose all the way up to the hairline. And you won't know what to do with this unless you have that consultation, you have that communication with the customer and asking them, well, how do they want to see their beard and mustache? He definitely wanted his full as possible, but still nice, sharp, clean, give him that Philly style beard. Shout out to all the barbers out in Philly, man. That inspired so many people, man, when it comes to that Philly style of haircut. But yeah, we're just going to use this pencil, man. You see, I'm maintaining contact with my hand on his head just to make sure that I'm more stable. I'm one with his head. Trying to do it without touching him is extremely difficult, especially when you're trying to do something as precise as this. So I didn't marry it just yet. What I did is I took it all the way up to that beard, to the top of that sideburn as you see on this right side. I will go back and make sure I marry the C. I'll connect the beard to the vertical or the chair leg, and I will create the C. And I want my C's to match. Everything from the beard below the line will be cut. I'm actually going to cut on the chalk line. So for you people that never use chalk or have difficulties with using the pencil, you actually cut where the pencil is. Not above it, not below it, but actually on the line. The part of the pencil line that touches the hair is the most important. All right, let's marry this C. As you see, I'm using my hand. I got my hand on the side of his face, and I'm going to make this circling motion right here because it's a C. And I'm sketching it. I'm not just really drawing it in there, making it really strong and defined. I get my opportunity to sketch it. And let's make this mirrored on both sides. Contact with the pinky, you see. Trying to be stable as possible. I'm sketching back and forth. I see a little smudge right there. I didn't like that little area, so I didn't think it matched. What you didn't see me step back and look at it on off camera, but I'm looking and I'm trying to adjust the angle at which the C comes in. Things like this really matter when it comes to haircuts. Hey, trust me, Tell me down below in the comments. I ain't gonna say hit the like, but let me know in the comments if you see a lot of side angle pictures of customers when barbers post their work. Because a lot of time the head on don't be the same. Start in the middle with the trimmers. These are the cordless Andis trimmers. I know they got the new ones coming out, the skeletons. But yeah, we're going to tap the line. Going to pinch and pull. Pinch and pull. And as you see, it's still a line there from the pencil, but that's okay. We're going to get that taken away. I'm going right up to the top of that chalk line or the pencil line, and I'm pinching it and I'm pulling down. And I started in the middle of the forehead because I want to create symmetry. It's easy to create symmetry when you establish the middle or the center part. Overhanded again. I think this gives me more leverage, or it gives me more stability when it comes to putting this chair leg in. Versus doing it underhand, I like to do it overhand. Let's hit that C. And I'm getting, like, the pencil really helps you because it gives you a guideline to go with. It takes the guessing out of edging someone up. All right. We're going to go down here to the beard and the mustache area, and we're going to marry these things. Wonderful. And as you see, I'm being light with the trimmers. I'm not trying to go in and remove all that excess pencil, man. I'm just trying to make sure I establish my line. We can remove the excess pencil with the razor after we do the trimmer. Cleaning up some of the stuff off his cheeks. And really getting up under that nose and cleaning all that stuff around the nose. Let's flip it over. Focusing it on the left side of that blade, not the full blade. Now it's the right side. Yep, it's looking good. As you can see, I got a lot of the excess stuff. Let's go ahead, since we're on this side, let's go ahead and get the back of this beard, man. Now, this is a perfect stain, but most people like their beard to grow far back as possible. Eliminates the grow back, and it looks good. It just naturally looks fuller, thicker, wider, bigger, and that's what people want with their beard. Generally, I do have some customers who do like me to come in or closer to the lip a little bit more at the back of the beard. So yeah, we're gonna just continue to clean it up, just tapping and going. We can really make it sharp with the razor. This is just our, like, a step 2 of our reference placement. Once again, I started at the middle of the forehead, and I'm going to work my way to the left. Trying to create symmetry. It doesn't really matter which way you start working, left or right. If they have a real problem area, sometimes I like to go ahead and work on that area first. Especially in those corners. But he got a pretty solid hairline. I'm going to continue to tap that line, and we're going to move from the top line to the vertical line. I'm working on that top corner first, middle of it, then down at the bottom of that line. Do not try to do the entire portion of that line. Do it in sections. Do that corner piece of that vertical line, do the middle of the vertical line, then do the bottom of the vertical line. Let's get into the C. Started at the corner. And I'm using just the side of my blade, that corner portion of my blade, the left side, like a pencil. And I'm going to draw around. And I'm going to sketch that thing around. Now I'm using the right side of that blade. Back to the left side of the blade. These are the things that, I know some barbers don't really explain to you. But you got to definitely use corners of your blades a lot of the times when it comes to edging up. As you see, I'm using the left side of the blade, or which will be the bottom, I guess. Whatever. You get it. You see it. And let's keep going down to the mustache. And we're just sketching and etching. And we'll come back and clean out the hairs that got to be taken away. What y'all think about this process right here of edging up? Do you use the corner of your blades, or you're more of a flat blade person? There's no wrong way to skin a cat.